After 10 years of explaining Star Wars online, I've come across the same questions again and again. Today I'm posting a compilation video answering nearly 400 of the most frequently asked questions I've seen about the entire Skywalker Saga. Let's start it all off with Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
As you know, our blockade is perfectly legal.
What exactly was the blockade of Naboo about? The answer is found in the Legends book Darth Plagueis by James Luceno. It's not strictly canon, but books like Tarkin, also by Luceno, have referenced its events. Anyway, the Trade Federation's blockade was a protest of the Senate's decision to tax shipping in free trade zones. Of course, they were manipulated into the blockade by Darth Sidious at the request of Darth Plagueis. Plagueis had dealings in the banking clan, which had invested in Naboo's plasma refineries. The Trade Federation's blockade led to a rise in plasma's value, which brought money into the banking clan, which, as we see in the Clone Wars, helped Palpatine fund both sides of the conflict. Additionally, blockading Palpatine's homeworld gave him political sympathy, as we see in The Phantom Menace. It's unclear right now the timeline of Plagueis' involvement with the invasion of Naboo. He may have been canonically dead long before any of that happened, but I do like the explanation.
Check it out, Corporal. We'll cover you. Roger, roger.
What do the different colors of Trade Federation battle droids signify? Droids with red markings were specialized in security. They were primarily seen serving on ships and installations where they held roles as snipers or additional infantry. Blue markings indicated pilot droids. They performed several duties on the ships of the Trade Federation and later the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Of course, they would work on the flight crew, but were also known to operate guns or artillery. Droids with yellow markings were meant for command. A yellow droid was seen leading the attempted execution of Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn, and the droid OOM-9 led the invasion of Naboo.
Queen Amidala is young and naive.
Why did Naboo tend to elect young women as their queens? The citizens of Naboo believed their young queens still held on to a certain kind of wisdom and innocence that older people had lost. Some, like Darth Sidious, would consider their point of view naive, while others considered them to simply be unaffected or unjaded by the negative experiences of life. Amidala was 14 when she was elected, the queen that followed her was 23, so not every queen ruled in their early teens, and not every ruler was a queen. We know of at least 3 kings in canon stories, and in legends, the ruler directly before Amidala was King Varuna, so the people of Naboo didn't only elect young queens, but they were far more open-minded when it came to young rulers.
My friend might have been banished.
Why was Jar Jar Binks banished from Oto Gunga? He explains why in the movie, but it's not exactly straightforward or easy to understand. Of course, the basic reason is that he was clumsy and kept causing accidents, but he says the final incident involved Boss Nass's luxury Hayblibber submarine. According to Star Wars Legends, Jar Jar had a job in Boss Nass's kitchen. Binks blew up an oven, which cracked the bubble wall, flooding a party the boss was holding. Jar Jar attempted to save Nass's Hayblibber, but just wound up crashing it. So he was banished, and less than a week later, ran into Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
We saw no like the Naboo.
Why didn't the Gungans like the Naboo? It's pretty simple and unfortunately predictable. Naboo used to belong to the Gungans. They were the native species of the planet until human colonizers began creating settlements. The Gungans avoided the newcomers for a time, but as they spread, conflicts arose. Several wars were fought between the two cultures until the Gungans decided to move underwater. That was nearly 4,000 years before the events of the Phantom Menace.
The planet core.
Did Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Jar Jar really travel through Naboo's core? Yes, they did. Naboo isn't like Earth, which has a molten core, which, of course, wouldn't allow someone to travel through it in a submarine. Naboo's core was made up of rocky tunnels and water, exactly as we see in the movie. This is Star Wars, so planets don't follow any kind of actual science. Even so, Naboo was thought of as an anomaly in the Star Wars galaxy.
I'm Padme.
Was Queen Amidala's first name a secret? Yes, her true name, Padme Naberrie, was a secret to preserve anonymity for herself and her family. It was tradition for Naboo's rulers to forsake their true names during the entirety of their reign, a sign that they were acting in service of the planet and not in vanity. And of course, it also added a layer of protection for her and the Naberrie family. So throughout the election, she was known simply as Amidala. That identity became like an entirely different person that Padme and her decoy Sabe would take on, as if they were playing a character. When her 2 terms were complete, Padme kept the name Amidala as a senator when secrecy was no longer required.
We are brave, Your Highness.
Why do all of Queen Amidala's handmaidens have similar names? Sabe, Rabe, Irte, Sache, Yane. Why do they all sound like that? Why did they make it so confusing? First and foremost, none of those names were their birth names. They all changed their names to honor their queen. Sabe's original name was Sabin, Yane was Suyan, Rabe was Rabin, Irte was Urtama, Sache was Sasha, and so on. The suggestion was brought on by Rabin, who had gained some level of fame on Naboo as an artist and didn't wish to attract any extra attention. Since the handmaidens were also meant to act as bodyguards and decoys, they noted that the similar-sounding names would confuse outsiders, making it difficult to keep track of who was who, further protecting their identities and making any act of subterfuge that much easier.
Are you an angel? What?
Are there really angels on the moons of Iego? Kind of. There were angelic beings who were called the Diathem. Their beautiful, glowing appearance made spacers mistake them for angels, and their legends spread throughout the galaxy. Anakin Skywalker, of course, compares Padme to the angels he'd heard stories about. Over a decade after their meeting during the Clone Wars, Skywalker would travel to Iego himself, where he personally met one of the Diathem. Their world had been conquered by the Separatists, and Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin helped them liberate Iego and its surrounding moons. What was Quinlan Vos doing on Tatooine? We can just barely see a glimpse of a background actor whose character design wound up inspiring the creation of Quinlan Vos in the Legends Star Wars Republic comics, and so it was decided to retcon that background actor to be Quinlan Vos. All we know from canon stories is that Quinlan frequently went on undercover missions, so it stands to reason that he couldn't talk to Qui-Gon without blowing said cover. The Star Wars Legends comic The Stark Hyperspace War confirms exactly that. Quinlan's Padawan, Aayla Secura, was there with him, and Vos later told her that he regretted not sacrificing his cover to help Qui-Gon, having heard about the Jedi Master's death right before they left Tatooine. Does Anakin have a statue of Maz Kanata? Shockingly, yes, he does. I can't fully remember how all of this started, but I think a fan pointed out Maz Kanata's similarity to the statue around the time The Force Awakens came out. Then in 2016, the reference book Star Wars Complete Locations was released and confirmed the connection. Obviously, it's a retcon. It's not like the Phantom Menace was foreshadowing Maz Kanata in 1999. It's just fun and harmless, so why not? The book points out the strange statue of an alien pirate Anakin picked up from a passing trader. It doesn't call out Maz Kanata by name, so I guess we can't say that's meant to be Maz 100%, but we all know what the writers of the book were implying.
Where is everybody?
Did Anakin really build C-3PO from scratch? Not exactly. This is wild, but way back in 1977, George Lucas answered some questions about concepts and characters from the original Star Wars. When talking about C-3PO, he said the droid was over 100 years old and worked at an embassy for a time, but he, like so many other protocol droids, fell into disrepair. But he was lucky enough to be reassembled by a young boy who worked for a junk dealer. What? Over 20 years before The Phantom Menace came out, George Lucas had the idea that 3PO would have been rebuilt by a young boy in a junkyard. It wasn't necessarily always meant to be Anakin, but that is crazy to me. Star Wars comics in both canon and Legends have confirmed that Anakin discovered C-3PO's remains in a junkyard and reassembled him over the course of 2 years.
You must contact me.
Was Naboo really as bad as C.O. Bibble described, or was his message a trick? At the point in time of the message being recorded, it was mostly a trick. Things weren't great on Naboo, but according to Sache, one of the handmaidens who was left behind, it definitely hadn't reached catastrophic levels yet. But thanks to Sache's subtle influence in front of the Trade Federation, she suggested Bibble make that claim because the word toll was an alert word established by the handmaidens so Amidala, Sabe, and the other handmaidens would know Bibble's message was false and recorded under duress.
Over 20,000.
What was a normal amount of midichlorians? Anakin Skywalker has the highest recorded reading, coming in at over 20,000. According to both canon and legend sources, a normal being had about 2,500 midichlorians per cell. The average Force-sensitive being had at least 4,000 to 5,000. An old Legends reference book called Star Wars Graphics goes into the midichlorian counts of specific characters. I don't think they're accurate anymore, but it's still interesting. Yoda's count was 17,700. Palpatine's was higher at 20,500. Mace Windu and Darth Maul both came in at 12,000. Obi-Wan Kenobi had 13,400. And Anakin's children, Luke and Leia, each had 14,500.
I'm the only human who can do it.
Was Anakin Skywalker really the only human that could pod race? I really doubt it. Anakin is 9 years old, living on a planet in the middle of nowhere. I'm sure humans were uncommon as pod racers because, as Qui-Gon says, you would need superhuman reflexes to pilot a pod and survive. Aliens with faster reflexes or multiple limbs were better suited for the sport. Anakin probably hasn't seen any other human pod racers, and so he boasts that he is the only human that can do it. But he's just a child bragging. His line shouldn't be taken as absolute fact to be carved into stone on Wikipedia. In fact, a Star Wars comic shows Luke Skywalker inadvertently entering a pod race to escape the Empire, and the announcers say, traditionally, humans are not equipped to survive this long in a pod race. They go on to say that a human has never won a major circuit and that Luke's performance was impressive, but the use of the word traditionally makes me think humans can pod race. They're probably just not very good at it, but I think it would be possible for any Force-sensitive human to pod race and excel at the sport if they chose to.
I'm in the Boonta race tomorrow.
What does the holiday Boonta Eve celebrate? The canon answer is that it was an annual holiday that celebrated the supposed rise of Boonta the Hutt to godhood. That's also true in Star Wars Legends sources, but there we can find more details. 25,000 years before the events of the Phantom Menace, Boonta the Hutt defeated an infamous warlord named Zim the Despot, destroying the enemy fleet and taking their leader hostage. As a reward, the Hutts named a planet after Boonta, and Boonta's Eve was created to celebrate the anniversary of his victory. The holiday spread to many Hutt-controlled planets, which included Tatooine. While those details aren't currently canon, it's interesting to note that Zim the Despot has been mentioned in reference books surrounding Solo: A Star Wars Story, because a familiar relic of his Legends reign, a crystal skull, could be seen in Dryden Voss's yacht.
This is so wizard, Annie.
Who started saying wizard? Okay, this isn't a question I get a lot, but it has a fun answer. Hundreds of years before the Phantom Menace during the High Republic era, a Padawan named Ram Jomaram started trying to get his friends to use the slang word wizard. Most of his peers thought it was silly and asked him to stop trying to make it happen, but some of the younglings that looked up to him did like the word and began using it to his delight. And so it would appear that against all odds, Ram made wizard happen, and the word spread across the galaxy all the way to Tatooine, where it was used for centuries to come. Why did Sebulba hate Anakin so much? There isn't a ton of information about their relationship before the Phantom Menace. We know they had a rivalry, and that Sebulba had nearly destroyed Watto's pod as it was being piloted by Anakin in a prior race. I don't think Sebulba was after Anakin because of a singular event, or because he thought Skywalker could possibly win a race. I think it was more about his sense of pride. Sebulba was a professional racer, and how dare this slave, and a human no less, think he had a right to compete against him? I think he sabotaged Anakin's pod more to send a message to any would-be upstarts rather than thinking that there was any chance in hell the boy could beat him. Why did Ben Quaternaros' pod explode? We'll have to turn to Star Wars Legends for this answer, but it's pretty funny. Ben wasn't even going to enter the race, but Bull's Roar made a bet that Quaternaros wasn't brave enough, and the Toon wanted to prove the two-time champion wrong, so he entered and had to rent a pod to compete. Meanwhile, another racer, Ark Roos, was holding a grudge against Anakin Skywalker because the young boy almost beat him once, so he planned on sabotaging Skywalker's pod. Unfortunately, he didn't know which one was his, and since he didn't recognize Ben Quaternaros' rented pod, he sabotaged that one instead. And it turns out Roos is way better at pod sabotage than Sebulba. Why was Aura Singh at the pod race? According to the reference book Scum and Villainy, she was there to collect a bounty on one of the racers, Neva Key. Legend sources long claimed Key had gone missing during the second lap of the race during a stretch of the course that was suspiciously not covered by cameras, but an anonymous source sent Coruscant authorities footage of Neva Key being held against his will. His crashed racer is nearby, and Aura Singh appears to be collecting payment from Jabba the Hutt after the race, so perhaps she shot out Key's engines, causing his disappearance. The working theory is that Farwan and Glot, the manufacturers of Key's pod racer, wanted to capture him to learn about the secret modifications he made to their engines.
It's Skywalker!
What were the full results of the pod race? Obviously, Anakin Skywalker was the winner, but did any of the 17 other racers make it across the finish line? Yes, the final results had Anakin Skywalker in first place, Gascano in second, Aldar Beto in third, Ebe E. Endicott in fourth, Elon Mack in fifth, and Bulls Roar in sixth. So only 1/3 of the competitors completed the race. 11 others crashed and did not finish, and one poor pilot died, Rats Tyrell, who left behind a wife and 3 children who were present for the race. One of his sons would go on to form the Rats Tyrell Foundation, working to educate the public about the criminal dealings surrounding pod racing. So the long-term effects of the Boonta Eve Classic were a decline in the sport across the galaxy. I should also mention Clegg Holdfast, who outside of being a pod racer was also a sports journalist. He used his industry connections to falsify the official results of the Boonta Eve Classic to claim that he came in 7th. What happened to Anakin's friends, Kitster and Wald, after the Phantom Menace? The Darth Vader comics by Greg Pak have revealed their fate with some help from E.K. Johnston's Queen trilogy of books. Padme's decoy, Sabe, returns to Tatooine after the events of the Phantom Menace to help free slaves. By the time she gets there, Shmi Skywalker is already a part of the Lars family, but Sabe is able to help many others, including Kitster and Wald. They travel to a colony made up of freed slaves on the planet Gabrador 3 and live there for decades. 3 years after the destruction of the first Death Star, the planet was visited by Darth Vader and Sabe, who had learned the Sith Lord's true identity and hoped to reconnect him with his past. It didn't really work, but Vader did wind up saving the colony by attacking an Imperial governor who was intent on destroying the planet.
The chair has not recognized a senator from the Trade Federation at this time.
What exactly was the Trade Federation from the Star Wars prequels, and why did they have representation in the Senate? It was known as a megacorporation, a collection of corporations that banded together around 350 years before the events of the Phantom Menace. They grew so powerful that eventually they had representation within the Galactic Senate, fighting for the rights of their companies rather than their workers. Basically like if Amazon or Walmart had a seat in the United States Senate, which, isn't too far off from reality. Their origins in Star Wars can be traced all the way back to George Lucas's drafts for the first film, the crawls of which reference ruthless trader barons driven by greed and the lust for power. Alan Dean Foster's novelization for A New Hope also states that the Emperor rose to power thanks to help from the massive organs of commerce. So George Lucas saw danger in the growing connection between corporations and government decades before he finally got to put his Star Wars version of it on screen in 1999. What's the deal with the extraterrestrials in the Galactic Senate? I mean, there are a lot of aliens in the Senate, but I'm specifically talking about the ones from the movie E.T. After Queen Amidala calls for a vote of no confidence, we can see 3 aliens that look exactly like E.T. from Steven Spielberg's classic movie. In-universe, they are called Asogians. We don't know a ton about them, but their senator's name was apparently Grebleeps, which is Spielberg spelled backwards. He was said to be a friend to the Jedi and a political enemy of Palpatine's during the Clone Wars, because he was quickly arrested for treason after the creation of the Galactic Empire. The Asogians were put into the Phantom Menace to fulfill a promise Lucas made to his friend Spielberg after a Yoda Halloween costume and several Star Wars toys were included in the movie E.T. Lucas said he would give E.T. a cameo in his next Star Wars movie. It was probably too late to make it happen for Return of the Jedi, and so Asogians were put into Episode 1.
I move for a vote of no confidence.
What happened to Chancellor Valorum after the vote of no confidence? Finis Valorum only had one more canon appearance after the events of the Phantom Menace. In the Clone Wars episode The Lost One, the Jedi stumble across the lightsaber of Jedi Master Sifo Dyas, who went missing during Valorum's time in office. They discovered Sifo Dyas was sent on a mission to the planet Obadiah by the Chancellor's office. Yoda visited Valorum and asked about the details of the mission, which in turn helped the Jedi learn more about Sifo Dyas' disappearance, the creation of the Clone Army, and the 2 Sith Lords that were behind the entire plot.
No, he will not be trained.
Why did the Jedi Council think Anakin was too old to train? They could see that he was clearly attached to his mother, because of course he was, and they were afraid those tendencies would keep him from fully adhering to the Jedi Code. They turned out to be right about that. I think we've seen that it's not impossible for older students to become Jedi. We've seen it happen with Luke and Leia and Ezra, but at this point, the Jedi Council seems to have a one-size-fits-all institutionalized form of training. They didn't seem super willing to give Anakin, the Chosen One Skywalker, special attention to help him him deal with his fears and feelings. The book Master and Apprentice by Claudia Gray tells us about Dooku's first Padawan, Rael Averross, who was 5 when he was taken into the Jedi Order, and he had a difficult time holding to the Jedi Code. He continued to be a nonconformist Jedi Knight to the point where he was sent on assignments that would keep him far away from the Jedi Temple. The Council probably thought 5 years was already too old because of Averross, and then when a 9-year-old walked through their doors, their first reaction was to say, absolutely not.
Obi-Wan is ready.
I am ready to face the trials.
What were the Jedi Trials? Traditionally, it was a series of tests undergone by Padawans to become Jedi Knights. The Trial of Skill was a display of control over the Force and their lightsaber. The Trial of Courage was about facing their fears. The Trial of the Flesh was about sacrifice and commitment to the light side. The Trial of the Spirit was about overcoming personal shortcomings and weaknesses. And the Trial of Insight was about recognizing and resisting lies or illusions. But the trials could be custom made by a Padawan's master, or if a Padawan underwent a great trial on their own, the Council could choose to promote them to the rank of Jedi Knight. For example, Obi-Wan's defeat of Darth Maul served as his trial, or sometimes the trials were dropped altogether if the Council saw fit. After the start of the Clone Wars, Anakin Skywalker and several other Padawans were quickly knighted to make up for the losses seen at the Battle of Geonosis.
I have one battleship on my scope.
What happened to the Trade Federation blockade? Why was there only one ship around Naboo when Queen Amidala and the Jedi returned to the planet? There is not an official answer for this, so I'm gonna have to speculate. The blockade was just part of a ruse that was always going to lead to invasion. It's possible that once the actual invasion began, there was no need for a full blockade outside of a droid control ship, so the Trade Federation may have overconfidently sent their resources elsewhere. But there are some sources like the novel Queen's Peril or a picture in the reference book Battles That Changed the Galaxy that suggests the full blockade was still in place and we just didn't see it in the movie for some reason. But the text of Battles That Changed the Galaxy support the idea that the blockade had been lifted and only the droid control ship remained. So we have contradicting details here, but I think it makes the most sense that the blockade had been withdrawn.
I am Queen Amidala.
Who knew Padme was the Queen in The Phantom Menace? The books Queen's Peril and Queen's Shadow by E.K. Johnston dive into the story of the Handmaidens and reveal that Panaka had plans to provide a decoy for the Queen before she was even elected. He sought out lookalikes for each candidate, and after Amidala won the election, Sabe was recruited. So all the Handmaidens and Panaka and some people close to them knew the truth, although the Handmaidens followed Padme's lead over their head of security, much to his annoyance. Their ruse fooled just about everyone in The Phantom Menace, although Padme strongly suspected that Qui-Gon Jinn saw through the charade the entire time. What is the point of all the laser gates on Naboo in the Duel of the Fates between Obi-Wan Kenobi, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Darth Maul? That facility attached to Theed's Royal Hangar Bay was a plasma refinery that powered the planet's entire capital city. Laser gates were often used as security systems, but the gates on Theed were meant to hold back dangerous amounts of power outputs from the core of the city's primary power generator. The 6 gates represented a Naboo legend that stated that there were 6 gates that held back chaos or the void. Basically, they represented the gates to the Star Wars version of hell. They required a ton of energy to remain powered, and to keep up, the generators had to cycle off and on about every 5 minutes, leaving about a 10-second gap where they were inactive. Why didn't Obi-Wan use force speed to get through the laser gates and save Qui-Gon? The book Brotherhood by Mike Chen has an explanation. As Obi-Wan attempts to escape some attackers, he considers using the force to speed up, but instead runs at a normal speed, quote, attentive to the way the exertion of the force's physical gifts might affect anything from strength to coordination. The way the force surrounded him as he moved informed his decisions and calculations. An extra burst down the long hall was feasible, but doing so might briefly drain him. To apply this to the Phantom Menace, Obi-Wan could have sped down that hallway, but it may have exhausted him, making him useless in combat against a Sith Lord. Outside of this written explanation, I personally don't think Force abilities can be turned on and off like a switch. Using the Force, especially the light side, is about staying calm and balanced. Fighting the first Sith Lord a Jedi has seen in 1,000 years would not put a Padawan in a calm headspace. I think it's perfectly reasonable Obi-Wan may have tried and failed to access the full extent of his speed through the Force. How did Darth Maul survive being cut in half? Because the Sith have a real problem letting go of life. Jedi have the potential to let go, become one with the Force, and live on within the cosmic Force. That's what being a Force ghost is. It's about surrendering to something bigger than yourself. But the Sith don't want to surrender to anything. They want to conquer. They know they have no potential for life after death, and so they cling to power and life. That's why Palpatine is so concerned with achieving immortality through the Force, or why some Sith, like Darth Momin, will wind up embedding their spirit into objects like his helmet. It's a sad, limited life, but it's something. In Maul's case, his rage and desire for revenge against Obi-Wan Kenobi strengthened his connection to the dark side of the Force. It sustained him, but also drove him completely insane, and he needed the help of the Night Sister Mother Talzin to return to any semblance of his former self. What happened to Darth Maul's ship after his supposed death? The scimitar transported Maul to Naboo, and it was left there after his defeat. It was taken to Kuat Drive Yards for study, but as the newly appointed Chancellor of the Galactic Senate, Palpatine was able to regain control of it. He used it near the end of the Clone Wars to travel to Dathomir with General Grievous, where they fought the Night Sister Mother Talzin. During the reign of the Empire, Sidious continued to use the scimitar for special missions. In the Lando comic, he gives it to the bounty hunter Chaneth Cha to reclaim his personal yacht, which had been stolen by Lando Calrissian. That's the last time we've seen Maul's former ship in canon.
It's too late.
Why does Qui-Gon Jinn die of a stab wound when several other characters have survived the exact same injury? We've recently seen Sabine Wren, the Grand Inquisitor, and Reva get stabbed by lightsabers and be just fine. So what gives? I would argue that Qui-Gon was stabbed far more fatally right in the middle of his abdomen, and then he lay there dying while Obi-Wan was just hanging out. Sabine likely received medical attention right after her injury. Meanwhile, the Grand Inquisitor and Reva both used the dark side and their desire for revenge to cling to life, like a less drastic version of Darth Maul surviving being cut in half. Why didn't Qui-Gon's body disappear when he died? That only happened to Jedi who had learned to fully give themselves to the light side of the Force. We see it happen for Obi-Wan Kenobi, Yoda, Luke Skywalker, Leia Organa, and Ben Solo. It required special training, and in the Clone Wars we learned that Qui-Gon had undergone some of it, but not all of it. He learned enough to keep his identity in the Force, and as part of the Cosmic Force he was able to continue his journey until he was able to manifest as a voice and eventually a Force ghost. But at the time of the Phantom Menace he didn't yet know how to give himself over to the Force so that his body would disappear. What happened to the lightsabers and kyber crystals of fallen Jedi? It sounds like it was handled on a case-by-case basis. The novel Cataclysm, set in the High Republic era, sees the unfortunate deaths of several Jedi. The lightsabers of the fallen were burned along with their bodies, but one Padawan was given permission to take up and use the lightsaber of their fallen master. Even though the lightsabers remained with the Jedi, their kyber crystals did not. The hearts of their sabers were removed and placed in a memorial called the Kyber Arch, which was built out of the crystals of countless Jedi who had perished in battle over the course of generations. After the fall of the Jedi Order, we saw the Empire destroy many lightsabers in a public display, and the Imperial Inquisitors kept the weapons as trophies in the Fortress Inquisitorius.
What will happen to me now?
What happened to a Padawan whose master died before completing their training? In Obi-Wan Kenobi's case, Qui-Gon's death was irrelevant to his status as a Jedi. Defeating Darth Maul in combat was seen as Kenobi's Jedi trial, and the Council decided to elevate him to the rank of Jedi Knight. But Anakin was also kind of Qui-Gon's Padawan, even if it was unofficial, and we see the answer to the question play out in the movie. If a Padawan's master died before their training was complete, they were simply assigned a new master. Anakin becomes Obi-Wan's official Padawan once the Council approves. We've also seen this exact situation play out in the High Republic era. Reath Silas's master dies in a Nihil attack, and he becomes the apprentice of the Jedi scholar Comac Vitus.
I think you can kiss your trade franchise goodbye.
What happened to Captain Panaka after the Phantom Menace? The invasion of Naboo made him more paranoid and militaristic, which unfortunately strained his relationship with Queen Amidala. Still, he served as her bodyguard until she became a senator. At the start of the Clone Wars, he was the head of security for Queen Jamilia. He maintained a good connection with Chancellor Palpatine since he was also from Naboo. When the Galactic Republic became the Galactic Empire, Palpatine promoted Panaka to become the Moff of Naboo's sector. 16 years later, he happened to meet Princess Leia Organa of Alderaan, who visited him at his vacation home on one of Naboo's moons. Panaka was able to deduce that she was the true daughter of Amidala, but before he could inform the Emperor, he was killed in a terrorist attack by Saw Gerrera. What happened to the handmaidens after the Phantom Menace? Irte moved to Otogungo, where she worked as an artist and engineer. Rabe studied music at an academy in Theed. Sache was tortured and scarred by the Trade Federation during the invasion of Naboo. Her refusal to give up the names of the Resistance made her a hero. She ran for a seat in the planetary government when Amidala's 2 terms as queen came to an end, and she won. She married her girlfriend Yane, who devoted her time to fostering orphans on Naboo. Sabe traveled to Tatooine to help free slaves, and she saved many lives. After the rise of the Galactic Empire, Sabe began investigating Padme's sudden death. 2 decades later, an entire movement had been born out of that investigation. A group called the Amidalans that included all of the handmaidens and the pilot from the Phantom Menace, Rick Ollier, sought revenge against Darth Vader, who they believed was responsible for Padme's death. They confronted Vader shortly after the events of The Empire Strikes Back. Ollier and many others were killed, but Vader spared the handmaidens. Why was Qui-Gon Jinn cremated on Naboo? Cremation was normal for fallen Jedi. The Clone Wars, Tales of the Jedi, and other stories have shown us Jedi funerals. Normally, the ceremony would be held on Coruscant at the Jedi Temple, but Qui-Gon Jinn died defending Naboo and had earned the respect of Queen Amidala, so she requested he be honored on her homeworld where the people of Naboo could pay their respects. After the service, a shrine was built to keep his memory alive, and every year on the anniversary of the Battle of Naboo, Padme and other citizens of the planet lit candles and incense to remember those that gave their lives to defend their home.
Always 2 there are.
How did Yoda know about the Rule of Two if it was created in secret after the Sith Order's supposed destruction? I think we could interpret that line as Yoda simply knowing that the Sith tended to operate as a master and apprentice together. Even when they numbered in the thousands, Sith masters often had apprentices that worked to overtake them. So Yoda might not necessarily know of the capitalized official Rule of Two established by Darth Bane, meaning that there would only ever be 2 Sith. Instead, he might be telling Mace they can't just assume Maul was working alone. But if we hop over to Star Wars Legends, role-playing and reference materials tell the story of Kib Jeen, a Padawan who fell to the dark side and eventually discovered 2 Sith still existed in the form of the Rule of Two. The Jedi fought and killed Jeen about 150 years before the Phantom Menace, and he used his dying words to say that there were always 2 Sith, no more, no less. That's the best answer we have right now, but it's very possible we could get something more definitive in the new series, The Acolyte. Was Jar Jar Binks a secret Sith Lord? No. This question comes from an admittedly very well thought out fan theory by Reddit user Lumpawaru, who points at Jar Jar's acrobatics, his incredible luck, the fact that he has yellow eyes, and more, basically saying that Jar Jar was clearly meant for a larger role in the prequels, and that he would have been Palpatine's next apprentice instead of Dooku. I do think the theory is a fun read, and it's better put together than 99% of Star Wars theories I've ever seen. I absolutely think Jar Jar Binks was meant to have a larger role in Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. Actor Ahmed Best has said as much, but I don't believe he would have wound up being a full-on Sith villain. Now let's move on to Attack of the Clones. Why was Captain Panaka replaced with Captain Typho? In-universe, Panaka stayed on Naboo and continued to work as the head of security for Queen Jamilia, even though he doesn't appear in Padme's scene with the current queen. He could have continued working as Amidala's bodyguard after she became a senator, but their relationship had become strained after the events of the Phantom Menace, which had driven him towards a more militaristic philosophy when it came to his planet's defenses. Gregor Typho was Panaka's nephew who lost his eye during the Battle of Naboo. He became Padme's bodyguard to replace his uncle. Behind the scenes, Hugh Corshi was offered the chance to reprise his role as Panaka in Episode 2, but he refused to accept unless he could see and read the film's full script. The request was denied, and the character of Panaka was replaced with Typho.
I will not let this republic that has stood for 1,000 years be split in 2.
Has the Republic stood for 1,000 years or 1,000 generations? In A New Hope, Obi-Wan claims the Jedi were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic for 1,000 generations, but Chancellor Palpatine says the Republic has stood for 1,000 years. The Old Republic was a planetary alliance that began 20,000 years or so before the events of Attack of the Clones, which, is about 1,000 generations. The Jedi Order defended light and life and sided with the Old Republic during the Sith Wars, which ended 1,000 years before the movies. At that point, the Old Republic underwent like a governmental reboot, becoming a more official galactic republic. So both statements are true, from a certain point of view. What was the Loyalist Committee in Attack of the Clones? It was a group of politicians gathered together by Chancellor Palpatine to advise him during the Separatist crisis and help encourage loyalty to the Republic. Padme Amidala, Bail Organa, and Mon Mothma were all notable members of the group. Ironically, the group that Palpatine assembled to ensure loyalty grew suspicious of him as the Clone Wars went on and they watched him amass more and more power. Near the end of the Clone Wars, many of the Loyalist Committee joined a new group called the Delegation of 2000, which sought to end Palpatine's emergency powers.
Be careful, they're very poisonous.
What were Cohoons? They were arthropod creatures from the swamp planet Endaumoto. They had 56 legs and a stinger that could deliver a highly fatal venom that would cause death within minutes. Their victims would experience symptoms similar to a heart attack that would appear like natural causes in a murder investigation. In the wild, Cohoons would devour their prey by releasing a chemical in their saliva that would turn flesh into an easy-to-digest liquid. Outside of Attack of the Clones, they were seen again in the Bad Batch, once more used as a method of attempted assassination. Who is Ahmed Best's human cameo character in Attack of the Clones? His name was Ahmed Beck, a known criminal associate of Daniel Faytoni, Anthony Daniels' cameo character, who is also seen in the Outlander Club. According to legend stories, both of them were incarcerated on Coruscant, but escaped by hiding themselves in laundry. They acquired Republic Judicial Forces uniforms and were attempting to con patrons at the club when Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker entered seeking Zam Wesell. According to an interview with Ahmed Best, Ahmed Beck is related to his Jedi character Kelleran Beck, who appeared in Jedi Temple Challenge and The Mandalorian Season 3.
You wanna buy some death sticks?
What are death sticks? They're pretty much what you'd expect, addictive drugs contained in the form of thin glowing tubes. They were created from a distilled substance found in certain mushrooms on the planet Balasar, which is where Elon Sleaze Bogano was from. Legend sources describe death sticks as mildly hallucinogenic, producing euphoria and visions of the real world displayed in bright colors. Each dose significantly shortened a user's lifespan, hence the name.
You want to go home and rethink your life?
I want to go home and rethink my life.
Did Elon Sleaze Bogano go home and rethink his life? Yes, he did. Canon reference materials say he began pursuing a more honest life, and in the comic Star Wars Adventures number 25, we can see him in the background of a scene with a young girl looking much happier. In Star Wars Legends, he was seen shortly after the Clone Wars on Coruscant handing out pamphlets hoping to turn others away from drug use. So it would appear that Obi-Wan Kenobi's mind trick worked, and it should be noted that mind tricks are more powerful if they suggest a desire that the trickee already held themselves, so we can assume that Elon wanted to change and simply needed the tiniest nudge.
Who hired you? Tell us.
Why was Jango Fett's assassination plan so convoluted? Why did he hire another bounty hunter to send a droid to send poisonous millipedes to kill Padme? It is over the top, but I imagine all those degrees of separation were meant to protect Jango's identity and ultimately the identity of Darth Sidious himself. Also, this is Palpatine we're talking about. Every move he makes has multiple possible outcomes, and he's prepared for each of them. If Padme were to die in the assassination attempts, then he would have less opposition in the Senate for the Military Creation Act. If she survived instead, then it's time to push Anakin Skywalker back into her life and see what happens there. Not to mention, all this danger surrounding a senator from his homeworld continues to generate sympathy for him, just like the blockade of Naboo in The Phantom Menace. I don't think the successful assassination of Padme was a priority for anyone except for Newt Gunray.
Track down this bounty hunter, you must.
What happened to Jedi Master Yaddle in between The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones? She is conspicuously missing from the Jedi Council scenes in Episode 2. The animated series Tales of the Jedi finally answered that question 20 years after Attack of the Clones was released. In the wake of the Battle of Naboo and Qui-Gon Jinn's death, Yaddle began to see the failings of the Jedi Order and the Republic and stepped down from her role in the Jedi Council. She grew suspicious of Dooku when he announced he would not be attending his former Padawan's funeral, and so followed him to a meeting where he confronted Darth Sidious, blaming him for Qui-Gon's death. Yaddle attempted to turn Dooku against the Sith Lord, but instead he attacked and killed her in a lightsaber duel. With her death, he became Darth Tyrannus, the new apprentice of Sidious.
I haven't worked for a year to defeat the Military Creation Act, to not be here when its fate is decided.
Did the Galactic Republic really not have an army? Dipping into legend sources, they did during the Sith Wars, but when the Sith were eventually defeated and thought to be extinct, the Republic demilitarized for the next 1,000 years. In the Army's place, the Republic used smaller groups like the Defense Coalition during the High Republic era or Judicial Forces during the Fall of the Jedi era. Both groups were much smaller than a dedicated military, more suited for planetary conflicts rather than galactic ones. The crew that escorted Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn to Naboo at the start of the Phantom Menace were part of the Judicial Forces. The Separatist crisis would have been far too large a threat for Judicials to handle, so the Military Creation Act became an important issue in the Galactic Senate.
You want a cup of Jawa juice?
What was Jawa juice? The drink was actually called Ardes. It was created on Tatooine, made up of bantha hides and fermented grains. It was considered to be alcoholic, so I guess Obi-Wan was getting started early in the day, but it's 5 o'clock somewhere in the galaxy. Also, it sounds like it was lightly alcoholic, because we see it described a little more in the novel Freefall. There we see a 16-year-old Poe Dameron attempt to order a drink at a cantina. Hoping to avoid an unruly teenager, the bartender gives him a glass of Jawa juice, saying the worst it'll do is make Poe want to dance.
Oh, buddy!
How did Obi-Wan Kenobi meet Dexter Jettster? The novel Padawan tells us the story. Dex was part of a mining crew that traveled to the mysterious planet Lenara, which held a resource that was able to increase a being's strength and speed once ingested. There they discovered the Jedi Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi and several younglings who had been stranded on the planet. When it became clear the leader of the mining crew, Logrib, planned on killing the Padawan to keep the planet secret from the Jedi and strand the children again once their job was done, Dex rallied the rest of the crew in joining Obi-Wan Kenobi in the fight to save the younglings and defeat Logrib. Jettster also helped relocate all of the younglings with their families, and from that encounter, a beautiful friendship was born.
Are you having a problem, Master Kenobi?
Who were the Lost 20 in the Jedi Order? The Lost 20 were all Jedi Masters who left the Jedi Order throughout its history. According to the audio drama Dooku Jedi Lost, they had become disillusioned with Jedi principles. Some became leaders or teachers, most simply faded into obscurity, and at least 2 became Sith Lords. Dooku, of course, became Darth Tyrannus, and a Jedi named Radaki became the ancient Sith Lord Darth Krall, thousands of years before the events of the prequel films. The group was more accurately referred to as the Lost, but by the time of Attack of the Clones, 20 Jedi Masters had chosen to leave the Order and were represented by statues kept in the Jedi archives to remember how the Order had failed them. People often ask if characters like Anakin Skywalker or Ahsoka Tano became members of the Lost, but it's an important distinction to remember that only Jedi Masters joined that group. Many Jedi Padawans or Knights left the Order, but were not classified as part of the Lost.
My information, it should appear in this quadrant here, just south of the Rishi Maze.
What was the Rishi Maze? It was a small galaxy located outside of the main galaxy far, far away that was home to the Republic. Its more official name was Companion Arek, but its nickname came from the planet Rishi, which was located in the Outer Rim territories. That world was home to Rishi Station, seen as a defense point for the nearby Kamino and its cloning facilities. We don't know much more about that galaxy, but its mere existence paved the way for storytelling in the Ahsoka series. Ezra Bridger and Grand Admiral Thrawn are discovered to be stranded in a completely different galaxy, and the Rishi Maze was used as precedent for the existence of nearby galaxies.
Use your feelings, you must.
Are these younglings all using real lightsabers to train blindfolded? Isn't that insanely dangerous? Not to worry, they're just training lightsabers. Before they went on their gathering to Ilum to collect their personal kyber crystals, Jedi younglings trained with wooden swords or lower-powered lightsabers that wouldn't cause any lasting damage. Young Jedi Adventures shows that younglings would take their training sabers on missions and could even use them in low-stakes combat. Eventually, every youngling would go through the ritual of building their own real lightsaber, but even then they had the option of adding a low-power, non-lethal training mode for sparring sessions as seen in Star Wars Rebels.
Who could empty information from the archives? That's impossible, isn't it?
Who deleted Kamino from the Jedi archives? The easiest guess was always Count Dooku, and that's also the answer. The animated series Tales of the Jedi even shows him doing it. Dooku left the Order about 20 years before the events of Attack of the Clones, or 10 years before the Phantom Menace, but he had a friendly relationship with the Jedi and was allowed to keep his lightsaber and visit the Jedi Temple. After becoming an ally of Darth Sidious and taking control of the clone army on Kamino, Dooku used his access to infiltrate the Jedi archives and delete the planet from their records during the events of Episode 1.
200,000 units are ready, with 1 million more well on the way.
How did the Kaminoans become such good cloners? It was out of necessity. According to legend sources, Kamino suffered a great flood that nearly destroyed the Kaminoan people. They developed cloning technology to survive. When their society was stable again, they continued their experiments and even spread to other planets, establishing cloning facilities on worlds like Boravio. Although they were highly selective of the clients and cloning jobs they accepted, their reputation grew until Sifo-Dyas learned of their existence and placed the order for the eventual clone army.
Master Sifo-Dyas was killed almost 10 years ago.
What's the deal with Sifo-Dyas? The original plan for the story was for the name to be a clear pseudonym for Sidious, pronounced Sido-Dyas, but a typo in the script altered his name to Sifo. One thing led to another and a new character was created. George Lucas initially planned to unravel the mystery in Revenge of the Sith, but the plotline was cut and finally revealed in the 6th season of the Clone Wars. Sifo-Dyas was a Jedi Master who had visions of the future that weren't always looked at favorably by the Jedi Council. As a member of the Jedi Council, he warned his peers of a coming galactic conflict. Shortly before the time of the Phantom Menace, he was dismissed from the Council as a warmonger. He took it upon himself to order the clone army from Kamino, which caught the attention of Darth Sidious. Having already begun working with Count Dooku, the two arranged for Sifo-Dyas' death at the hands of the Pike Syndicate. His whereabouts were unknown until the final days of the Clone Wars, when Plo Koon discovered the lightsaber of the missing Jedi Master.
Magnificent, aren't they?
Was Obi-Wan meant to find the clone army on Kamino? Was that part of Palpatine's plan? I think this is open for debate, and I see arguments for both answers. I would argue that he was not meant to find the clones, but that it wasn't a problem that he did. The Essential Guide to Warfare states that Obi-Wan Kenobi eventually discovered what was happening, but Sidious was untroubled. Dooku and Sidious went to great lengths to keep Kamino and the clone army a secret, and it would have been impossible to guess that a diner owner would have led Obi-Wan Kenobi there. But at this point in the clone army's development, the plan was too far along, and Sidious is always ready to adapt to new situations. So deep into the Separatist crisis, the Jedi and the Republic were willing to take the bait of a convenient, if not highly suspicious army at the ready. Now, if the Jedi had found Kamino 5 years earlier or something, then it might have been a problem. I also think Kenobi finding the clones on accident worked out in Palpatine's favor. I'm sure he had a plan to reveal their existence to the galaxy on his own, but having the Jedi do it makes the Chancellor seem even more like an innocent bystander. Who paid for the clone army? In short, it was the Sith. In Legends, the novel Darth Plagueis shows Plagueis manipulating Sifo-Dyas into placing the Order with his own funds under his public persona as a high-ranking member of the banking clan. I think something similar likely happened in canon. Dooku left the Jedi Order well before the clone army was ordered. When he reclaimed his position as Count of Sereno, he became one of the richest men in the galaxy. Maybe he convinced Sifo-Dyas to place the Order and even gave him the money for a down payment. Then Sifo-Dyas was killed, allowing Dooku and Sidious to take control of the project. The book, The Essential Guide to Warfare, says the clone army was then funded at least in part by Palpatine funneling billions of Republic credits through a maze of intermediaries to the Kaminoans.
They'll do their job well. I'll guarantee that.
Did Jango Fett know about Order 66? In Star Wars Legends, he definitely knew the true purpose of the clone army was to destroy the Jedi. After being hired for the job, Dooku straight up tells him, "Your clones will be the most formidable soldiers the galaxy has ever known. In time, they will be instrumental in the destruction of the Jedi." Jango held a grudge against the Jedi and wanted to wipe them out. In canon, we don't have such a definitive answer. Jango does give Obi-Wan Kenobi a smug look when he guarantees the Jedi his clones will do their job well, but the Age of Republic comics show us an alternate version of how he was hired by Darth Tyrannus. No mention is made of destroying the Jedi, but Dooku does applaud Jango's discretion, so it's possible he knew the clones would be used to destroy the Jedi Order. Personally, I don't think Sidious would tell a mercenary that detail unless he absolutely had to, but right now, I think the canon answer to this is up for debate. How about the Kaminoans? Did they know about Order 66? They definitely knew. In the Clone Wars Season 6, a clone named Tup has a malfunctioning inhibitor chip and executes Order 66 early, killing a Jedi in the middle of a battle. A Kaminoan scientist named Nala Se informs Prime Minister Lama Su of a preemptive execution of Clone Protocol 66, prompting him to reach out to Lord Tyrannus, whom he calls by name. But they seem to be under the impression Tyrannus himself is a Jedi, and that Order 66 was a safeguard against rogue Jedi. So they may not have known that the clone army was intended to one day wipe out all of the Jedi, even if they knew of its existence. But I also don't think they cared. They only seem to care about doing their jobs well and getting paid. Is Jango Fett's armor made of Beskar? Yes, we should assume that it is, even though you can see it bend and fold in some scenes. Mandalorian iron was first mentioned back in 1994, but Beskar was far from prominent to Star Wars fans in 2002, not the way it is now thanks to The Mandalorian. So in Attack of the Clones, Jango Fett's costume wasn't designed for consistency as much as it probably was made for convenience and comfort. There were some deleted shots showing Jango deflecting Mace Windu's lightsaber with his gauntlets, but Legend sources used to say his armor was made of Durasteel. More currently, we can say that Jango's armor was made of a Beskar alloy. In The Mandalorian, Boba Fett reclaims his Beskar armor from Din Djarin and says it once belonged to his father. I would assume he is wearing the same repainted set of Beskar. What happened to Kamino after the Clone Wars? The Bad Batch animated series tells us that story. The Empire discontinued their cloning contracts with the Kaminoans and refused to repay their debts, claiming that their original deal was with the Republic. Clone troopers were replaced with TK troopers and eventually stormtroopers. The cloners were no longer needed and were an unnecessary loose end, so the Empire destroyed the cities and cloning facilities of Kamino. But some Kaminoans were spared and forced to continue secretive cloning research for the Empire, like Project Necromancer, working to find a way to effectively clone a suitable vessel for Palpatine's spirit in the event of his death. We see in The Rise of Skywalker that those experiments never fully succeeded. What happened to Watto after Attack of the Clones? We don't know much in canon except for the fact that he sold Obi-Wan Kenobi a humidifier for his hut when the Jedi in hiding moved to Tatooine, so I assume Watto stayed on the desert planet for the remainder of his life. If we jump over to Legends content, specifically the Star Wars Galaxy's MMO, that seems to be exactly what he did. He kept a junk shop on Tatooine at least up until the Battle of Endor. According to the book Tatooine Ghost, Anakin's childhood friend Wald eventually took over Watto's shop and renamed it Wald's Parts. But we know that's not true in canon because Wald and Kitster both left Tatooine after being liberated from slavery.
Klieg Lars. Shmi is my wife.
When did Shmi Skywalker meet the Lars family? We don't know exactly when, but it was less than 4 years after the events of the Phantom Menace. Beru Whitesun was part of a network that helped free slaves on her homeworld. She hired Shmi to repair a broken device and realized the woman's skills would be a great asset. Klieg Lars hired her from Watto on numerous occasions, pretending to have her work on his moisture evaporators, but instead they planned for her freedom, and they fell in love. Eventually, they were able to manipulate Watto into a wager that Klieg won, similar to how Qui-Gon arranged for Anakin's freedom. Shmi married Klieg and traveled to the Lars family home where she and Beru developed a device to find and remove the chip that slavers placed inside her body, fulfilling a dream that her son once had. Why does Duel of the Fates play while Anakin searches for Shmi Skywalker? In the Gallery Making Of series for The Mandalorian Season 1, Dave Filoni explains the meaning behind the Duel of the Fates in The Phantom Menace. It's called that because it is literally a duel for Anakin's fate. If Qui-Gon Jinn survived, he would have been the Jedi Master and father figure Anakin needed, but he doesn't, so the boy is trained by Obi-Wan Kenobi, who at one point in the movie jokingly refers to Anakin as another pathetic life form. That duel represents a dramatic turning point in the story of Anakin Skywalker. Attack of the Clones gives us another important shift in the race to save Shmi Skywalker. If Anakin were able to reach her in time, maybe that would have stopped him from traveling down a dark path, believing he should be powerful enough to stop people from dying. Maybe he wouldn't have had such intense fears surrounding the possible loss of Padme. Anakin's destiny once again hangs in the balance during this scene, and so Duel of the Fates plays once again. In the documentary The Beginning about the making of The Phantom Menace, George Lucas talks about planning to reprise the song in the other prequel films because of how well it represents the inevitable nature of fate.
Our friends from the Trade Federation have pledged their support.
What was the Separatist movement about? While they're often treated as the baddies of the Clone Wars, the Confederacy of Independent Systems was a legitimate political movement with very real criticisms of the Galactic Republic. Tales of the Jedi shows Dooku experienced two different systems who were taken advantage of by their senators. The Phantom Menace and the blockade of Naboo also showed how ineffective the government had become. Rich core worlds received preference over the struggling Outer Rim, who gave taxes and support to a republic that offered little in return. The separatist planets wanted independence. They were joined by several corporations like the Trade Federation, Techno Union, and so on, who would profit from the war and could maybe get some tax breaks from the republic in the end if they had more bargaining power. Dooku and Darth Sidious took advantage of the greed of the megacorporations and the legitimate grievances of the people to engineer a war that would result in the destruction of the Jedi and the Republic and leave them in charge. Separatists absolutely committed atrocities during the Clone Wars, but as the crawl for Revenge of the Sith states, there were heroes and villains on both sides. What did the Tusken Raiders do to Shmi Skywalker? They tortured and starved her. The novelization for Attack of the Clones says every day they came in and tortured her a bit more, prodding her with sharp spears or beating her with the blunt shafts and short whips. It was more than a desire to inflict pain, Shmi realized, though she didn't speak their croaking language. This was the Tusken way of measuring their enemies, and from the nods and tones of their voices, she realized that her resilience had impressed them. So that's what she experienced every single day for a month.
I killed them.
Why isn't Padme more bothered by Anakin's admission to slaughtering the Tusken Raiders? The book Skywalker, A Family at War says it's easier to excuse misdeeds perpetrated by the ones we love. Troubled as she was by the massacre of the Tusken Raiders, she could see that this act did not define Anakin's character, but was the result of immense grief and justifiable anger, a serious but momentary lapse in judgment. I think Padme was bothered by Anakin's actions, but love can blind people to a person's faults. She also sees that Anakin isn't admitting his crime with pride, he is disgusted with himself. And Padme doesn't know much about the Tuskens. All she's been told by Klieg, Lars, and Anakin is that they're vicious animals, so she might be taking that at face value. I don't think she's the kind of person to paint with that broad a brush, but that might be what she told herself to excuse what Anakin did.
Goodbye, my darling wife.
Who do the other graves belong to on the Lars homestead? We don't know for sure, but we can make a decent guess. Klieg, Lars's parents, Lef and Greta, started the moisture farm we see in the movie. They also had another son, Klieg's younger brother named Eddern. He died when he was young, and Lef and Greta passed away shortly after. A mourning Klieg left Tatooine and traveled the galaxy for a time, where he met Owen's mother, Ica. She also passed away when Owen was very young, prompting Klieg's return to his family farm. Since Ica died off-world, I'll guess that the smaller grave is for Eddern, and maybe the larger headstone marks the grave of both Lef and Greta.
I'm not worried, R2. It's just I've never flown before.
Does Anakin steal C-3PO from the Lars family? No, C-3PO was his droid, given to his mother. I'm sure that in the wake of Shmi's death, Klieg and Owen Lars would have been willing to give the droid back to his creator. Considering how Owen treats 3PO in A New Hope, I wouldn't be surprised if he insisted Anakin take the droid. There was also a sequence shot for the movie where Padme would have been the one to actually finish 3PO with his coverings, which the Lars family hadn't bothered to do in a decade. That was cut for time, and 3PO's part was reshot, so he had the coverings for the entirety of the film, but my point is, I don't think 3PO was a huge priority for the Lars homestead. By the way, if you want to know why Owen doesn't remember 3PO in A New Hope, check out my FAQ for that movie.
If only Senator Amidala were here.
Did Mas Amedda know Chancellor Palpatine was Darth Sidious? Yes, he did. We don't know exactly when he was told, but the Darth Vader comics and several other stories have shown that he and Sly Moore both knew the full nature of the leader of the Empire and were aiding him throughout the Clone Wars. Mas Amedda's manipulation of Jar Jar Binks in Attack of the Clones was intentional. During the time of the Empire, he and Sly Moore competed with and undermined one another and even Darth Vader in hopes of grasping more power and favor with the Emperor. In truth, Amedda was largely kept around because he, too, was easily manipulated.
I thought you were the leader here, Dooku.
What is Dooku's full name? A lot of people think Dooku is the character's last name, but it's actually closer to his first. According to the audio drama Dooku Jedi Lost, thousands of years before Dooku's birth, his homeworld of Sereno went by a different name. It fell under the control of the Sith Empire until 8 of the planet's greatest families rallied against their invaders. Under the leadership of House Sereno, they defeated the Sith without any help from the Jedi Order. To honor the heroes, the planet was renamed to Sereno, and House Sereno became its rulers. Dooku was part of that lineage, so his full name would technically be Dooku Sereno. What happened to R2-D2's leg rockets? Why doesn't he use them at all in the original or sequel trilogies? The canon junior novelization for Return of the Jedi called Beware the Power of the Dark Side has the answer. When R2 has to simply roll off the side of Jabba's sail barge, he remembers a time when he could have fired his rocket thrusters and abandoned ship gracefully, but they haven't worked in ages and his warranty is long expired. This works well with the Legends answer to this question. R2's rocket boosters were created by Brooks Propulsion Devices, named after Billy Brooks, the CGI artist that animated the droid's flying scenes in Attack of the Clones. The Empire shut the company down after the Clone Wars, so when R2-D2's boosters eventually ran out of fuel or broke, there would have been no way to repair or refill them, and so we never saw them in use again. What are the 3 arena beasts in the Geonosis arena? The rhino-like creature is called a reek. From the planet Elysia, they were normally herbivores with yellow, gray, or brown skin. But if they were fed meat like the one on Geonosis, they would become more aggressive and their skin would shift to a deep red. The giant insect-like creature is an aclay. Found on the planet Vindaxa, they were amphibious crustaceans that mostly lived in the water, but would emerge to land to hunt for food. Finally, the Nexu was the large cat-like animal. They were native to the planet Cholgana, but had spread to other worlds like Seleucami. They had 4 eyes that could sense body heat through infrared vision and quills on their back similar to a porcupine. As dangerous as they were, Nexus could be tamed and trained. Why is Mace Windu's lightsaber purple? The simple answer is because Samuel L. Jackson requested the color. The actor has said he wanted to be able to easily find himself during the Battle of Geonosis and asked George Lucas if he could have a unique purple blade. In Star Wars Legends, Mace was given rare purple crystals after helping the people of the planet Hurricane, and he used one of them in the construction of his lightsaber at the age of 28. A canon comic in the Age of Republic series shows that he constructed his lightsaber under the watchful eye of Huyang at a much younger age, presumably after bonding with a kyber crystal gathered on the planet Ilum. Purple blades were a rare sight during the time of the prequel trilogy, but in the High Republic era, we've seen more purple lightsabers in the hands of characters like Vernestra Rwoh. Whose lightsabers do Anakin and Obi-Wan use during the Battle of Geonosis? We don't have an answer for this right now, so all we can do is speculate. I think it's fair to assume there would be spare lightsabers lying around the Jedi Temple. Kanan Jarrus has a vision of a Jedi training dojo in Star Wars Rebels where several lightsaber hilts are hanging up on the wall, so maybe the Jedi Strike team brought a couple of spares just in case Obi-Wan and Anakin needed them. It's also possible that Nakanis Tasu and Sefjet Josal normally wielded 2 lightsabers and gave Obi-Wan and Anakin their extras. Or maybe they were the lightsabers of 2 Jedi that had already fallen during the battle. There are lots of possibilities and none of them are confirmed.
You're gonna pay for all the Jedi that you killed today, Dooku.
How many Jedi died in the Battle of Geonosis? Star Wars reference books have established that 212 Jedi made up the strike team that traveled to Geonosis to save Obi-Wan, Padme, and Anakin. Adding Kenobi, Skywalker, and Yoda to the group brings the total up to 215. In the book Inquisitor Rise of the Red Blade, we see that there were even more Jedi outside of the strike team, and Mace Windu notes that only 29 Jedi survived the battle, meaning at least 186 perished. But the book goes on to mention that over 200 Jedi had died, many of whom held the rank of Master. At best, that's a death rate of nearly 87% in only the first battle of the Clone Wars. Where did all the clones' weapons, walkers, and ships come from? Did Kamino make them too? The Kaminoans didn't have the facilities to manufacture vehicles and ships, so Darth Sidious contracted Rothana Heavy Engineering for the job. According to the Legends reference book, The Essential Guide to Warfare, they created Acclamator-class ships, the AT line of walkers, gunships, and more, all in the same secrecy as the clone army itself. Rothana was a subsidiary of the more well-known Kuat Drive Yards, which would eventually be the public manufacturers of the Galactic Empire's Star Destroyers and walkers. But prior to the Clone Wars, Rothana was a covert organization with its headquarters conveniently close to Kamino and the growing clone army it supplied. Who married Anakin and Padme? The marriage ceremony was performed by Maxeron Agalerga, a pontifex of the Brotherhood of Cognizance. He belonged to an order of hermits on Naboo. Thanks to his seclusion, he didn't know Padme or Anakin's true identities, and they used aliases during the ceremony. According to the Legends reference book Jedi vs. Sith, The Essential Guide to the Force, Maxeron did eventually discover who he had married and passed the information on to one of Padme's nieces. Now let's move on to Revenge of the Sith. What is this red and yellow symbol we see on some Venator-class Star Destroyers and Starfighters? It's the insignia of the Open Circle Fleet, which was under the command of Jedi General Obi-Wan Kenobi. It was created shortly after the Battle of Geonosis at the start of the Clone Wars and saw action all the way until the war ended. Simultaneously to the Battle of Coruscant, at least one cruiser from the Open Circle was present for the Siege of Mandalore, supporting Ahsoka Tano and Bo-Katan Kryze in their fight against Darth Sidious's former apprentice Maul. The insignia was initially created to be a generic emblem for the Republic military, but Legends writers expanded upon its symbolism, stating that the two red semicircles represented Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, setting it apart as an emblem for the Open Circle Fleet.
This is where the fun begins.
How did Anakin Skywalker get the scar over his eye? The canon answer right now is that we don't know yet. I thought for sure we would see him get it in the book Brotherhood, which showed a very early fight between Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Asajj Ventress on the planet Cato Nemoidia, but he made it through unscathed. All we know is that he must have been hurt early on in the war because he already has the injury by the time of the Battle of Christophsis in the Clone Wars movie. In Star Wars Legends, the Republic comic issue 71 shows that he did get the scar from Asajj Ventress. During a duel, the Darkside assassin showed off her precision by slicing Anakin's face with her lightsaber. That was said to happen fairly late in the war in the Legends timeline, so it doesn't line up with the canon version of events, but since we don't have a canon answer, this is the best we've got.
Flying is for droids.
Why does Obi-Wan Kenobi hate flying? The best answer we have right now is in the book Master and Apprentice by Claudia Gray. At the start of that story, while Obi-Wan is still a Padawan, he is shown to be a skilled pilot who loves to fly. But during the climactic battle of the book, Obi-Wan gets stuck in a starfighter that is set to autopilot. It speeds through the corridors of a cruiser, nearly killing him while he is helplessly locked inside. The experience shook him, and from that day forward, he claimed to hate flying. But clearly he was still an excellent pilot, so I think his claims were mostly made in jest during tense combat situations.
You stupid little astro droid.
Why do the battle droid voices change to become far sillier in Episode 3? After the deactivation of the droid army during the Battle of Naboo, battle droid manufacturers moved away from the use of a central droid control ship. The new models were allowed to have more independent thought, which created personality quirks in their programming. That change had already been made by the time of Attack of the Clones, but there was a deleted scene where several Jedi attacked a droid control ship, so maybe the droids we heard talking in Episode 2 were older models, and then by the time of Revenge of the Sith, droid control ships had been completely phased out and the newer models had fully replaced them. This is all speculation. There isn't a concrete answer to this question as far as I know. The truth is, George Lucas probably wanted to add some levity to the darkest Star Wars movie he had made thus far.
Chancellor.
You alright?
How was Palpatine captured by the Separatists? We don't have a canon version of this story, so I'll just use the Legends version seen in the Clone Wars microseries that was released in the lead-up to Revenge of the Sith. General Grievous launched a massive attack on Coruscant with the sole purpose of capturing the Republic Chancellor. He chased Palpatine and several Jedi out of the Senate building through public transportation and even invaded a bunker meant to protect the leader of the Galactic Senate. Grievous killed 2 Jedi and incapacitated Shaak Ti before escaping with Palpatine. While the Clone Wars series is considered Legends, the canon Star Wars Timelines reference book does mention the death of Ithorian Jedi Master Roran Korob, who is depicted protecting Palpatine in those episodes.
My powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count.
When was the last time Anakin and Count Dooku faced each other? Had Anakin's powers really doubled since then? The last time we see them fight in the Clone Wars series is on the planet Obadiah in the Season 6 episode The Lost One, but Anakin and Dooku also fight in the novel Dark Disciple, which takes place after that. Both stories take place in the last year of the war. I'm estimating now based on the Star Wars Timelines reference book, but if we evenly spread out the events that take place in the year 19 BBY that lead up to the Battle of Coruscant, I would guess Anakin last fought Dooku about 7 weeks before Revenge of the Sith. At the time of the writing of Episode 3, I expect this line about his powers doubling to suggest that they hadn't fought since Attack of the Clones. Now we know the two of them fought countless times throughout the Clone Wars, so it's just Anakin bragging and being insanely prideful, as Dooku himself states.
What's the situation, Captain?
What are General Grievous's origins? Before he was a cyborg, Grievous was a Kaleesh warrior. His world was at constant war with a neighboring planet. He made a name for himself as a warrior and conqueror of other worlds. The Jedi wound up siding with Grievous's enemies and punished the Kaleesh. The General grew to hate and envy the Jedi and their skills in the Force. His hatred of the Jedi attracted the attention of the Sith, who offered him a chance to increase his skills in battle by becoming a cyborg. In the Legends version of the story, Grievous was maimed, lied to, and manipulated by the Sith into becoming a cyborg, but the Clone Wars series established that he volunteered for cybernetic enhancements. Over time, he sacrificed most of his body in his quest for more power. Why does General Grievous cough all the time? I think the most well-known reason is from the Clone Wars microseries, which shows Mace Windu using the Force to crush the General's cybernetics during the Battle of Coruscant. But that's part of Star Wars Legends, and the Clone Wars series shows that Grievous had his cough well before that time during his earliest appearances. Animator Rob Coleman has said that he and George Lucas decided the cough was meant to represent the limitations of cybernetic technology and Grievous's willingness to sacrifice his health in the name of strength and power. He is an imperfect imitation of Anakin's eventual fate of becoming more machine than man. Is the Millennium Falcon in Revenge of the Sith? Yes, it is, although at the time it had a different name, the Stellar Envoy. George Lucas himself confirmed for an old StarWars.com article that the tiny cameo is meant to be the Millennium Falcon before it was owned by Lando Calrissian or Han Solo, and it was not simply another YT-1300. The Stellar Envoy had been in use by a secret Republic organization for a decade prior to Revenge of the Sith. We don't know why it was on Coruscant at this point, but shortly after, it was involved in an accident and was left in a junkyard where it fell under new ownership.
That business on Cato Nemoidia doesn't count.
What was that business on Cato Nemoidia, and did it count? The book Brotherhood by Mike Chen tells that story. Shortly after the Battle of Geonosis, the Republic was framed for a bombing on Cato Nemoidia, a neutral planet. Obi-Wan was sent to absolve the government, but Asajj Ventress interfered and got the Jedi Master arrested. Kenobi hid his lightsaber, planning to escape a clearly unfair trial, but Anakin heard about Obi-Wan's arrest and went against the Jedi Council to travel to Cato Nemoidia to save his friend. He did, but in doing so interfered with Kenobi's original plan to escape on his own. He claimed he would have been just fine without Anakin's help. So does that business count? Did Anakin save Obi-Wan's skin 9 or 10 times? I think it's up for debate, but for what it's worth, Mike Chen believes that it should absolutely count. In Star Wars Legends, the story is told in the book Labyrinth of Evil by James Luceno. Shortly before the events of Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan and Anakin are sent to Cato Nemoidia to capture Newt Gunray. Kenobi drops his rebreather on the mission, which Anakin picks up. They later fight a group of battle droids while they're simultaneously gassed with a substance that basically makes Obi-Wan drunk until Anakin is able to get his rebreather back to him.
I'm tired of all this deception. I don't care if they know we're married.
Who knew about Anakin and Padme's relationship? Because they're not doing a great job at hiding it in Revenge of the Sith. The movie obviously shows us that Palpatine is fully aware of their marriage. Obi-Wan is able to deduce that Padme is pregnant with Anakin's child. The book Brotherhood showed us that he suspected they had a relationship shortly after the events of Attack of the Clones, and in the Clone Wars series, he continues to strongly suggest he knows what's going on. Speaking of the Clone Wars, it would appear that Anakin let some of the clone troopers in on the secret, like Rex, who keeps a lookout for Skywalker while he makes a holocall back to his wife. The animated shorts Forces of Destiny revealed that Anakin's Padawan Ahsoka knew about her master's relationship, and E.K. Johnston's trilogy of books surrounding Padme showed us that some of her handmaidens like Sabe and Dorme were aware of her secret marriage.
Yes, Lord Sidious.
Did General Grievous know Darth Sidious was Palpatine? The short answer is no. Even though they're legend sources, George Lucas gave creative input on the Clone Wars microseries and the Revenge of the Sith novelization by Matthew Stover. Grievous's interactions with Palpatine during his capture suggest he has no idea who he is truly talking to. It's possible he could have been acting for the benefit of the Jedi, but the novelization includes Grievous asking the hologram of Darth Sidious why he wasn't allowed to kill the Chancellor. I think that pretty clearly shows Grievous's ignorance.
We do not have many ships to spare.
Whose Jedi Council seat did Obi-Wan take? After the Battle of Geonosis, a seat was left vacant by Coleman Trebor, the Jedi Master who was shot by Jango Fett while attempting to kill Count Dooku. According to the book Brotherhood, several Jedi Masters rotated through Trevor's seat, but Obi-Wan was granted a permanent assignment to the Jedi Council after he traveled to investigate a bombing on the neutral world Cato Nemoidia. The Republic was initially framed for the event, and Obi-Wan was able to clear his government of the crime.
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
Okay, well, whose Jedi Council seat did Anakin take? I don't think there's a firm answer on this. Anakin is sitting in the spot where even Peele sat in Attack of the Clones, and he did perish in Season 3 of the Clone Wars, but those seats don't seem to be permanently assigned. Some Jedi, like Yoda, Mace Windu, and Ki-Adi-Mundi, are always in the same chair, but throughout the Clone Wars, we can see the other Jedi Masters moving around, and Peele was likely replaced on the Council much earlier. Apo Rancisis and Depa Billaba are notably absent from the Council in this scene. Depa was fighting on the planet Collar, and Apo was fighting on Seleucami. I wonder if Anakin didn't replace anyone. Since he wasn't granted the rank of Master, the Jedi Council may have just allowed him to use an empty seat, and it's completely plausible they didn't consider him to be an actual member of the Council anyway.
Good relations with the Wookiees, I have.
When and how did Yoda create good relations with the Wookiees? The canon reference book Star Wars Timelines places the event in the final year of the Clone Wars, stating that Yoda helped the Wookiees of Kashyyyk defend their planet against Separatist raiders, earning him the honor Defender of the Home Tree. That story was a planned arc for Season 6 of the Clone Wars before the series was cancelled. In a panel at Star Wars Celebration 2015, Dave Filoni revealed information about the episodes, showing that the Bad Batch would have been included in the adventure, and he specifically stated that Yoda was part of the arc to link back to his line about the Wookiees in Revenge of the Sith.
Our allegiance is to the Senate, not to its leader, who has managed to stay in office long after his term has expired.
How long was a Chancellor's term in the Galactic Senate? Obi-Wan claims Palpatine has stayed in office long after his term has expired, so how long has it been? Palpatine has held the position of Chancellor for 13 years at this point, but a term length was only meant to be 4 years. The Senate's leader could be elected for a second term, so the maximum length should be 8 years. In Attack of the Clones, Palpatine is granted emergency powers to stay in office, but that means he had already exceeded his term limit, so how did he do that? The in-universe reference book Star Wars Propaganda states that Palpatine was able to extend his term thanks to the growing separatist movement. He convinced senators that it would be unwise to change leadership in the midst of such a crisis, and so he was allowed to remain in office for an additional 2 years. When the Clone Wars began in earnest, the same argument was made by Jar Jar Binks, granting him full emergency powers. Everything Palpatine did was meant to be the act of a leader reluctantly accepting more and more power slowly over time. Who is George Lucas's cameo character in Revenge of the Sith? He was Baron Papanoida from Pantora. He made his wealth as a media mogul and became the supreme chairman of his planet after the death of Chi-Cho early in the Clone Wars. The Trade Federation kidnapped his daughters in an effort to force him to secede from the Republic and join the Separatists, but he worked with Ahsoka Tano to rescue them. Behind the scenes, George Lucas's daughters encouraged him to take a cameo role in the Star Wars universe, refusing to take cameos themselves unless he joined them. George, Katie, and Amanda Lucas can all be seen outside of the opera in Episode 3.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Did Darth Sidious and Darth Plagueis create Anakin Skywalker? That's a popular fan theory I've seen, and I would say that it's implied, with Palpatine's knowing look to Anakin right as he's talking about using midichlorians to create life, which relates back to Anakin's own birth. Earlier drafts of the script went even further, with Palpatine telling Anakin, "I arranged for your conception. I used the power of the Force to will the midichlorians to start the cell divisions that created you. You could almost think of me as your father." But Lucas ultimately decided not to go that direction. I choose to believe Palpatine's implication in the film is another manipulation on his part rather than the truth. The Legends Darth Plagueis book does link the birth of the Chosen One to Darth Sidious and Darth Plagueis. The Force basically created Anakin in response to the Sith Lords meddling with midichlorians. So in a sense, Palpatine could have been considered accidentally responsible for Anakin's birth in Legends. The Darth Vader comic by Charles Soule sparked more debate about the issue, but its creators specifically stated that the intent of the story was not meant to imply that Palpatine was directly connected to Anakin's birth.
Then his apprentice killed him in his sleep.
When did Palpatine kill his master, Darth Plagueis? In canon, we don't know right now. We basically just know that Plagueis was Sidious's master and that his apprentice killed him in his sleep. The canon Star Wars Timelines book says Palpatine became the Senator of Naboo in the year 52 BBY with the help of his master's influence. 12 years later, Sidious took Maul as his own apprentice, so Plagueis likely died somewhere in that time. The Star Wars Legends book Darth Plagueis by James Luceno shows us that Plagueis was alive all the way until the events of the Phantom Menace, and that Palpatine killed him the night he was elected Supreme Chancellor. It's possible that's still true in canon, but I doubt it. We simply don't know much at all about Plagueis from canon sources right now.
It's treason, then.
What happened to Darth Sidious's lightsaber? He loses it during his fight with Mace Windu, but has it again later to duel with Yoda. Those are actually two different lightsabers. The Clone Wars series shows Darth Sidious confronting his former apprentice Maul wielding two nearly identical lightsabers. That's the only time we ever see Palpatine dual-wielding lightsabers, so it would appear that the one he lost fighting Mace was never recovered, which is kind of hilarious to think about, that someone may have found and sold it on the black market or something. I could also believe that Sidious would have tracked down his lost weapon on his own off-screen. Maybe he does still have two lightsabers hidden away somewhere, but chooses not to wield them both.
You are under arrest, my lord.
Did Mace Windu really beat Darth Sidious? This is one of those questions I think will always be up for debate. In the audio commentary for Revenge of the Sith, George Lucas said that the story always included Mace overpowering Palpatine, but it wasn't until later that he decided to show the Sith Lord pretending to be weak and scared. All of that stuff is definitely an act to manipulate Anakin, but up until that point, did Mace Windu really defeat him? I lean towards saying yes. I think it makes the fall of Anakin and the Jedi more tragic. Mace almost stopped the Sith, and the galaxy could have been saved, but Palpatine had manipulated Anakin too well. And I will put some of the blame at Mace's feet for refusing to let Palpatine stand trial. If he hadn't done that, Anakin might not have cut off his hand. But the whole point of that scene is to force Anakin into a decision to join the dark side. I think making the stakes of that decision real by choosing who lives or dies gives the moment more weight. But, like I said, I think this is up for debate. Palpatine always has another trick up his sleeve, and maybe he really did time the duel perfectly so he only appeared to be beaten right as Anakin waltzed in. Could Mace Windu have survived? Yes, he absolutely could have. If Darth Maul can survive getting chopped in half and falling down a seemingly endless pit, if Asajj Ventress can survive Dooku's lightning at full force, I admit that gives precedence for Mace Windu to survive losing a hand, being electrocuted, and being thrown out a window. I think he could have survived, but should he? No, I don't think so. I believe he was already dead before he was tossed away. More importantly, the point of that scene is to make Anakin choose who lives and who dies. Mace Windu coming back would cheapen the impact of that decision. Mace is also a symbol of the downfall of the Jedi. In Attack of the Clones, he was someone who proclaimed the Jedi were keepers of the peace, not soldiers. In his final moments, he was a Jedi general refusing to give an unarmed man a trial. I'm not saying he wasn't without reason, but still, Mace's death is symbolic of both the fall of Anakin Skywalker and the Jedi Order. It's a death I do not think should be reversed, but I have to admit that it could be.
Execute Order 66.
Did Darth Sidious call each clone individually to execute Order 66? I can't imagine that he would. The logistics of that would be a nightmare. In fact, Reddit user SlowWillingness187 did the math and estimated Palpatine would have been on the phone for over 20 hours straight if that were the case, which is hilarious. Bravo, SlowWillingness. We do see Palpatine call Commander Cody by name. The book Inquisitor Rise of the Red Blade also shows unique calls to save the Jedi that had potential to fall and become Inquisitors. So my best guess is that Palpatine called a handful of specific clones to ensure certain targets were killed. Obi-Wan Kenobi would have been at the top of that list. Gree probably got a personalized call to kill Yoda. But we see some clones simply get a generic Execute Order 66 message, and we hear it blasted on repeat in the Jedi Temple during the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. So I think some clones got a special call from Darth Sidious, and the rest just got a pre-recorded message. But at the end of the day, the holocall is just a quick explanation and visualization for the audience to show why the clones turned on their Jedi generals so fast. Speaking of, why did the clones betray the Jedi so quickly? Fans of the Clone Wars series know the answer. In Season 6, we learned that the Kaminoans put inhibitor chips in the heads of every clone trooper. The chips had the ability to override clone autonomy with several executive orders, including one called Protocol 66. They were under the impression it was a precaution against rogue Jedi, but when each clone received the Order 66 message, their free will was overtaken and they were forced to attack their friends and leaders without mercy.
There are too many of them. What are we going to do?
Where were the Jedi Temple guards during Anakin's attack on the Jedi Temple? The Clone Wars showed us that the Temple had its own security force of masked Jedi wielding yellow lightsabers, but they're nowhere to be seen during the assault. The real answer is that they hadn't been created by the time of Revenge of the Sith's production, but in-universe, Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels writer Henry Gilroy suggested a solid answer. The Grand Inquisitor was a member of the Jedi Temple Guard. He had likely fallen to the dark side and become an ally of Darth Sidious before the end of the Clone Wars, so when Anakin attacked the Temple, the Grand Inquisitor may have been called upon to betray his fellow guards, taking away the Jedi Temple's first line of defense. How does Shaak Ti die in Revenge of the Sith? She is well known for having several deaths throughout Star Wars. A deleted scene from Revenge of the Sith shows her execution at the hands of General Grievous during the opening scenes of the movie. But she is later seen on the Jedi Council, so that can't be true. Star Wars Legends had her survive the events of Episode 3 only to be killed by Starkiller in the Force Unleashed video game. But I think the current canon answer is that she was killed off-screen during Anakin's attack on the Jedi Temple. Another scene was shot in which Anakin kills her while she meditates. Although it wasn't included in the final cut of the film, Yoda witnessed her death in a vision of the future in the Clone Wars, and the canon reference book Galactic Atlas confirms that's how the Jedi Master died. How many Jedi survived Order 66 and the Jedi Purge? We don't have an exact number, but we do have a list of survivors including Obi-Wan Kenobi, Yoda, Ahsoka Tano, Kanan Jarrus, Grogu, Kelleran Beck, Cal Kestis, Seer Junda. You get the idea. I don't want to mention everyone, but I've got a separate video on exactly that if you want to see the full list. The closest thing we have to a number is from George Lucas in the prequel Star Wars Archives book. He talks about some of his ideas for the sequel movies and suggests Luke would seek out survivors of the Jedi Purge, finding somewhere between 50 and 100. That number seems completely reasonable. There were about 10,000 Jedi at the start of the Clone Wars. Their numbers were whittled down by years of fighting, then Order 66, and then being hunted by Inquisitors. 100 survivors would mean Palpatine's plan was 99% effective. What happened to the Jedi Temple after the Jedi Purge? It became Emperor Palpatine's Imperial Palace. He took control of the home of his former enemies and made it his ultimate seat of power, hanging massive Imperial banners on its outer walls. The temple itself was actually built on top of a Sith shrine that was created when the Sith Order invaded Coruscant during the time of the Old Republic, so the Jedi and the Sith have been fighting over this specific spot for thousands of years. Palpatine went on to model his observation spire on the second Death Star after the tower where his throne sat in the Imperial Palace.
Goodbye, Tarfur. Goodbye, Chewbacca.
What was Yoda's escape craft, and why was it hidden in a bush? The Complete Vehicles reference book has the answer. When the droid army invaded Kashyyyk, Wookiees began cobbling together escape craft for emergency evacuations. Yoda's pod specifically was built using parts from 3 shipwrecks. It only had enough fuel to get him into space, where he was able to use a Jedi transmitter to contact Bail Organa.
We're receiving a message from the Chancellor's office, sir.
What happened to Jeremiah Colton? Okay, admittedly, this isn't a question I've seen a lot about Jeremy Bulloch's cameo character, but it does have a fun answer I want to talk about. He was serving as the pilot of the Tantive 4 when it was captured above Tatooine in A New Hope. He was sent to an Imperial prison and remained there for 3 years until he became involved in Crimson Dawn's campaign against the Sith. He was visited by an agent of Kira who led the criminal syndicate and was forced to give up a lead on Yoda's whereabouts. Since he was aboard the Tantive 3 when Yoda departed, he knew the Jedi Master was headed for the Sluis sector, although he didn't know which planet.
Secure society.
What happened to Mas Amedda after Revenge of the Sith? We never see him again in the Star Wars films, but he pops up frequently in the books, comics, and even some of the animated series. He became the Grand Vizier of the Galactic Empire, and he led the Imperial Ruling Council. He kept that position until the Battle of Endor and the death of Emperor Palpatine, although his status was never secure. Similar to the way the Sith are made to compete with one another, Palpatine ensured Amedda and Sly Moore were always at odds. After the Emperor's death, Mas Amedda became a puppet of the Imperial military, allowing him to be the face of the Empire, while in reality he was locked in the Imperial Palace. He was eventually liberated by Coruscant freedom fighters and issued an Imperial surrender after the Battle of Jakku. Why doesn't Anakin have yellow eyes all the time after he falls to the dark side? People often refer to those yellow eyes as Sith eyes, but that's a misconception. Your eyes don't immediately turn yellow when you become a Sith. Dooku's eyes hardly ever turn yellow in the Clone Wars series. That only happens when any person fully immerses themselves in the dark side. The Star Wars Visual Encyclopedia says, when rage and anger seethe inside a dark side user, their eyes may burn yellow with a fiery red rim. Palpatine is always full of rage and anger, so his eyes are always yellow once the Jedi are gone and he no longer has to hide his feelings. But Anakin's only turn yellow when he fully commits himself to the dark side and he is certain of his actions, when he's killing the Separatist leaders and when he lets himself fully hate Obi-Wan. I think his eyes don't change color when he's attacking the Jedi Temple because he was conflicted about that. It was something he had to do, not something he wanted to do.
You were my brother, Anakin!
When did Obi-Wan Kenobi find out Darth Vader survived their duel on Mustafar? This was a question I got a lot until 2022 when Obi-Wan Kenobi was released on Disney+. But just in case you only watch the Star Wars movies, he finds out in Episode 2 of that series. During a mission to rescue Princess Leia from kidnappers, Obi-Wan is hunted by several Imperial Inquisitors. One of them informs him that Darth Vader lived. The adventure set Kenobi and Skywalker back on a collision course, and they dueled 2 more times. That all happened 10 years after Revenge of the Sith, so Obi-Wan was able to avoid any news of the Emperor's attack dog for an entire decade. In Star Wars Legends, he found out much faster, hearing the name Lord Vader over the HoloNet only months after the end of the Clone Wars. Who made Darth Vader's suit? It was primarily designed and created by a doctor named Silo. During the Clone Wars, he conducted gruesome cybernetic research for the Separatists, which of course Darth Sidious was aware of. Although no humans are seen on screen, Silo spent what was described as a long night of operations on Darth Vader, replacing his lost limbs and creating armor to help the new Sith Lord breathe. Silo went on to create several rivals for Darth Vader who attempted to replace him as Palpatine's apprentice after the Battle of Yavin. They were technologically enhanced and ungifted in the Force and were all defeated. After his failure, Silo attempted a coup against the Emperor until he was killed by Vader, the man whose life he saved.
Where is Padme?
Did Palpatine kill Padme, taking her own life force to keep Darth Vader alive? This is a fan theory I've seen thrown around a lot, I think in an effort to make some sense out of Padme losing the will to live, which isn't the greatest story decision, so I get why the theory started. But no, I don't think there's anything to suggest Palpatine is doing that, and if he were, I think that would take away some of the depth of the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker. He is so afraid to lose Padme that he goes to horrific lengths to save her, but his journey into the dark side is what causes her death. Even if she had survived, he would have driven her away. Even if losing the will to live is a very poor medical diagnosis, having Padme's death be the fault of Anakin has way more weight than Palpatine killing her.
Yes, Master.
Was Darth Vader weaker or stronger in the suit? Like many Star Wars questions, I think this one is up for debate, but let's start with George Lucas's own words. In an interview with Rolling Stone, he said that after he had his injuries on Mustafar, he wasn't as strong as the Emperor. He was like Darth Maul or Count Dooku. He wasn't what he was supposed to become. In the making of Return of the Jedi, he also talks about how the whole point of the suit is that Vader might have been able to live without it, but he would have been a weak pile of nothing, so the suit was made to compensate for what Anakin lost. The book Lords of the Sith goes into how his suit and helmet even caused him pain, which he used to feed his hate, and therefore his strength in the dark side. So this is tough to answer. I think we can say for sure that Darth Vader's potential wasn't as high after his injuries, but we see that the Sith apprentice is still immensely powerful. For me, the answer to the question who is more powerful isn't as important as what the suit actually represents. I know people also bring up the idea of losing limbs, meaning a loss of midichlorians. We can even see in the Darth Vader comics that his limbs are shown differently during his meditations in the Force. I don't really buy into that. I don't think losing arms and legs is the same as a loss in power. Is Yoda weaker just because he is physically smaller? No, size matters not. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. I certainly think losing all your arms and legs would be a difficult mental roadblock to get past, so I can understand it affecting Vader's connection to the Force, but I also think it's something he would be able to overcome.
Qui-Gon.
How did Qui-Gon Jinn learn to keep his consciousness after death? In Attack of the Clones, we can hear Qui-Gon's voice while Yoda meditates, feeling Anakin's pain and suffering as he slaughters the Tusken Raiders. The Clone Wars series builds on that as Yoda continues to hear the voice of the fallen Jedi Master. Qui-Gon reveals that he began training with Force priestesses on the Wellspring of Life, a planet thought to be the homeworld of midichlorians. He did not complete his training and was unable to visibly manifest, but he was able to lead Yoda to the Wellspring of Life so he could begin his own training. As part of the Cosmic Force, Qui-Gon was able to eventually learn to appear as a Force ghost as seen in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. When did the Death Star begin construction? By the end of Revenge of the Sith, the superweapon had been under construction for about 1 year. During the Clone Wars, the Republic captured the Geonosian leader Poggle the Lesser, who was in possession of the Death Star plans. Palpatine stoked fears of what the Separatists might do with such a weapon, manipulating a secret group of scientists and engineers to begin constructing the weapon for themselves, forcing the Geonosians to start working for the Republic. Construction began over Geonosis, and that's where this scene takes place. About a decade later, the work was moved to Scarif, where it was completed, and the Geonosian people were nearly exterminated by the Empire.
Into exile. I must go.
Why does Yoda choose Dagobah for his exile? Yoda first traveled to the planet during the Clone Wars. He was led there by the voice of Qui-Gon Jinn, who began teaching the Jedi Grand Master how to become one with the Force and live on after death. There, Yoda entered the Darkside Cave and experienced a vision of the future. After the rise of the Galactic Empire, Yoda returned to Dagobah because its strength in the Force would help mask his own presence and aid in his meditation. The abundance of life enhanced his skills and even helped him commune with other Jedi and watch over Luke and Leia from afar. He also continued to enter the Darkside Cave to confront and learn from his fears as he waited for the right time for the return of the Jedi. What is the time frame of Revenge of the Sith? Days? Weeks? Months? Does it last over the entirety of Padmé's pregnancy? No, Episode 3 takes place over a matter of days. Legend sources claim it's 6 days. An old tweet from the Lucasfilm Story Group says it's about 10. Looking at the movie itself, I think the argument could be made for just 4 days, but I would assume the Story Group's source would be from George Lucas's notes. Another tweet stated that Natalie Portman wore the same pregnancy prosthetic throughout the entire film, suggesting that she had already been pregnant for months by the start of the story. This is supported by the 7th season of The Clone Wars, which shows Padmé hinting at her pregnancy while Anakin is away in the Outer Rim sieges. But the short answer is that Revenge of the Sith takes place over a matter of days. Now let's move on to A New Hope.
Several transmissions were beamed to the ship by rebel spies.
How did Darth Vader's Star Destroyer follow the rebel blockade runner through hyperspace if hyperspace tracking hadn't been invented yet? The answer is found in the book From a Certain Point of View and the story Ramus by Gary Whitta, who was one of the writers of Rogue One. According to the story, the Tanta V4 was docked in Admiral Raddus's ship at the Battle of Scarif because its hyperdrive was in need of repairs. By the time they made their escape, the ship was barely able to make the jump to light speed. The malfunctioning hyperdrive motivator left behind what one officer on the blockade runner called an abnormal hyperspace wake. Captain Ramus Antilles compared it to a leaky oil pan, leaving behind a residual energy signature that was unique and traceable.
Hold your fire. There's no life forms.
Why didn't the Imperials shoot the escape pod containing R2-D2 and C-3PO? Gunnery Captain Bolvin ordered Lieutenant Hija to hold his fire because there were no life forms aboard. He made that order because, according to the book From a Certain Point of View, fleet bureaucrats had issued a new policy that tied gunnery officers' promotions to their kill ratios. That policy was created because of rebel propaganda that showed Imperials to be poor shots, so firing upon what Bolvin thought was an empty escape pod would have damaged his ratio, potentially hurting his chances at a promotion. What do Jawas look like under their hoods? We don't know for sure, but one person has given us first-hand details. Pelimoto called them furry.
Quite furry. Very furry.
That actually does line up with a description of Jawas given in the novelization for Star Wars by Alan Dean Foster. It described them as rodent-like and compared them to de-evolved humans. Visual dictionaries and other reference books since then have said they had remarkably ugly rodent-like faces.
All right, shut up. I'll take this one.
Shutting up, sir.
Why didn't Uncle Owen recognize C-3PO when he purchased the droid from the Jawas? Didn't he own 3PO for several years before the Clone Wars? I can think of several answers for this. First, C-3PO doesn't introduce himself by name in the movie, he just confirms he is a protocol droid that can speak Bachi. And 3PO isn't a unique droid, that model was mass-produced and seen throughout the galaxy. Owen probably remembers owning a protocol droid in the past, but he has no reason to think he's about to buy the exact same one, especially because the last time he saw C-3PO, the droid wasn't covered in gold plating. Maybe he could have recognized 3PO's voice, but Owen is very dismissive of the droid, telling him to shut up. He just wants the transaction to be over so he can pass the droids off to Luke. Owen isn't actually listening to 3PO because he simply doesn't care. It makes complete sense to me that he would not recognize the droid.
Who is she? I'm afraid I'm not quite sure.
Does C-3PO not know who Princess Leia is in A New Hope? When Luke asks who she is, he says, "I'm afraid I'm not quite sure. I think she was a passenger on our last voyage, a person of some importance, I believe." Shouldn't he know who Leia is after serving her family for nearly 2 decades? In reality, he does. According to an interview of George Lucas from 1977, which you can find in The Making of Star Wars, he says that C-3PO was specifically programmed not to mention having any knowledge of Princess Leia. He knew all about her, but was programmed not to say. So his supposed ignorance of her identity with Luke was simply programming to protect Leia.
That wizard's just a crazy old man.
Why does Uncle Owen hate Obi-Wan Kenobi so much? As Yoda tells Anakin in The Phantom Menace, the root of hate is fear. Owen Lars was simply afraid for his nephew. Just like Anakin was afraid of losing Padme, Owen was afraid Luke would wind up like his father, dead or worse. Now we can view Owen's fears as foreshadowing to the true identity of Darth Vader, but back when George Lucas was writing the film, the line from the third draft was, "That boy's going to get himself killed, he's just like his father." The Obi-Wan Kenobi series reinforces the idea that Owen believes Anakin died during the Clone Wars, and he blames Obi-Wan for that. We also see that he loves Luke as his own son, and is afraid any contact with Kenobi will lead to the same fate.
And if these new droids do work out, I want to transmit my application to the Academy this year.
Why does Luke want to go to the Imperial Academy? He seems pretty excited about 3PO's stories of the rebellion and tells Obi-Wan he hates the Empire, so why would he join their academy? At the start of the movie, Luke is far more apolitical. A deleted scene with Biggs Darklighter explores this further, but Luke's friend warns him that the Empire will eventually take more and more control of Tatooine. Luke is no fan of the galactic government, but he's stuck on a backwater planet with no future. He craves adventure and excitement and a chance to see the galaxy outside of his moisture farm. The Imperial Academy may have been his only option to do so. That's exactly how Biggs got off Tatooine, and then he defected to the rebellion. That was a path taken by many members of the Rebel Alliance, including Wedge Antilles and Sabine Wren.
I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you.
Why didn't Yoda, Obi-Wan, Owen Beru, or anyone think to change Luke's last name to better hide him from the Sith? There are a couple of reasons for that. At the time, it was thought that Darth Vader had died on Mustafar. Obi-Wan didn't know Anakin had survived until 10 years after their duel. It's unclear if the Emperor knew Padme was pregnant, and even if he did, her funeral was staged to make it appear that she was still with child. So the danger of anyone looking for the Skywalker twins was already low. In addition, stories like Thrawn Ascendancy Chaos Rising have stated that Skywalker was a somewhat common name in the galaxy. Obviously, we haven't encountered anyone else with that last name because that would be confusing to the audience, but I assume the name was common enough that the Lars family wouldn't want to change it. Not to mention, Owen and Beru may have wanted to honor Luke's relationship with Shmi, who was a beloved member of their family.
I'm getting too old for this sort of thing.
Why did Uncle Owen, Aunt Beru, and Obi-Wan Kenobi age so much in the 19 years between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope? Obviously, the real answer is that they were played by different actors, I know, but there is an in-universe answer as well. The novel Ahsoka by E.K. Johnston has an interlude about Obi-Wan which takes place only a year after he settled on Tatooine. He notes how much the desert climate had affected him in such a short amount of time. The fact of the matter is, sun damage will cause you to age, so think about living in a desert, and now think about living in a desert with 2 suns. It would almost certainly accelerate the aging process.
Hello there.
Why doesn't Obi-Wan Kenobi recognize R2-D2 in A New Hope? They shared so many adventures together. Well, Obi-Wan never says he has never met R2, he says he can't remember owning a droid. Alec Guinness's smirk while delivering that line can also be interpreted as a playful lie by omission. Obviously, none of that was intentional. I don't think George Lucas thought Obi-Wan and R2 knew one another back when he was making Star Wars, but a young reader adaptation of the movie called The Princess, the Scoundrel, and the Farm Boy includes a nice scene between the two characters that confirms Obi-Wan never forgot about R2. After Kenobi feels the destruction of Alderaan through the Force, R2-D2, quote, moved to Ben's side as if it were his faithful pet, an image that was further reinforced by the old man stroking a hand over its domed head. "It's good to fly with you again, my old friend," the old man said, so softly Han wasn't sure he had heard him right. So Obi-Wan remembered R2-D2, he just decided to keep that knowledge from Luke.
Don't seem to remember ever owning a droid.
Wait, but hold on. Why did Obi-Wan say he can't remember owning a droid in A New Hope? Did he forget about R4P17? He flew with her throughout the entirety of the Clone Wars, from Attack of the Clones all the way until Revenge of the Sith, where she was destroyed. I would argue that Obi-Wan never owned R4. She was simply the droid that was assigned to him by the Jedi Council. I also think we have to remember that Obi-Wan never had the same kind of relationship that Anakin or Luke Skywalker developed with R2-D2. When R2 went missing in the Clone Wars episode Downfall of a Droid, Kenobi tells Anakin, "Well, R2 units are a dime a dozen. I'm sure you'll find a suitable replacement." So even though R4 faithfully served Obi-Wan for 3 years, it might be possible that he did let her memory fade away.
General Kenobi, years ago you served my father in the Clone Wars.
Why does Princess Leia address Obi-Wan so formally in her holographic message? Did she forget about their adventure together 9 years earlier? No, of course Leia didn't forget the very meaningful friendship they formed in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, but the message she was sending her old friend was part of a secret mission. Even though Leia's attempts to convince Darth Vader and the Empire she was on a diplomatic mission were obvious lies, I'm sure she would still be trying to do everything she could to protect her family. If that hologram were intercepted, it would have been terrible for her to say, "Hey Ben, remember 9 years ago when you rescued me and we were chased by Inquisitors and Darth Vader almost killed you? And remember how my family has known exactly where you were hiding for the past 19 years? Well, I need a favor now." No, that would have been terrible. It's far safer for Leia to act as if she and the Organas hadn't had any contact with Kenobi since the Clone Wars. Not that it did Alderaan any good in the end.
Vader, release him.
Why does Darth Vader take orders from Grand Moff Tarkin? There are several reasons for this. First, Vader isn't part of the Imperial Navy or military at this point. He doesn't receive command of the Imperial fleet until the time in between A New Hope and The Empire Strikes Back. At this point, he reports directly to the Emperor. But if his master orders him to go to the Death Star and do whatever Tarkin says, he will obey. The Death Star was under Tarkin's command, especially after the death of Orson Krennic at the Battle of Scarif. We see that Vader has some free reign, especially when he starts choking Admiral Mahdi without consequence, but he will ultimately follow Tarkin's instructions. We also know that Anakin Skywalker had respect for the Grand Moff back during the Clone Wars thanks to the rescue mission on Lola Sayu, and we know that mutual respect for one another only grew in stories like the novel Tarkin and the Darth Vader comic by Charles Soule.
You, my friend, are all that's left of their religion.
Did Grand Moff Tarkin know Darth Vader was Anakin Skywalker? Yes, or at the very least, he had a strong suspicion. The novel Tarkin says very early on in their partnership, soon after both had been introduced to the secret mobile battle station, Tarkin grew convinced that Vader knew him much better than he let on, and that behind the bulging lenses of his face mask, whatever remained of Vader's human eyes regarded him with clear recognition. More than anything else, it was those initial feelings that had provided Tarkin with his first suspicion as to Vader's identity. Later, observing the rapport the Dark Lord shared with the stormtroopers who supported him, and the technique he displayed in wielding his crimson lightsaber, Tarkin grew more and more convinced that his suspicions were right. Vader might very well be Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, whom Tarkin had fought beside during the Clone Wars, and for whom he had developed a grudging appreciation. Did Boba Fett kill Owen and Beru? This is a fan theory that's popped up thanks to Darth Vader's command to the bounty hunter in The Empire Strikes Back. No disintegrations. Was he reprimanding Boba Fett for the disintegration of Owen and Beru? No, he wasn't. The book From a Certain Point of View has a story about the bounty hunter, and while he was involved in the search for C-3PO and R2-D2, he came across the bodies of Owen and Beru well after their deaths, so it's safe to say he wasn't responsible. The story also points out that he had previously disintegrated some rebels on Coruscant, and the Empire refused to pay him without their bodies as proof of death, so that's why Vader had to call him out in Episode 5.
We don't serve their kind here.
Why weren't droids allowed in the Mos Eisley Cantina in A New Hope? There are multiple answers to this question. First, and this was likely the answer back when the movie was made, is that droids aren't paying customers, so they would just be taking up space in the bar that could be occupied by an organic being that would order drinks. Second, despite the Clone Wars ending 19 years earlier, there were still heavy anti-droid sentiments in some parts of the galaxy. People weren't quick to forget the horrors inflicted on them by the Separatist droid army. And third, the bartender Wooher was especially against having droids in the bar. He had an encounter with battle droids in which they killed his parents during the Clone Wars. According to his story in the book From a Certain Point of View, he personally installed the droid detector in the doorway of the cantina. Why does Ponda Baba's arm bleed? Shouldn't the lightsaber cauterize the wound? This is absolutely a case of the rules about how lightsabers worked not being established until later movies. But to retroactively account for Ponda Baba's bloody wound, reference material stated that his species' blood did not cauterize by heat. It's as simple as that.
It's a ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs.
Han Solo boasts that the Millennium Falcon made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs, but isn't a parsec a unit of distance, not time? Yes, that is correct. Interviews with George Lucas from all the way back in 1977, which you can read in the book The Making of Star Wars, show that Lucas was aware of that fact, and Han was boasting about how his ship was able to travel through hyperspace in the shortest amount of distance, not time. However, the script for the film also notes Obi-Wan's reaction to Solo's stupid attempt to impress him with obvious misinformation. Solo: A Star Wars Story and other reference materials have solidified Han's claims. Kind of. They have at least confirmed that Han was bragging about the distance in which he made the Kessel Run, but I personally always loved the idea that Han was just spouting out nonsense and Obi-Wan could see right through it.
Solo?
Who really shot first, Han or Greedo? A question for the ages since 1997. There's actually not one true answer for this. Obviously, the most recent editions, and by all accounts, George Lucas's preferred editions, show Greedo shooting first. But stories that have come out since 1997, like the book From a Certain Point of View, tell conflicting stories. And I've come to believe that's kind of the point. If Star Wars is to be treated like a modern-day myth, we can pretend that these stories are being passed down through generations, as if they're being told around a campfire. Different storytellers will put their own spin on things, or in the case of From a Certain Point of View, different witnesses to the event will recall different details. So, who shot first? It depends on who's telling the story. What we know for sure is that Han and Greedo sat down together in a bar and only Han walked away, so just go with your own preferred version. I personally prefer Han killing Greedo before the bounty hunter could get a shot off. I think it makes his character arc more dramatic, but if you prefer Greedo shooting first, it's really not that big of a deal.
I recognized your foul stench when I was brought on board.
Why does Princess Leia have a British accent only when she's talking to Grand Moff Tarkin? Carrie Fisher has told the behind-the-scenes story about how she was simply nervous to be acting with Peter Cushing, and that anxiety manifested in mimicking his accent. But the book Bloodline by Claudia Gray gave us an in-universe answer as well. Leia meets another character who she notes had the same sort of aristocratic accent Grand Moff Tarkin had spoken in, the one so many senior Imperial officers affected, the one she had mocked when she and Tarkin last stood face to face. So the 19-year-old Leia Organa was simply mirroring the Grand Moff in an attempt to get under his skin.
Look, good against remotes is one thing. Good against the living, that's something else.
Why did Han Solo, of all people, have a Jedi training remote on the Millennium Falcon? A couple years before the events of A New Hope, Han and Chewie were hired by Jabba the Hutt to recover a mysterious urn. Several other parties were interested, including a man masquerading as Han's long-lost father, Owen. The man's true identity was Corbus Tyra, a notorious criminal and thief. After betraying Han, Corbus used a Marksman H training remote to attack the young smuggler and steal the urn. But Han eventually defeated Corbus, and the training remote became his property, likely gathering dust on the Falcon ever since. Why was there a Dianoga in the Death Star's trash compactor? It was placed there intentionally by the Empire, where it fed on any of the organic matter thrown into the garbage masher. That's why you would often see Dianogas in places like junkyards or sewers, for example the one we see on the planet Braca in The Bad Batch, or the several seen on the planet Anowit in Dark Forces. Originally from the planet Vodran, the Dianoga from A New Hope was named Omi. The creatures were at least semi-sentient and able to feel and even listen to the Force. Omi's story in the book From a Certain Point of View tells us of her capture from her homeworld, relocation to the Death Star's trash compactor, and existence until the space station's destruction.
I think we took a wrong turn.
Why are there massive pits and bridges with no safety rails built within the Death Star? In truth, at the time of the making of A New Hope, it was just a design choice because George Lucas wanted a scene where the hero and the princess would swing across a massive chasm. But over 2 decades later, we learned that the Death Star was designed and partially constructed by Geonosians, a flying insect-like species. It's possible they used the pits to travel throughout the station during construction. They had no need for safety rails, and the Empire didn't care about the well-being of its personnel, so they were never added into the final design. This isn't an official answer by any means, but it's a fun one that works. How does gravity work on the Death Star? Is it straight down from the North Pole to the South? Or does gravity flip at the equator? Or maybe it's like a planet and all the levels are spherical? I think the easiest illustration of the answer is provided by LEGO Star Wars, and the movie too, but I think the LEGO Death Star set is accurate. I believe artificial gravity pulls everyone towards the south pole of the station, at least on the inside. It's possible the outside has a completely different set of rules, with turbolasers oriented along the surface. But the true answer is that this is the kind of thing in Star Wars that doesn't really matter and is often ignored.
I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last.
Why is Obi-Wan's duel with Darth Vader in A New Hope so much slower than their fights in the prequels or the Obi-Wan Kenobi series? This is a question I get all the time. People are always looking for an in-universe reason for these two titans of the Force to have a relatively toned-down fight when compared to every other lightsaber duel. And we can make up reasons like Obi-Wan was simply older and Vader was toying with him, or Obi-Wan was buying time for Luke and the others to escape. I do think those are valid points, but the truth is, it was the very first lightsaber fight ever filmed. The props themselves were a work in progress. You can see cables running into Alec Guinness's sleeve because the hope was that they would be able to generate a glow during filming and not have to be done in post-production. There were a lot of unknowns behind the scenes that affected how lightsabers were presented in this movie. What happened to Obi-Wan Kenobi's lightsaber after his death? We don't currently know, but there are a few options. I personally think the most likely scenario is that it would have been left on the Death Star to explode. I don't think Darth Vader had any reason to keep the weapon in his pocket or something, especially when he hopped in a TIE fighter, but it's possible. In Star Wars Legends, Vader kept the hilt as a trophy at his castle on the planet Vajun, where it was eventually recovered by Han and Leia's son, Anakin Solo. So maybe the same could be true in canon. Maybe Vader did hold on to the lightsaber, or stick it in his TIE fighter, or pay for overnight shipping to Mustafar, where the weapon of Obi-Wan Kenobi could still remain, waiting for someone to find it.
You're sure the homing beacon is secure aboard their ship?
Why did Leia go back to Yavin 4 if she knew the Millennium Falcon was being tracked? This is a question we have to speculate on, but I think the truth is that Leia didn't want to put any innocent lives in harm's way. She personally witnessed the Death Star firing on Scarif and of course Alderaan. She knows the Empire isn't afraid to use their planet killer, and it's likely that any planet they traveled to would be in danger of destruction. We also know the plans are too big to transmit without the use of a massive satellite dish like the one we saw on the Citadel on Scarif. I think luring the Death Star to a tempting target in the form of the Rebel base was the Alliance's best chance at destroying the superweapon. What is this Rebel sentry doing on Yavin 4? He is manually scanning any ships on approach to the hidden Rebel base. One of the benefits of setting up the secret base near Yavin was the fact that the gas giant created a lot of electromagnetic noise, which was able to hide Base 1 from any passive Imperial sensor scans. Basically, that meant it would be hard for the Empire to just stumble upon the base. They would have to make a purposeful scan of the planet to find it. The downside of that electromagnetic noise was that it meant the Rebellion's passive scans were also useless, so sentries were required to keep guard to inspect any incoming ships.
You're safe. When we heard about Alderaan, we feared the worst.
Where was Mon Mothma during the Death Star's attack on Yavin 4? The last time we saw her in Rogue One, she was at the Rebel base. The simple and confirmed answer is that she evacuated almost immediately after hearing that Princess Leia was on her way with the stolen Death Star plans. She didn't want to evacuate, but General Jan Dodonna insisted it was necessary. In the likely event their attack on the superweapon failed, she alone would be able to restart the rebellion against the Empire. So she was taken away from Yavin 4, and during the assault she considered several possible futures for the Alliance, and none of them were hopeful, but against all odds, the Death Star was destroyed and she rejoined the Rebels shortly after.
That's impossible, even for a computer.
Who is this pilot in A New Hope? This is an interesting question because it has multiple answers. First and foremost, I would say this is Wedge Antilles. Dennis Lawson is most recognized as playing the character, but Colin Higgins played Wedge first. He struggled during his only day on set and was later replaced by Lawson. Then both actors had their lines dubbed by David Ankrum, so that was absolutely meant to be Wedge Antilles, and some fans took to calling Higgins' version of the character Fake Wedge. When the book From a Certain Point of View came out, author Jason Fry wrote the short story Duty Roster from Fake Wedge's perspective, establishing him as a new and separate character named Cole Tackbright, who was actually called Fake Wedge by the other pilots, much to his displeasure. He was present for the Battle of Yavin, but was left on the ground due to a shortage of starfighters. So who is this character? Wedge Antilles is an acceptable answer, but Cole Tackbright is more fun.
The moon with the Rebel base will be in range in 30 minutes.
Why didn't the Death Star come out of hyperspace closer to Yavin 4? Because hyperspace doesn't work quite like that. You don't get to choose exactly where in a star system you come out of hyperspace. The safest way to travel at light speed is through the use of known and charted hyperspace lanes. Like Han explains earlier in the movie, precise calculations are needed to make sure a vessel doesn't fly through a star or run into some other interstellar object. So the Imperials took the Death Star as close as they safely could to Yavin 4. It's possible they could have then attempted a micro-jump, basically a very fast and short trip through hyperspace, but even that kind of travel could send a ship across thousands of kilometers. It's possible micro-jumping something as big as the Death Star would have been even more difficult. Grand Moff Tarkin probably thought it was just as easy to wait the 30 minutes to orbit Yavin. Okay, well that brings us to our next question. Why didn't the Death Star just blow up Yavin to get to its moon? The super laser was one of the final components installed in the Planet Killer. Thanks to Galen Erso's absence from the project, it took years to complete. It had the power to destroy planets, but it wasn't perfectly efficient. The first Death Star's super laser took 24 hours to charge. Destroying Yavin to get to Yavin 4 would have meant an entire day's wait. It made more sense to simply wait the half hour to orbit the planet and destroy the moon. I also wonder what would have happened if the Death Star fired on a gas giant. We've only ever seen it blow up terrestrial planets, but a gas giant may have had unpredictable, potentially even more disastrous results. I think Tarkin thought it was safer to just wait.
You sure you can handle this ship? Sir, Luke is the best bush pilot in the Outer Rim territories.
How did Luke know how to fly an X-Wing in the Battle of Yavin? As Biggs Darklighter claims, Luke was one of the best bush pilots in the Outer Rim. Even though he'd never left the planet until the events of the movie, Luke would pilot his Incom T-16 Skyhopper around the desert, flying through Beggar's Canyon and bullseyeing womp rats. You can see the airspeeder earlier in the film in the background of the Lars garage, and it just so happens that the Incom Corporation also made the X-Wing starfighter flown by the rebels in the Battle of Yavin. The controls to the X-Wing and the Skyhopper were known to be very similar, which gave Luke a head start in learning the new ship.
Lock air spoils in attack position.
Why are X-Wings and Y-Wings named after our alphabet? Most writing we see in Star Wars uses the Arabesh alphabet, and the letter Zesh does not look like an X. While Arabesh was the most common alphabet used in the galaxy far, far away, it wasn't the only alphabet. High Galactic was another form of writing that was an exact match for the English or Latin alphabets we use in the real world. So I suppose the manufacturers of X and Y-Wings decided to name their ships after the High Galactic letters they resembled. Why were U-Wings not used in the Battle of Yavin? We know the Rebel Alliance had them on Yavin 4 thanks to Rogue One, so why not send them to attack the Death Star? There are a couple of reasons for this. First, most of the Rebellion's U-Wings were destroyed during the Battle of Scarif. They were part of Blue Squadron, which was sent to the planet's surface during that battle. Most, if not all, of their ships were destroyed, and they suffered the loss of their flight leader, General Merrick. Even if some U-Wings had survived the battle, they would not have made sense to use to attack the Death Star. U-Wings were primarily transport ships, delivering troops into combat zones. If part of the Battle of Yavin involved dropping soldiers onto the Death Star itself, then maybe they would have been useful. The game Star Wars Squadrons does show the ship offering support and resupply to fellow starfighters as well, but I imagine that if any U-Wings had been available, they would have been deemed impractical for the Battle of Yavin.
This is Gold Leader. We're starting our attack run.
Where is the Death Star Trench? It's a common misconception that Rebel starfighters flew through the large equatorial trench that houses the space station's docking bays, but the trench leading to the thermal exhaust port is actually closer to the top of the Death Star. According to the book The Making of Star Wars, it was one of 18 trenches that started about halfway up from the equator and traveled 40 miles to the North Pole of the superweapon. What rebels survived the Battle of Yavin besides Luke Skywalker and Wedge Antilles? We can see a lone Y-Wing flying away from the Death Star alongside the Millennium Falcon and 2 X-Wings, so who was piloting that ship? Her name was Yvonne Verlaine. She was an Alderaanian who went on to help Leia rescue other refugees from her homeworld immediately after the destruction of the Death Star. She served as a leader for those survivors until they could find a new home, but she remained a part of the rebellion, joining Starlight Squadron shortly after the Battle of Hoth. She survived the Galactic Civil War and became a part of the New Republic Defense Fleet. In Star Wars Legends, we have a different answer to the question. Back then, the pilot's name was Kian Farlander, who was created for the X-Wing video game. He also survived the Galactic Civil War and became a Jedi Knight after learning of his Force sensitivity. Why didn't Chewbacca get a medal for his participation in the Battle of Yavin? Actually, he did. The books Smuggler's Run and The Princess, the Scoundrel, and the Farm Boy, as well as other stories, confirm that Chewbacca was given a medal. We can see the medal itself in the Chewbacca comic, so why didn't we see him receive it in the movie? The real answer is that the story is not about Chewbacca. Luke and Han go through character arcs learning to grow up and be less selfish. The medals are symbols of their growth first and foremost. But even back in 1977, George Lucas realized his oversight in not giving Chewbacca a medal as well. In an interview, he offered up a different possibility, saying Chewbacca wasn't given a medal because medals don't really mean much to Wookiees. They don't really put too much credence in them. They have different kinds of ceremonies. The Wookiee Chewbacca was in fact given a great prize and honor during a ceremony with his own people. The whole contingent from the Rebel Alliance went to Chewbacca's people and participated in a very large celebration. It was an honor for the entire Wookiee race. But despite that given answer, the Old Legends Marvel comics would also show Chewie being given a medal of his own in a more private ceremony. So the short answer to the question is that Chewbacca got a medal, we just didn't see it happen in the movie. Okay, but here's a related question. Why didn't Wedge Antilles get a medal? He was more involved in the Battle of Yavin than Han was. I think the real reason is because, again, the movie isn't about Wedge. Some members of the audience probably would have been confused, wondering who the extra pilot was up on the stairs, especially when he was played by two separate actors and spent most of his screen time under a helmet. In-universe, maybe Wedge turned the honor down, feeling some level of survivor's guilt, or it's possible he was given a different medal earlier in the ceremony. After all, he was part of the Rebel Alliance already, whereas Luke, Han, and Chewbacca were not. Perhaps they were awarded with the Medal of Bravery simply because they helped destroy the Death Star despite having no obligation to. Other than the moral obligation, I should say. What do BBY and ABY mean in Star Wars? Those letters stand for before the Battle of Yavin and after the Battle of Yavin, respectively. That dating system has become the standard for Star Wars. It was largely used by fans at first, just as a simple way to say whether or not events happened before or after the events of A New Hope. It's most often used in reference books, but it has appeared in actual Star Wars stories as well, like the very first episode of Andor Season 1. Now, let's move on to The Empire Strikes Back.
Well, the bounty hunter we ran into on Ord Mantell changed my mind.
Who was the bounty hunter on Ord Mantell that made Han Solo want to leave the rebellion? We actually haven't seen the full version of that story in canon, but in 1981, a comic appropriately titled The Bounty Hunter of Ord Mantell told the legend's tale of Skor. Sometime after the events of A New Hope, he was able to kidnap Luke and Leia, hoping to lure Han into a trap so he could collect on Jabba's bounty. Of course the plan failed, the rebels escaped, and Skor was arrested by the Empire and sent to the spice mines of Kessel. He escaped months later and attempted to capture or kill Solo on Ord Mantell a second time. They struggled over Han's blaster, which went off and killed Skor. That comic isn't strictly canon, but a character resembling Skor appeared in 2 episodes of Forces of Destiny that took place on Ord Mantell, and The Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view mentioned the character in the story The Wills Strike Back.
It's metal.
Then it couldn't be one of those creatures.
Why is Echo Base such a mess in some scenes? You can see trash lying around and medical droids tending to injured or dead Tauntauns. The Empire Strikes Back was originally going to have a sequence where Wampas attacked the rebels of Echo Base. The creatures would have run amok until being trapped in a room that snowtroopers would eventually open, only to be attacked themselves. Although several of the scenes were filmed, the ice monsters never looked quite right, and so the Wampas were mostly cut from the film, but you can still see evidence of their destruction, like the medical droid or the warning sticker on the door that contained them. Despite those scenes being deleted, they have been referenced in several Star Wars stories since, like Shadows of the Empire, Forces of Destiny, From a Certain Point of View, and more.
Then I'll see you in hell!
Does hell exist in Star Wars? Han Solo rudely tells a fellow rebel, Tigran Jamiro, that he'll see him in hell before heading out into a blizzard, so that would suggest there must be a hell or some similar realm in the galaxy far, far away. The novelization for A New Hope makes reference to Chaos, which is another word for Tartarus, the Greek mythological version of hell, as well as the deity of the same name. In Star Wars, Chaos is also known as the Void, or Hell in Corellian mythology. It would appear that different cultures had different interpretations of the realm, but none of them seemed pleasant. Some followers of the Force believed the Void was inhabited by the spirits of dead Sith and other dark side users. How did the Wampa hang Luke upside down? I don't know why I get this question so often, but I do. I'm positive this is one of those pulpy Star Wars things you're not really supposed to think about. Luke hanging upside down puts him in extra peril and gives him a chance to show off his new telekinesis skills. But it is funny to imagine the Wampa holding Luke up to the ceiling by his legs, waiting for them to freeze. I imagine the creature had to slobber all over Luke's boots and then stick him up there. In Hoth's temperatures, it probably didn't take long at all. Also, Wampas are semi-sentient, so it's not unreasonable to think they would have figured out how to keep their meat trapped and fresh, as if it were hanging up in a meat locker. When did Luke Skywalker learn to use telekinesis through the Force? The book Heir to the Jedi takes place shortly after the events of A New Hope and shows us the first time he used the Force in that way. Without Obi-Wan to guide him, Luke largely had to train on his own. On a mission with a rebel named Nakari Kellen, she was fascinated with Luke's powers and encouraged him to attempt to move a noodle while they ate together. He was successful, and although it was a small victory, it was proof of Luke's growth in the Force. Other books, like The Weapon of a Jedi, went on to continue the story of his solitary training without a master. Why did Obi-Wan wait 3 years to tell Luke to go to Dagobah? I don't think we have an official answer for this, but there is an important factor we need to take into account. Primarily, when the movie was made, the 3-year time jump hadn't been established. The story needed to get Luke to Dagobah, and so Obi-Wan's Force Ghost gave him a little nudge. But in-universe, I think we can rationalize this a couple of ways. It's possible Luke simply wasn't ready to see Kenobi, the same way Ben wasn't ready to see Qui-Gon in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Or Luke's near-death experience could have opened the door for Deus Ex Machina Kenobi to show up and offer him some guidance. We also have to consider that Force Ghosts exist outside of space and time, as illustrated in the From a Certain Point of View book for A New Hope. This starts to get into headache and nosebleed territory the more you think about it, but the fact of the matter is, Obi-Wan's spirit knows when he will visit Luke again as soon as he dies, so he knows when the right times to appear are. Basically, we can just chalk it all up to the Cosmic Force knowing what's best, and as part of the Cosmic Force, Obi-Wan aligns himself with its timeline.
There you will learn from Yoda.
Why did Obi-Wan call Yoda the Jedi Master who trained him? Did he forget about Qui-Gon Jinn? No, of course not. Obviously, at the time of making The Empire Strikes Back, I think Yoda was meant to be Obi-Wan's master. The character of Qui-Gon Jinn hadn't been created yet. But now that we know the full story of the prequels and the fact that Obi-Wan was Qui-Gon's Padawan, we also know that Yoda had a passion for teaching younglings, so he had a hand in every Jedi's training. Not to mention, it would have been odd for Obi-Wan to tell Luke to go to Dagobah to find the Jedi Master that trained him when he was a kid, and oh man, I wish my real master were still alive, but oh well, beggars can't be choosers, Luke.
He looks strong enough to pull the ears off a Gundar.
Han Solo tells Luke he looks strong enough to pull the ears off of a Gundark after recovering from the Wampa attack. So what is a Gundark? They were large, ferocious creatures from the planet Vancor. They had 4 arms, massive claws, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. They were formidable opponents, so telling someone they were strong enough to pull the prominent ears off of one would be an impressive feat. They first appeared in the Clone Wars episode Dooku Captured, where they were seen to be trouble for even Obi-Wan and Anakin. R2-D2, however, handled them fairly well in the episode R2 Come Home.
Set your course for the Hoth system.
How did Vader get command of the Imperial fleet? In A New Hope, Vader was basically the Emperor's attack dog and existed outside of the Imperial military, but in The Empire Strikes Back, he leads the entire Starfleet. How did that happen? As the sole survivor of the Battle of Yavin, Emperor Palpatine placed much of the blame for the loss of the Death Star on his apprentice. He also challenged Vader with several rivals that could potentially take his place. For the following months, the Sith Lord removed his enemies one by one until none were left standing. He also worked with the rogue archaeologist Dr. Aphra to create a personal droid army he could use to overthrow the Emperor. Although that plan fell apart, Palpatine was pleased to see his apprentice following in the footsteps of the Sith of old. Reaffirmed of Vader's dedication to the dark side, Sidious gave him command of the Imperial fleet. When was the Super Star Destroyer Executor constructed? It was completed at Kuat shipyards shortly after the Battle of Yavin. It was originally meant to be the flagship of General Tagg, who had survived the destruction of the Death Star after investigating the supposed rebel base on Dantooine. But an Imperial doctor named Silo attempted a coup against the Emperor by stealing the massive ship. He was stopped by Darth Vader, and the Sith Lord's success prompted the Emperor to entrust the Executor to his apprentice. Vader force-choked General Tagg shortly after. What is Darth Vader's pod on the Executor? It was a meditation chamber that doubled as a life support system. When closed, it was pressurized and pumped with oxygen that allowed Vader to safely remove his helmet and suit. In the films, we only see it on the Super Star Destroyer, but it was originally planned to be included on the second Death Star in Return of the Jedi in a sequence that was removed from the final cut. In the book Tarkin, we also see it moved to Grand Moff Tarkin's ship, the Carrion Spike, so it was able to be moved around to wherever Vader required it.
The fleet has moved out to flight speed and we're preparing to...
From how far away can you choke someone? Is there a limit to the distance? In theory, I don't think so. It's similar to Luke thinking lifting an X-Wing is different from lifting a rock. It's only different in his mind. We see Vader force choke Ozzel over a Zoom call, which could have been miles away on the Executor. We've also seen Darth Sidious force choke Count Dooku over a hologram from a completely different planet. I think a Sith Lord being able to see their target, even over a hologram, helps significantly, but at the end of the day, it's just like any other power in the Force. Get over the mental hurdles that tell you something is impossible. Visualize your goal and believe it can be done. I gotta say, it feels weird to give a motivational talk about force choking someone, so I'm gonna move on.
You have failed me for the last time, Admiral.
What exactly did Admiral Ozzel mess up so badly, and why was his failure so big that it warranted death in Vader's eyes? Darth Vader specifically says, Admiral Ozzel came out of lightspeed too close to the system. This is related to an earlier line delivered by General Riken. With all the meteor activity in this system, it's going to be difficult to spot approaching ships. Basically, if Ozzel had taken the fleet out of hyperspace farther away from Hoth, they could have drifted in undetected and bombarded the Rebel base before they had a chance to raise their planetary shields. But since Ozzel instead came out of hyperspace close to Hoth, the energy surge of several ships exiting hyperspace at once was picked up by Rebel sensors, and they got their shield generator online. Was Admiral Ozzel secretly a Rebel agent? That's a fan theory I've seen a handful of times, basically suggesting that his incompetence was all a ruse to help protect the Rebel base. He first attempts to discourage Vader from looking into what the probe droid found on Hoth, and later comes out of hyperspace too close to the planet, alerting the Rebels to the presence of the Imperial fleet. Did he nobly sacrifice himself to give the Rebels a fighting chance? No, there's nothing to suggest that. Kindle Ozzel had a story in The Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view where author Charles Yu writes about the Admiral's final thoughts. He actually brings up whispers he had heard among his fellow Imperials that he might be a Rebel sympathizer, but the story makes it clear that Ozzel had chosen to side with the Empire and was loyal to them. He was simply as clumsy as he was stupid.
Understood? Yeah. Good luck.
What is Leia's military rank in The Empire Strikes Back? By that point, she was a general in the Rebel Alliance. The Star Wars comics set in between episodes 4 and 5 show us the deaths of several of the Rebel leaders seen in A New Hope, like Generals Dodonna and Willard. After Luke, Han, and Leia narrowly escape a massive Imperial attack, Mon Mothma contacts them to inform them of their promotions. Luke is given the rank of Commander, Han becomes a Colonel, and Leia is promoted to the rank of General at the age of 20. So by the time of the Battle of Hoth, she may have been promoted further to Grand General or something, but I think it's likely she is still the same rank.
Good. Our first catch of the day.
Why didn't the Rebels fly away from Hoth in the opposite direction of the Imperial fleet? I would say it's possible that the Empire had the planet entirely surrounded, leaving the Rebels with no good options for escape, but it does look like the Empire is basically just on one side of Hoth, so why are the Rebels flying directly into them? When trying to prevent escape, the Empire would need to focus on blocking the known hyperspace lanes going in and out of any given system. Those are the safest ways to travel because they are known to be free of obstructions. Hyperspace is dangerous to just jump into at random. In theory, the Rebels could have fled into hyperspace in any direction away from Hoth, but I think they would have considered that to be even more dangerous than attempting to break through the Imperial fleet to use a known hyperspace lane.
Rogue Group, use your harpoons and tow cable.
When was Rogue Squadron created? About 1 year after the Battle of Yavin. During his adventures with the Rebellion, Luke traveled to the Ashes of Jeddah, where he learned about Jyn Erso and the other heroes of Rogue One, who all perished to steal the plans to the Death Star. He learned of all the sacrifices that had to be made that allowed him to take that impossible shot. Months later, the entire Rebel fleet gathered in secret at the Mako-Ta shipyards. Their location was given to the Empire by a traitor, and Luke led a desperate and improvised squadron to buy their allies time to escape. Inspired by the members of Rogue One, he quickly named the new group of pilots Rogue Squadron, and they saved as many lives as they possibly could. Luke's actions that day helped him earn the rank of Commander. How are AT-ATs deployed onto Hoth? The Empire had several options to take their various walkers from space to a planetary surface. Solo: A Star Wars Story introduced us to the AT Hauler, which delivered an AT-DT to the Battle of Mimban, but I imagine an all-terrain armored walker would have been too large for those to handle. Star Wars Rebels and Battlefront 2 have actually shown AT-ATs being delivered to the surface of Lothal and Naboo by Gazanti-class assault carriers. Those versatile ships were used for all kinds of jobs throughout the Empire. Star Wars Legends also established the Theta-class AT-AT barge, which could carry 2 walkers into battle, but the simple answer is that the Empire used dropships to deliver their massive machines of war onto the battlefield.
The shield will be down in moments.
What happened to General Veers after the Battle of Hoth? The script and novelization for the film included a scene where a snowspeeder crashed into the general's AT-AT, killing him. That was removed from the film, but was written into The Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view story, The Truest Duty. However, in that story, Veers is pulled to safety by one of his loyal pilots, TK-7834, whose name was Lastok. That character is named for the man who runs the Twitter account VeersWatch, who catalogs every appearance of his favorite character, General Maximilian Veers. Which is just one of the best things ever. A person keeping love for a very specific character alive gets to be the namesake of the character who literally saves him in universe. That's perfect. We don't know what happened to General Veers after Hoth. Despite his near death back in Episode 5, Julian Glover was invited back to have Veers leading the Battle of Endor, but was unable to fit Return of the Jedi into his schedule. In Star Wars Legends, he was seen perishing in the comic Dark Empire 2, 7 years after the Battle of Hoth.
R2!
Did Yoda forget R2-D2? Of course, at the time of the creation of The Empire Strikes Back, there would have been no reason for the two characters to know one another, but now we know they shared quite an adventure together at the end of the Clone Wars, traveling to Dagobah and the Wellspring of Life. Yoda's story by Jim Zub in The Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view makes it clear that Yoda recognized R2-D2. He didn't even seem surprised at the cycle of fate that would have brought Anakin's droid to Luke's side. I think this moment is a lot like Obi-Wan's interactions with R2 in A New Hope. Yes, they knew one another, but when Obi-Wan or Yoda didn't divulge that knowledge right away, R2-D2 seemed content to play along. Maybe the droid even thought it was funny. At least up until Yoda started whacking him with his cane, he probably wasn't crazy about that.
This ground sure feels strange.
How can everyone walk around inside the space slug without spacesuits? According to sources like The Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view, space slugs, or exogorths if you want to be technical, could live for billions of years. During that time, they grew to be so large that they contained entire ecosystems inside of them. I suppose that produced some sort of basic atmosphere as well. But the behind-the-scenes answer from the making of the film is that Star Wars isn't concerned with realism in space. In the Star Wars Archives book, George Lucas is quoted saying, "In my world, there is air in outer space, when I want it." Director of The Empire Strikes Back, Irvin Kershner, has a similar quote in a 1979 interview. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but he said, "I consider Star Wars a fairy tale. In science fiction, you're very concerned about leaving a spaceship on a planet because there may not be oxygen. So you must take all that into consideration or it's considered very poor science fiction. Star Wars is a fairy tale. That's the context that you can literally do anything, and if I believe it while I'm doing it, the audience tends to believe it too."
A domain of evil it is.
What exactly is the Dark Side Cave on Dagobah? It was a vergence in the Force, a place of powerful dark side energies. According to The Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view, it was thousands of years old and had seen countless Force users come and go. The vergence fed off of the people who entered it until it started to have an awareness of its own, learning how to twist their thoughts, memories, and fears to sate its hunger. Qui-Gon Jinn was the first presence the cave ever felt twice, and then Yoda became the only living being to return to Dagobah after experiencing its visions. And Yoda visited the Cave of Evil several times during his stay there, continuing to confront and conquer his fears. Star Wars Legends offered a different origin story in which a Jedi named Minch, who was the same species as Yoda, killed a Darkside user on Dagobah, and his Force energy infested the area, creating the Darkside Cave. What does Luke's vision in the Darkside Cave mean? This is something that can be up for debate, as I think it has many interpretations, but I'll give my take on the scene. Luke beheads Darth Vader, and the mask explodes open to reveal that it's Luke's face inside. This could be considered foreshadowing to Luke's familial connection with Vader and the fact that he is the son of one of the most feared and evil men in the galaxy, but even if that weren't the case, I think it's a symbol for the darkness within us all. Earlier, Luke told Yoda he wasn't afraid to begin his training as a Jedi, and Yoda told him he would be. One of the major themes of Star Wars is about the power that each of us have and what we choose to do with that power. Will we use our gifts and talents to help others or for selfish reasons? We all have the potential for both. As Luke grows in his own power as a Jedi, hoping to become a hero, he sees that he could just as easily become a villain. How did Boba Fett know where Han was hiding on the Star Destroyer? He's just a good, intuitive bounty hunter. He put himself in Solo's shoes, and while the other bounty hunters left the Imperial fleet to go on the hunt, he stayed behind and found the Millennium Falcon attached to the Star Destroyer Avenger. Then, like Han Solo, Fett used his own knowledge of Imperial protocols to his advantage. He faked a coolant leak to gain permission to land on the Avenger. The leak made a mess on the hangar deck, and he pretended he wasn't on board. Imperial protocol demanded the hangar be cleared before a hyperspace jump, and with no other option, the deck crew moved the Slave One to waste disposal, and there Boba Fett waited to be jettisoned to follow his quarry.
Han? Leia!
How long did Luke train with Yoda on Dagobah? We only get 3 scenes of Luke actually training, and it seems like the entire movie takes place over the course of only a few days. Dagobah, Mortis, Octo, and other locations that are very strong in the Force have been confirmed by reference materials to have their own time. In the Clone Wars, Anakin and his friends go on an entire adventure in Mortis that lasts 3 episodes, but when they return to their own realm, a matter of seconds have gone by. Luke probably experienced a similar passage of time on Dagobah. We also don't know exactly how long it took Han and Leia to reach Cloud City traveling at sublight speeds. It seems fast in the movie, but the trip could have taken a week or maybe several. The overall timeline of The Empire Strikes Back is a little hard to piece together. A historian from a certain point of view tells us that the Rebel fleet waited at the rendezvous point for at least 6 days, but that's all we can say for sure. Even though we don't have a solid answer, I think Luke was easily there for longer than it seems in the movie, getting a masterclass from one of the greatest Jedi of all time, and we, the audience, only saw his 3 most important lessons in the movie. The closest thing we have to an official answer is from Legends and the West End Games Writer's Guide, which guessed Luke experienced 6 months worth of training. What is Cloud City? Han says it's a Tabana gas mine, but what is that, and what is Tabana gas? The city floated in orbit above the planet Bespin, which was a gas giant. The city was constructed to harvest Tabana gas from the atmosphere, where it was processed and frozen in carbonite. Tabana had many uses throughout the galaxy. It could be used as fuel or as a coolant, or it could help power hyperdrives, turbo lasers, and repulsor lifts. Some alien species, like the Mukalaran, even breathed Tabana, so it was a highly sought-after resource. What's more is Cloud City was small enough to fall outside of the notice of the Empire or the Mining Guild, which was also under the umbrella of the Empire. Of course, the events of Episode 5 changed all that.
Ichuta. How rude.
What does Ichuta mean? Unfortunately, we don't have an answer to that. There may have been a decision to never translate it and just leave the amount of rudeness up to the audience's imagination, which I think is funny. The book How Not to Get Eaten by Ewoks and Other Galactic Survival Skills says that a chuta is a friendly Huttese greeting, but Ichuta means something impossibly rude. Ben Burt, who created the phrase, said it wasn't appropriate to translate in his Legends Galactic Phrasebook and Travel Guide. And the young reader adaptation of The Empire Strikes Back, called So You Want to Be a Jedi, says it is absolutely not appropriate to translate, maybe when you're older. Ichuta has popped up in several Star Wars stories, and I don't think we'll ever find out what it really means, but I think F you or F off or maybe even something worse makes sense. Pick your favorite 4-letter word and go with that. Why doesn't Lobot talk? What is his deal? He actually used to talk, as we can see in the excellent Lando comic by Charles Soule. In that story, we learn that he was given the cybernetic implants by the Empire to analyze battle statistics, but he got away from the Empire and became close friends with Lando Calrissian. Lobot was able to mentally fight the implants from completely taking over his personality until one fateful job. They were hired to steal some artifacts from a ship, which turned out to belong to none other than Emperor Palpatine. Lobot was injured by a royal guard during the mission, and later the ship was set to self-destruct. To save his friends, Lobot had to allow the implants to take over his mind, so they could activate the escape pods at the expense of his personality. Lando continued to keep Lobot by his side as he searched for a cure, but the reason for Lobot's silence in the movie is that he sacrificed what made him who he was to save his friend.
There is another.
Who was the other Yoda spoke of? Did George Lucas always intend for it to be Leia? The short answer is no, he didn't, at least not during the creation of The Empire Strikes Back, or else he probably wouldn't have had them kiss. The longer answer is that, according to the making of Star Wars, George did have the idea to make Luke and Leia twins as far back as 1975. He decided not to go that direction in A New Hope and stuck with the Luke, Han, Leia love triangle in The Empire Strikes Back, but Yoda's line, "There is another," was still meant to foreshadow Luke meeting his sister in future movies. Producer Gary Kurtz claimed it would have happened in Episode 8. The plan was for her to be a completely new character, basically being trained as a Jedi on the other side of the universe, so she and Luke would be two individual heroes ready to rise up against the Empire. But when Return of the Jedi rolled around and Lucas decided he would only finish this trilogy and then the prequels, he decided to combine the sister character with Leia. A decision he admitted in the making of Return of the Jedi was a real challenge to make sincere and believable. Is that IG-88 in Cloud City? In Star Wars Legends, the answer is definitely yes. The book Tales of the Bounty Hunters said that 5 models of IG-88 were activated, and IG-88B had a run-in with Boba Fett on Cloud City during the hunt for the Millennium Falcon. He was defeated and left for scrap, as we can see in the movie. Technically, there is a canon reference book that mentions this story, but that specific book, Ultimate Star Wars, has several errors in it. The War of the Bounty Hunters comics show IG-88 confronting and being defeated by Boba Fett on Tatooine, not Cloud City, so I would consider that the canon version of the story. The droid remains in Cloud City are likely just another random IG model, the same way there are also the remains of an LOM series protocol droid that isn't for LOM. That said, this is just my own opinion and preference. There could absolutely be an argument for IG-88 losing a fight on Cloud City and then being reactivated to face him again on Tatooine, or that could be another IG-88 copy or something.
We would be honored if you would join us.
How did the Empire beat the Millennium Falcon to Cloud City? A bounty hunter as skilled as Boba Fett would have been able to deduce exactly where Han would have headed after the asteroid field. They had limited range thanks to their broken hyperdrive, and surely Fett would have known that Lando Calrissian was an ally to the scoundrel. He definitely knew of their history in Star Wars Legends. Once he figured out Cloud City was their destination, he contacted the Empire, and they were able to jump ahead to Bespin through hyperspace while the Falcon limped along at sublight speeds. That gave Darth Vader plenty of time to be extra dramatic, setting up a little dinner party and everything. Speaking of that dinner, did Darth Vader actually have dinner with everyone on Cloud City? Obviously, since the scene isn't shown, everything is left up to the audience's interpretation, but I personally think that it's likely a meal was at least served. According to the annotated screenplay of The Empire Strikes Back, the story treatment did feature a scene where the whole group sat down to eat, but Lando was the only one with an appetite. During the meal, Vader would have divulged his whole plan to use Han and Leia as bait for Luke, but it was decided that leaving the scene up to the imagination behind closed doors made Vader and the scene more menacing. I will also point out that there is a story in The Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view all about the chef that prepared the food for that meal, but it ends before we get to see if it's ever served or if anyone takes a bite. And I would also regret not including Robot Chicken's version of the scene as well.
We only use this facility for carbon freezing. You put him in there, it might kill him.
Shouldn't Darth Vader know carbon freezing wasn't lethal? In the Clone Wars, we see Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ahsoka Tano, and several clones freeze themselves in carbonite to smuggle themselves past sensor scans to infiltrate a separatist prison, and nobody dies. In The Empire Strikes Back, Vader is not the one to bring up any concerns about the process, instead it's Lando. Vader simply admits that the carbon freezing facility is crude. Cloud City, hovering in the Outer Rim above Bespin, likely had far worse equipment than the Galactic Republic would have on Coruscant. So Darth Vader knew a person could survive being frozen in carbonite as long as the machinery was in working order. That's why they tested the process on Han Solo first, to make sure it wouldn't be malfunctioning in any way. Why did Darth Vader stop Boba Fett from shooting Chewbacca? There are a few potential answers for this. First, his entire goal in that scene is to test the carbon freezing chamber on a living person. If Boba Fett starts blasting, a stray bolt could hit Han or Leia or damage the machinery. Not to mention, if all of his captives were dead, Luke would have no reason to fall into Vader's trap. There was no practical reason to let things escalate, especially with Boba Fett around, who the film earlier establishes as a bit of a loose cannon. Vader is luring Luke to Cloud City by causing pain in his friends, and Chewbacca's pain at losing Han would be immense. The Darth Vader comics by Greg Pak also show that Vader wanted to continue dangling a thread of hope in front of Luke. He wanted Luke to believe he and their friends continued to survive because of the strength of their bond, when in reality, at least in Vader's eyes, he was manipulating them all the time. So basically, killing Chewbacca was not a part of Vader's vision for this trap, so he stopped Boba Fett from opening fire. What is in Willrow's hood ice cream maker? I mean, his Camptono. We don't currently know exactly, but we do know it was something valuable. It's kind of like how we don't know what's in the briefcase in Pulp Fiction. The From a Certain Point of View story Due on Batuu gives us some of the details. Hoping to one day become his own boss, Willrow was interested in becoming a smuggler, so he got a job from a friend of his in the business named Farron. He was given a 10,000 credit advance to deliver whatever was in the Camptono to someone on Batuu in 10 days. If he pulled it off, he would receive 40,000 additional credits. His escape happened to coincide with the evacuation of Cloud City, and as he fled, he bumped into Farron, who attempted to take the Camptono back, and in their struggle, they broke whatever was inside. Farron abandoned the item, and Willrow escaped the city with a pilot friend, deciding to go anywhere in the galaxy except for Batuu.
I am your father.
Did George Lucas always know Darth Vader was going to be Luke's father? Lucas himself has told contradictory stories about this, but I think the likeliest answer is no, especially when you look at the development of A New Hope. The second and third drafts of the film included death scenes for Vader. The third draft included memories Luke had of his father before he died. Recordings from 1975 suggest that there is more to Vader's identity, but also talk about showing the battle in which Luke's father is killed in the prequels. The making of The Empire Strikes Back talks about a meeting where the identity of Luke's father was discussed and changed as the story developed. Story ideas as late as 1978 thought to bring in Anakin's Force Ghost alongside Obi-Wan's to reveal that Luke had a sister. It appears that the second draft of the script, written in that same year, was the first time Lucas had settled on Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker being the same character. Why did Darth Vader let Admiral Piet live at the end of The Empire Strikes Back? He had no problem killing off Admiral Ozzel or Captain Needa, so why was Piet spared? The character wasn't originally meant to appear in Return of the Jedi, but according to actor Kenneth Cawley, fan mail supporting his return convinced George Lucas to bring him back. I imagine Piet likely was going to be presumed dead and killed off-screen in between episodes 5 and 6, but since he was brought back for Return of the Jedi, why did Vader let him live? The Darth Vader comics by Greg Pak basically show the immediate aftermath of The Empire Strikes Back, and the Sith Lord seems to be completely preoccupied with thoughts of his past, which came back to the surface after revealing his identity to Luke. He directed his rage at the Emperor, Obi-Wan, the Lars family, and everyone else who kept his son's existence a secret, leaving immediately on a new mission. Piet was just an insignificant footnote for Vader on that day, which was lucky for him. What did the rest of the rebellion do while Luke and the others were gone? Wedge's story in The Empire Strikes Back From a Certain Point of View tells us that the fleet waited for Luke and Leia for at least 6 days. They had no idea where either had run off to, if they had been captured, or worse, killed. But they refused to give up hope. A nearby pirate group began ambushing rebel supply ships, and it became a growing concern that the pirates would discover and sell the fleet's location. Wedge Antilles was promoted to flight commander in Luke's stead, and he quickly assembled and trained a new squadron to destroy the pirates and keep their location a secret so they could continue to wait for Luke and Leia's return. Those events took 6 days. We don't know how long the fleet waited beyond that time. Why is Lando wearing Han's clothes as he leaves the rebel fleet? Lando fled Cloud City in a hurry with only the cape on his back. Oh no, he didn't even have a cape, poor guy. Anyway, Han Solo made a ton of changes to the Millennium Falcon when he won it from Lando years earlier, and I'm sure the cape closet was first to go. In its place were probably just rows and rows of shirts and black vests, so that's what Lando had to work with. The Star Wars comics show that he wasted no time finding some more stylish clothing to fit with his sense of fashion. Behind the scenes, Harrison Ford was unsure if he wanted to return to film a third Star Wars movie, and so the story allowed for him to be removed but not dead. There were options for the future. If Harrison decided not to return, Billy D. Williams would be available to take his place as the lovable scoundrel character. The costume could have been a way to subconsciously prepare audiences for that possibility. What is this galaxy-looking object at the end of The Empire Strikes Back? The original script and the novelization for Empire described the celestial body outside of the window as a large red star. ILM at some points called it a nebula, and you can find images of some of their attempts to create a red nebula in behind-the-scenes sources for the movie. For some reason, the nebula concept was scrapped in favor of something that resembles a galaxy, probably just because they thought it looked cool. But according to Lucasfilm Story Group members, it is a protostar, which is basically the early formation of a new star. So I would say Luke and Leia are looking at the creation of a new star system. But also, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, I'm sure the image was chosen because it looked cool and interesting first and foremost. But for now, the current and official answer is that it's a protostar and not a galaxy. Now let's move into Return of the Jedi.
I assure you, Lord Vader, my men are working as fast as they can.
How was the second Death Star built so fast? The first one took 20 years, but the second was built in only 4? The only reason it took so long to build the first Death Star was because the super laser technology hadn't been developed. Of course, constructing the battle station itself was a massive undertaking, but the Empire had the resources to do it. The book Catalyst by James Luceno goes into the difficulties met by Orson Krennic, and we see the delay caused by Galen Erso when he learned his research was being used to create a planet killer. His time in hiding stalled development, and even when he returned, it took several more years to build a functioning weapon. The second Death Star began construction almost immediately after the destruction of the first. While it certainly wasn't convenient for the Empire to build another superweapon, it still had the resources to do so, and this time it didn't have to wait for Galen Erso's research, so they were able to build an operational, albeit incomplete, Death Star in only 4 years.
I tell you, this station will be operational as planned.
How is the second Death Star different from the first? What improvements did Moff Jerjerrod make to the design? According to Jerjerrod's story in Return of the Jedi from a Certain Point of View, the new superweapon's design exceeded its predecessor in size, power, and efficiency. Star Wars Legends says the second Death Star was 125% larger, and its super laser was able to recharge in only 3 minutes, compared to the first iteration's 24-hour recharge time. But the most important change Jerjerrod made surrounded the thermal exhaust port for obvious reasons. Thanks to Rogue One, we know that Galen Erso built a flaw into the Death Star's main reactor. Any explosion in any of the reactor modules would set off a chain reaction that would destroy the entire superweapon, and maybe the only way for a torpedo to reach a reactor module was through the 2-meter-wide thermal exhaust port. For the second Death Star, Jerjerrod removed the single larger port and replaced it with millions of minuscule tubes that stretched from the core of the station to the surface, allowing heat to escape. He also built what he referred to as choke points and fail-safes into the system to prevent any chain reaction from reaching the main reactor. Unfortunately for him, none of that would matter if Rebel pilots could simply fly to the center of the station, but I would say the blame for that falls on the Emperor, who prioritized the Death Star's weapon systems over its infrastructure. What are the spider-like droids seen wandering around Jabba's palace? They're known as Bomar monks. They were organic beings who believed they needed to remove all physical sensations to achieve enlightenment. So they took their brains out of their bodies and placed them in jars, which were then attached to those spider droid things. Jabba's palace was originally a monastery for the Bomar order, but since they were just walking brains in jars, the building was taken over by a bandit named Alcara, who was eventually driven out by Jabba. After his death, it passed to Bib Fortuna and then Boba Fett. All of the monastery's owners felt no need to force the Bomar monks out, and they were allowed to stay. Why did Boba Fett seemingly sit around at Jabba's palace for an entire year between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi? Sure, he often worked for the Hutt, but he didn't have an exclusive contract and was in high demand as a bounty hunter. The Star Wars comics set in between episodes 5 and 6 show us the re-emergence of Crimson Dawn, a rival criminal syndicate to the Hutt clan. They had kind of a grand reopening party surrounding the theft and auction of Han Solo's carbonite slab. Orchestrated by Kira, her stunt was meant to throw the criminal underworld into chaos, and she absolutely succeeded. The Hutt Council was slaughtered, leaving Jabba as the sole survivor, and the rest of the syndicates went to war with one another. Jabba was nervous and basically hiding on Tatooine, so when Boba Fett finally recovered and delivered Han Solo, he promised the bounty hunter more credits if he stuck around. Fett correctly guessed that the Hutt wanted protection from Crimson Dawn and agreed to stay after being handed a large sum of credits. How did Leia get her bounty hunter disguise? Forces of Destiny shows Leia, Chewbacca, and R2-D2 traveling to Ord Mantell to meet with Maz Kanata, hoping she could help them free Han. There, they were attacked by the bounty hunter Bausch, who they incapacitated. Maz suggested the armor was just Leia's size and would be the perfect ruse to gain an audience with Jabba. Later, Leia donned the armor and posed as Bausch in front of the Trandoshan bounty hunter Bosk. She pretended to kill Lando Calrissian and publicly staged Chewie's capture to build up the legitimacy of her claims in Jabba's palace. Does Max Rebo have arms? I guess it depends on which action figure or Funko Pop you're looking at, or rather whether you're talking about Star Wars canon or Legends. Legends stories and merchandise tend to show Max with 2 arms and 2 legs standing inside of his red ball organ, but the original design for Max had him sitting on a cushion playing music with his feet. That initially got lost in translation, and so Max Rebo and the rest of his species were presented with 4 limbs. More recently, it would seem that canon stories have made an effort to honor Phil Tippett's intent, giving the character 2 legs and no arms. That said, there still have been moments in canon where the 4-limbed version can be seen. Does Luke force choke the Gamorrean guards in Jabba's palace? There is evidence for both yes and no. The script for the film doesn't say anything about the guards choking, but the novelization does, saying that they clutched at their own throats, gasping and choking. The film itself shows both guards going for their throats as well, but you can find mentions of the event in books like the Thrawn trilogy, where Luke remembers simply using a mind trick to befuddle the guards. So what's going on here? My best guess is that the original intent was for Luke to use the dark side to choke the guards. His big character arc for the movie is ultimately rejecting the dark side to become a Jedi, but at the start of the film, that's all up in the air. As the story developed and George Lucas decided to change the title from Revenge of the Jedi to Return of the Jedi, he may have dialed back some of Luke's actions. So the Force chokes may have turned into some sort of mind trick, but the choking did still make it into the novelization, which included other drop details like Owen originally being Obi-Wan's brother instead of Anakin's. So I guess I would say that officially Luke does not Force choke the guards, but I do kind of think that's what was filmed.
You will bring Captain Solo and the Wookiee to me.
What was the actual full plan to save Han Solo from Jabba's palace? I've been waiting for the Star Wars comics by Charles Soule to answer this more directly, but at the time of making this video, we're close, but not quite there yet. So here's my best attempt at a guess. First, the comics show us the cyborg bounty hunter Bylert Valance removed a massive battle droid from Jabba's security forces to make rescuing Han a little easier for everyone else. I think Lando was sent in undercover to do some recon. C-3PO and R2-D2 were then sent in to first give Jabba a chance to do the right thing, but also to sneak Luke's lightsaber in. Then Leia was sent in to try to covertly free Han. When that failed, Luke entered to once again try to negotiate with Jabba, and then he tried to shoot the slug in the face. I don't know if they all lucked out being executed on the sail barge where R2 happened to be stationed, or maybe some of Lando's time undercover gave them the intelligence to know the Sarlacc was Jabba's favorite form of execution. Basically, I think the plan was to give Jabba several chances to let Han go, but each of the Hutt's denials took the group one step closer to the endgame I'm sure they knew was likely: a full-on battle. How did Luke get his green kyber crystal? The Charles Soule run of Star Wars comics is currently answering that exact question. So we don't have the full story yet, but this is what we know so far. After losing his father's lightsaber, Luke Skywalker found a replacement in the form of an old yellow Temple Guard lightsaber. It eventually became damaged and unreliable, so the young Jedi decided it was time to learn to build his own. On his quest, he met a kyber crystal expert named Dr. Kuwata, who offered Luke 2 crystals, one red and one clear. He meditated on the clear crystal, formed a bond with it, and it turned green. Although it's not yet fully confirmed, I would assume that's the crystal he uses to build his lightsaber as shown in deleted scenes for Return of the Jedi. In Star Wars Legends, Luke created his green crystal through instructions found in Obi-Wan Kenobi's hut. That story was told in Shadows of the Empire, but synthetic lightsaber crystals have been largely left out of new canon stories. Who survived the sail barge explosion? We know from the Book of Boba Fett that Bib Fortuna and Max Rebo made it out. Return of the Jedi from a certain point of view tells us Bib was thrown from the blast into the sand. He awoke to find a surviving Gamorrean guard attempting to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Maybe that was one of Bib's guards also seen in the Book of Boba Fett. From a certain point of view also tells us that most of the Max Rebo band made it out alive. Joe Yowza escaped on a spare sand skiff, leaving Max to die, but Max, Droopy McCool, and Size Snoodles still made it to safety from the explosion. I would say that Salacious Crumb is also a brief survivor of the sail barge. The blast tossed him out of a window, but he landed in the Great Pit of Carkoon, so his survival was short-lived. And of course, Boba Fett made it out of the battle, but he was in the Sarlacc when the explosion happened.
Rise, my friend.
Who are the Emperor's advisors? They were bureaucratic allies of Palpatine's that held a number of responsibilities. Some were purely political and served on the Imperial Ruling Council, but some seemed fully aware of their leader's true identity as Darth Sidious. Yup Tashu from the Aftermath trilogy of books definitely knew. Minister Hyden from Star Wars Rebels probably knew as well. The 6 advisors who joined the Emperor on the second Death Star were Janis Grijatis, Sima Lu, Sate Pestage, Ars Dangor, Kryn Blista Vinay, and Pebamaris Zorn. Grijatis and Alu were known to search the galaxy for Sith artifacts, so they likely knew about Darth Sidious, like Tashu and Hyden. All 6 of the advisors on the second Death Star perished in its explosion. Yup Tashu played a major role in the Galactic Empire for the year following the Battle of Endor, helping to orchestrate the Battle of Jakku, which nearly saw the annihilation of Imperial and New Republic forces.
When 900 years old you reach, look as good you will not,
Did Yoda really teach Jedi for 800 years? This question has become more prevalent after we met Grogu, who is still a baby at the age of 50, so that timing now seems kind of strange. Does Yoda's species hit a massive growth spurt at the age of 60 or something? Maybe, we don't know how they age. Maybe their version of puberty is really intense, but they come out the other side very wise and ready to teach. But I think it's more likely that Yoda is exaggerating. I think it's reasonable that Yoda could have become a Jedi Knight by the age of 190 or maybe even earlier. Then he could have taken on a Padawan shortly after, marking his first time training a Jedi. That gives him 700 plus years of teaching. Using Han Solo's not if you round up rules, sure, Yoda taught Jedi for 800 years, give or take. Yoda probably made that number bigger every time he made that claim. First it was 500 years, then 600, no 7, no 800 years.
When gone am I, the last of the Jedi will you be?
Was Luke really the last Jedi after Yoda's death? Obviously not, since we've learned of other Jedi survivors out in the galaxy like Ahsoka Tano, Baylan Skoll, Ezra Bridger, and Cal Kestis might still be running around somewhere. So what gives, Yoda? Why are you lying to Luke like that? Well, Yoda's actual line is that Luke will be the last of the Jedi, not the last. In 1983, I absolutely think that's how the line was meant to be interpreted, but since then, things have changed. Even George Lucas had plans to bring more Jedi survivors into the story in his proposed sequel movies, but still, I think the spirit of Yoda's words rings true. First, he's simply trying to motivate Luke in his coming fight to save the galaxy. He's not trying to lore dump all over him. What's more is all those Jedi I mentioned should have an asterisk next to their names on the list of surviving Jedi. At the time of Return of the Jedi, Ahsoka didn't consider herself a Jedi, and says as much in Star Wars Rebels. Baylan Skoll had fallen to the dark side, Ezra Bridger was missing, and we don't know the full story of Cal Kestis yet. So Luke might as well have been the last Jedi. When did the Mon Calamari fleet join the rebellion? Admirals Akbar and Raddus were already part of the Rebel Alliance by the time of the battles of Scarif and Yavin, but the rest of Mon Cala and its shipyards were under Imperial rule for about another year. Luke Skywalker and his friends attempted to rescue their king, Lee Char, who had been imprisoned by the Empire for nearly 2 decades. He delivered a stirring speech to his people before passing away, which rallied them to rise up against the Empire, liberating their shipyards and several complete capital ships. Shortly after, the growing rebel fleet gathered in secret at Mako Ta, but a traitor gave the Empire their location, and many of the ships were destroyed along with several members of Alliance High Command. So the fleet had to take some time to build back up once again over the course of the following 3 years until the Battle of Endor.
Someone must have told him about my little maneuver at the Battle of Tanab.
What was the Battle of Tanab? We don't have a ton of details in canon, so I'll use Star Wars Legend sources to answer this one. Shortly after the destruction of the first Death Star, Lando was in the Tanab system, which suffered from regular pirate raids. Lando happened to be delivering some cargo at the time and made a bet with some fellow freighter pilots that he could fight off the pirates. He did so by launching devices called Connor nets, which could short out ship systems when activated. Lando caught them by surprise, and the small Tanab Defense Force rallied behind his minor success to destroy or disable the remaining pirate fleet. He won the deed to a brewery in his bet. We don't have the full story in canon yet. Reference material still mention the same pirates, but also place the event in between the rescue of Han Solo and the Battle of Endor, which seems unlikely to me.
The Emperor's made a critical error, and the time for our attack has come.
How did the Rebel Alliance find out about the second Death Star? Shortly after the events of The Empire Strikes Back, the criminal syndicate Crimson Dawn re-emerged in the galaxy with hopes of taking down Darth Sidious. Their leader and Han Solo's former lover, Kira, activated several secret Crimson Dawn agents hidden within the Galactic Empire. Their orders were simply to cause chaos. 2 of them worked on the construction of the second Death Star and fled the battle station, hoping to get word of its existence to the rebellion. They were chased across the galaxy to Coruscant, where they were rescued by none other than Luke Skywalker, who heard their distress call. They told Luke what they knew about the new superweapon, who passed the information along to Mon Mothma.
Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
What did the Bothan spies really steal? There is a major misconception that the Bothans were responsible for stealing the plans to the second Death Star, but the dialogue in Return of the Jedi specifically states the Bothans gave the rebels 4 key pieces of information: the second Death Star's exact location, its weapon systems weren't yet operational, it was relatively undefended, and the fact that the Emperor was personally overseeing its completion. Nothing about the second Death Star's plans are mentioned in the movie. However, I should point out that in Star Wars Legends, Shadows of the the Empire does tell the story of Luke Skywalker, Dash Rendar, and some Bothans stealing the plans for the second Death Star together after they learn of its existence from Black Sun. And I should point out that in both continuities, the Bothans were allowed to get all of this information by the Emperor. He wanted them to know where it was, and that he would be there, so the rebels would send an all-or-nothing attack where they would be trapped by heavy defenses and a fully operational battle station.
We have stolen a small Imperial shuttle.
Where did the Rebel Alliance get their stolen Imperial shuttle? Shortly before the events of Return of the Jedi, the Rebellion became increasingly worried that the Empire would discover their fleet gathering around the planet Sullust. Leia offered herself up as a distraction, a high-priority target that could keep the Empire busy chasing her instead of searching for the fleet. As seen in the book Moving Target, she and a handful of rebels bounced around the Outer Rim until they were briefly captured and taken aboard the Star Destroyer Shield Maiden, but allies of Leia's came to her aid and attacked her captors, allowing her to escape. She did so in a stolen Imperial shuttle called Tiderium. Star Wars Legends told two completely different versions of the shuttle's theft in two different X-Wing based video games. X-Wing Alliance had a mission revolving around stealing Tiderium from Outpost 327 in the Tsar system. 1 year later, Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader followed Wedge Antilles as he stole the shuttle. This was later rationalized to say that the Empire had reclaimed the shuttle, forcing the rebels to steal it a second time.
What is thy bidding, my master?
What else is in the Emperor's throne room? Located on the second Death Star's North Pole and standing at 100 stories tall, the tower was constructed to resemble Palpatine's seat of power on Coruscant, the Imperial Palace and former Jedi Temple. The spire was divided into 4 sections. One was a simple docking tube for Imperial shuttles or other smaller vessels. On the opposite side of that was a holographic map and tactical room. Opposite the throne room were Palpatine's living quarters. It was a red-colored office modeled after his offices as both Chancellor of the Republic and Leader of the Empire. Behind that were sleeping quarters that monitored Palpatine's health. Finally, the throne room itself was home to a modest chair, a massive window, and a nearby vault that housed a wayfinder used to reach the hidden Sith world Exegol.
I do believe they think I am some sort of god.
Why did the Ewoks immediately worship C-3PO in Return of the Jedi? Was it just because he was gold and shiny? Well, kind of, yeah. The Ewoks worshipped a god they called the Golden One, who was responsible for bringing light and therefore life to their moon. This was first established in the Return of the Jedi novelization, as well as canon sources like Tales from Vader's Castle and the Myths and Fables book. Return of the Jedi, from a certain point of view, tells us a story about Logray, the Ewok shaman, who struggled to maintain the faith of his people. After the Empire arrived and began wreaking havoc on their home, the Ewoks feared the Golden One had abandoned them, so the sudden appearance of a droid matching the description of their deity was a very welcome sight for the citizens of Bright Tree Village.
3PO, tell them they must be set free.
Where did the Ewoks get a dress for Leia? I think it makes enough sense that someone in Bright Tree Village could have sewn something together quickly. Someone has to make all their little hoods, why can't they just make a dress too? But it's also become a fan theory that the dress may have belonged to another human woman at some point. The made-for-TV Ewok movies took place 1 year before the events of Return of the Jedi and featured the Tawani family crash landing on the forest moon of Endor. They didn't stay there long before escaping or dying, but it's possible the Ewoks made a dress for Kataryn, the matriarch of the family. The Caravan of Courage and the Battle for Endor are both considered Star Wars legends now, but many elements of the movies have been brought into canon, and LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga even featured a Tawani family portrait hidden in Bright Tree Village.
She was very beautiful.
How does Leia remember her mother? At the time of writing Return of the Jedi, George Lucas had in his mind that Luke and Leia's mother was still alive after their birth. Earlier versions of the script state that Obi-Wan sent both Leia and their mother away to better hide them from the Emperor, but the mother died shortly after, and then Leia was adopted by the Organas on Alderaan. Of course, now we know that Padme died giving birth to Luke and Leia, so how do we reconcile this? I think it all comes down to the Force. Leia is strong in the Force, even if she doesn't know it. She has images and feelings not just of her mother's face, but of who she was and what she was feeling. I would say this is backed up by the memories Obi-Wan says he has of his own family, despite being taken to the Jedi Temple when he was very young. Hey! Is the bearded rebel at the Battle of Endor actually the clone Rex? Officially, I would say no. At a screening for the Star Wars Rebels Season 2 finale, Dave Filoni first suggested the idea that the character originally known as Nick Sant could have been Rex instead. The Star Wars Rebels series finale confirmed that Rex did fight at the Battle of Endor, but in a new interview, Filoni walked back on his speculation, saying he didn't want to explicitly replace a previously existing Star Wars character with Rex. That said, a Galaxy of Adventures short on the official Star Wars Kids YouTube channel did replace Nick Sant with Rex, complete with bits of his clone armor, so there is still kind of a link between the two characters. I think this is another case of simply choosing whatever you personally prefer. To quote Filoni one more time, he said, "I didn't want to lay it down in stone one way or the other. If that is Rex, is not Rex. For some people it's fun to believe it is Rex, and some people don't want to believe it's Rex, and I'm fine either way with that, and I think I left it in a state where you could believe one way or the other."
Red Leader standing by.
Why does Wedge Antilles report in as Red Leader instead of Rogue Leader? What happened to Rogue Squadron after The Empire Strikes Back? The answer to this is actually found in the From a Certain Point of View book for episode 5 and not 6. The short story Rendezvous shows what the Rebel fleet did while Luke and Leia were off on their own adventures. In their absence, Wedge was promoted to Flight Commander and tasked with reforming Rogue Squadron. But after losing Zev Seneska and Hobby Clivian in the Battle of Hoth, Wedge found it too painful to reuse their call signs so quickly. Instead, he decided to go back to using Red Squadron, and some of the pilots that joined the flight group, like Grizz Fricks, remained with him until the Battle of Endor. But Rogue Squadron didn't fade away. They still undertook specialized missions from General Hera Syndulla after the Battle of Endor as seen in the video game Star Wars Squadrons.
Lock S-foils and attack positions.
Why don't we see B-Wings very much during the Battle of Endor? According to ILM effects artist Bill George in the book The Making of Return of the Jedi, he said the B-Wing was originally going to be featured in more shots, but its wings were too thin and would disappear against the blue screen. So basically, the ship was too thin for the limitations of visual effects in the 80s. There was no digital model of the B-Wing, it had to be created as a physical model shot on a blue screen and then composited into the final shot. Its thin frame apparently made it difficult to capture the footage needed, but you can still find some deleted footage of B-Wing pilots that was shot for the film. A Solistan pilot named Tin Num and a Mon Calamari pilot can both be found in behind-the-scenes footage. Why is the B-Wing called a B-Wing? X and Y-Wings resemble their letters, even the A-Wing is at least vaguely triangular, but the B-Wing doesn't look like a B at all. During production for Return of the Jedi, 2 new Rebel fighters were created and simply labeled A-Fighter and B-Fighter. Visual effects artist Bill George had a lot of input on the B-Fighter, and it received the nickname the Bill Wing. Star Wars Legends eventually called the ship the Blade Wing for its sword-like appearance in attack mode. The Star Wars Rebels episode Wings of the Masters brought the name into canon, so we can assume the B stands for Blade.
Strike me down with all of your hatred.
Why did Darth Vader stop Luke from killing the Emperor? Didn't he want to rule the galaxy as father and son? I think this is open to audience interpretation. Maybe Vader was saving Luke's soul, or maybe he was just that loyal to the Emperor. My guess is the latter. The Darth Vader comics by Greg Pak take place in between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi and show Vader's several attempts to defeat Darth Sidious. Of course they all fail, no matter what he tries. When he tells Luke on Endor that he doesn't know the power of the dark side and that he must obey his master, I think he truly believes that. I don't think Vader believes the Emperor can be defeated and the best outcome for him is to remain a Sith apprentice. So protecting Palpatine in that moment is like him proving his loyalty because he knows he can't beat his master in a fight. Of course, the irony is that brute strength doesn't defeat the Emperor, an act of compassion for someone else does. Why do Ewoks have a bunch of log traps constructed and ready to go? Did they build them specifically for AT-STs? No, they actually built their log traps to fight off a massive creature called the Gorax. Those huge predators were created in concept art for Return of the Jedi and were fully realized in the Ewoks Caravan of Courage made-for-TV movie. They've since appeared in canon stories like Tales from Vader's Castle, and one episode of Forces of Destiny showed the Ewoks joining forces with Luke and Leia to defeat a Gorax with log traps not long after the Battle of Endor and the destruction of the second Death Star. So no, the traps weren't hastily built to fight the Empire, they were just conveniently already made to fight off another kind of giant.
Obi-Wan has taught you well.
Did Darth Vader or the Emperor know Luke was trained by Yoda? In the final cut of the movie, I would say the answer is unclear. Vader only ever claims that Obi-Wan taught Luke well, or that Obi-Wan's failure was complete. But jumping into the original novelization, there's a scene where the Emperor reads Luke's mind and discovers the name Yoda in his thoughts. What's interesting is that the Emperor seemed to have no clue who this Yoda person was. Of course, we now know the Sith Lord knew the Jedi Grandmaster well during the time of the Clone Wars. So Palpatine may have suspected that Yoda was still out there, and maybe he thought he helped Luke out, but there's nothing to say for sure in the movie itself. Could Darth Vader use Force lightning? I think this is up for debate and expect exactly that to happen in the comments, but I would go with yes. Technically, he could use Force lightning. Should he? No. That would not be a good idea for someone living in a biomechanical suit. In my opinion, he would have been able to channel lightning through his cybernetic fingers if he chose to. The Force is about belief and visualization. One of my favorite examples of this is Dagan Gera fighting with both of his hands despite only physically having one arm. He can visualize the arm he lost, so he still fights like it's there. I have no trouble believing that Darth Vader could use Force lightning in theory. It would probably be more difficult for him to visualize and believe it could happen, and then if he did pull it off, it very well might be the last thing he ever did. In the Star Wars Legends book, Splinter of the Mind's Eye, Vader creates a ball of white energy to attack Luke. The comic adaptation of the story illustrates the energy as something that definitely appears like Force lightning, but I don't think we will ever see Darth Vader use Force lightning in canon. Were the blue flames seen during the Emperor's death a sign of Sith alchemy? To me, this answer is all down to headcanon. Personally, I think it was just a massive explosion of energy that looked cool and, ironically at the time, was probably meant to show how super duper definitely dead the Emperor was. See? He exploded! It's just like Darth Maul getting cut in half. Super dead guy right there. But we now know that Palpatine lived on in both canon and Star Wars Legends, so I see absolutely no harm in claiming those blue flames as foreshadowing for the return of Darth Sidious. I've never seen anything to suggest a direct connection in another book or comic or anything, but I've also never seen anything to disprove it. So if you like that idea, I say believe it all you want. What happened to the debris of the second Death Star? I think Robot Chicken really brought this question to the forefront, but it does make sense that a massive space station might rain down destruction on the Ewoks. But don't worry, most of the second Death Star was straight up vaporized. Some of the debris remained in orbit above the forest moon as seen in Battlefront 2, but any remaining wreckage that may have posed a danger to the Ewoks was intercepted. The Rebel fleet deployed shields and tractor beams to stop any debris from devastating the moon. But I guess nobody bothered to protect the ocean moon of Endor, Kef Bir, since at least one giant chunk landed there. In Star Wars Legends, Imperial remnant propaganda tried to claim the rebels simply let the remains of the Death Star fall, but it was well known to be a lie.
He's my brother.
How did Han react to learning Luke and Leia were siblings? The book The Princess and the Scoundrel by Beth Revis has a good scene of Han reflecting over the year he missed frozen in carbonite, thinking of Luke and how far he'd come from the farm boy he met on Tatooine. He recognized the jealousy he once shared of Luke and his connection with Leia. He realized how deeply their connection truly was, and then he remembered what happened between them on Hoth. Luke asks Han what he's thinking about, and he says, "Just remember that time after the Wampa attack?" The exact memory came back to Luke as well, and the two friends agreed to never speak of that moment again. Was the Battle of Endor the end of the Galactic Civil War? No, the official surrender didn't occur until 1 year later at the Battle of Jakku. However, stories like The Rise of Skywalker and Ahsoka have both talked about Endor as if it were the final battle. I would argue that the Battle of Endor was the beginning of the end for sure. I could also see the New Republic choosing to celebrate that fight over the Battle of Jakku for political propaganda. Jakku was a ruse meant to destroy both New Republic and Imperial forces in one fell swoop. It failed in that regard and ended in Imperial defeat, but it wasn't as decisive as the Battle of Endor, which saw the destruction of the second Death Star and the deaths of the Emperor and Darth Vader. I could see New Republic history books making a much bigger deal out of Endor, even if Jakku was the official final battle. What happened to Cloud City after the Battle of Endor? The end of Return of the Jedi shows a bunch of celebrating, but that didn't last long. The Imperial Governor Adelhard set up what became known as the Iron Blockade. He shut down communications in the Innoit sector that included Bespin and Cloud City, claiming that the destruction of the second Death Star and the Emperor's death were falsified rebel propaganda. Several rebel sympathizers rose up against the Empire and were aided by the return of Lando Calrissian and Lobot. The Iron Blockade was eventually broken and Cloud City was liberated less than a year after the Battle of Endor. What happened to Coruscant after the Battle of Endor? The movie shows us celebrations taking place in Monument Plaza as citizens tear down a statue of the Emperor. Stormtroopers arrived shortly after and opened fire on the crowd. Coruscant remained under Imperial control for the following year, with Mas Amedda serving as a puppet leader imprisoned in the Imperial Palace. Several young rebels were able to break Amedda out of captivity, possibly with the help of an old Coruscant diner owner named Dexter Jetster. After the Imperial defeat at the Battle of Jakku, Amedda was able to address the New Republic and offer his official surrender, bringing an end to the Galactic Civil War. Did the Ewoks eat humans? Oh, 100%. We can see they were going to cook Han Solo in honor of C-3PO. Tons of jokes have been made since then about rebels at the Ewok party wondering what they were eating, and some stories, like Alyssa Wong's Wolf Trap in Return of the Jedi from a Certain Point of View, have explicitly shown the horror of Imperials who were captured by the Ewoks and waiting to be eaten. A Forces of Destiny short also shows Leia convincing several Ewoks to not cook and eat stormtroopers, so the Ewoks definitely didn't have a problem eating humans. I doubt cooked stormtrooper was actually served at the celebration at the end of Return of the Jedi, though, despite all the jokes. I think that's an unnecessarily dark spin to put on the Rebel victory. Why does Anakin Skywalker get to become a Force ghost? Revenge of the Sith and the Clone Wars made it clear that retaining your consciousness after death was only available to the light side of the Force and took specific training that Darth Vader certainly never received. Well, a major part of that training is facing and overcoming the darkest parts of yourself, something Anakin Skywalker had very recently done himself. But the story Brotherhood by Mike Chin in Return of the Jedi from a Certain Point of View goes into another part of that training, surrendering to the Force. One of Anakin's downfalls was his inability to let go of control. In his quest to stop Padme from dying, he fell to the dark side and made his visions come true. As Anakin died, he felt the urge for his spirit to remain at any cost. Once again, to control the Force, to allow him to stay so he could heal all the damage he had caused as Darth Vader. But within the Cosmic Force, Obi-Wan spoke to Anakin and convinced his friend to allow the next generation, his children, to heal the galaxy. Anakin Skywalker finally let go of his need for control. He technically did complete the training required of him, and his Force Ghost manifested alongside Obi-Wan and Yoda's. Okay, but why does Anakin's Force Ghost get to look younger than Obi-Wan's? We don't have an official answer for this, although Dave Filoni has teased that George Lucas told him the reason. I believe it was Anakin subconsciously manifesting himself in the light side. He only ever looked like Sebastian Shaw when he was Darth Vader, but Anakin Skywalker looked like Hayden Christensen. The story Brotherhood by Mike Chin in Return of the Jedi from a Certain Point of View shows that Anakin didn't choose to appear that way or to wear classic Jedi robes, it just happened. I think it's because deep down, that's how Anakin wanted to remember himself. That said, the book Shadow of the Sith has also presented Anakin's Force Ghost looking older, so that version of the character after death does still exist. I see no reason why Force Ghosts couldn't present themselves however they want, whenever they want. But for Anakin's first time, he manifested himself as the last time he saw himself as a hero. Could Sith become Force Ghosts? No, at least not in the way that we see Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Yoda at the end of Return of the Jedi. Sith are determined to collect and cling to power however they define it. Political status, wealth, strength, or whatever else they value. It's their inability to let go and surrender to the Force that prevents them from becoming a Force Ghost after death. But we have seen plenty of examples of Sith who either survived mortal wounds through sheer rage and will, like Darth Maul, or we've seen Sith who have died physical deaths, but their spirits have lingered on within their possessions, like Darth Momin continuing to inhabit his helmet and being able to influence or even take control of the people who were near it. The Sith form of life after death is limited and weak when compared to the freedom allowed by a Jedi who truly became one with the cosmic force. And okay, here's one more bonus question because it's my question. It's not frequently asked, but I need it answered. Why are there only 3 dots at the end of the crawl for Return of the Jedi? Every other Star Wars crawl has 4 dots. Why does Return of the Jedi only have 3? I'm sure it was just an oversight back in 1983, but why can't we fix it? If we can add an entire beak to the Sarlacc pit or put Hayden Christensen in the movie, surely we can add an extra dot to the crawl so it matches the other movies. I just don't get it. Now let's move on to The Force Awakens.
This will begin to make things right.
Who was Lor San Tekka? He was an old friend to Luke Skywalker and Ben Solo. He wasn't Force-sensitive, but followed the Church of the Force like many of his ancestors in the San Tekka clan. After the fall of the Empire, he helped Luke gather artifacts and research from the Jedi of old, traveling to Jedi outposts on worlds like Elphrona. Together, they gathered many clues to the location of the first Jedi Temple. Shortly before the events of The Force Awakens, Leia reached out to Lor San Tekka for help discovering her missing brother's location. It wasn't long before he contacted the Resistance and requested a meeting on Jakku.
Come on, BB-8, hurry!
Where was Poe's Black X-Wing at the start of The Force Awakens? The Poe Dameron comics by Charles Soule show us that the pilot used his special X-Wing on a mission to Cato Nemoidia to rescue Lor San Tekka. While he was there, the starfighter was stolen by a First Order agent who used it against the rest of his squadron. But BB-8 was able to sabotage her controls, sending it crashing into the city below. Its remains were recovered and moved to the Raddus, where it began repairs. They weren't complete by the time of Poe's mission to Jakku, but the ship was ready to fly again for the Battle of Takodana. Who was the stormtrooper Poe shot? He was a character in Finn's story in the book Before the Awakening. There we get to meet a handful of other stormtroopers in Finn's squad. FN-2003 was nicknamed Slip because he consistently fell behind the performance of the rest of his group during training, but FN-2187 would go out of his way to help the struggling trooper, which earned him a reprimand from Captain Phasma. We can see that connection stuck with FN-2187, and Slip's violent death helped Finn realize he needed to escape the First Order.
Sir, the villagers.
Why does Captain Phasma have special armor? The novel Phasma by Delilah S. Dawson tells that story. Before joining the First Order, Phasma lived on a deadly planet called Parnassos. A First Order ship crashed there, and among the survivors was Brindle Hux, the father of General Armitage Hux. Phasma helped him survive and escape the planet, and the Elder Hux was impressed with her brutality. He offered her a place in the First Order, training new stormtroopers, and she accepted. Eventually, she returned to her homeworld in the crashed ship, which was one of the Emperor's old Naboo yachts. She used some of its chromium to create her own unique set of stormtrooper armor befitting her station. What happened on Jakku? Why are there crashed Star Destroyers all over the place? Jakku was the site of the devastating final battle of the Galactic Civil War between the Empire and the Rebel Alliance turned New Republic. It took place 1 year after the supposed death of the Emperor and the destruction of the second Death Star at the Battle of Endor. It was also the culmination of Operation Cinder, a set of orders Palpatine recorded and delivered in a message after his death. Both Imperial and New Republic forces were lured to Jakku, where Palpatine had agents ready to destroy the planet to wipe out friend and foe alike. The plot was stopped thanks to the efforts of an Imperial Grand Admiral named Ray Sloane and a New Republic pilot named Nora Wexley. Sloane escaped and gathered a select group of Imperial survivors to rendezvous in the unknown regions. Those that were left behind surrendered to the New Republic, and the Galactic Civil War came to an end. How long was Rey left on Jakku? She was living there on her own for about 13 years, although her family lived there for a time before they disappeared. At the age of 6, Sith agents began searching for Rey, so her family desperately left her in the temporary care of Unkar Plutt. They left a trail away from Jakku, but the Sith assassin Ochi of Bestoon caught up with and murdered them. From the age of 6 to the age of 19, Rey was forced to raise herself, living as a scavenger on the desert world.
I won't have you question my methods.
What were General Hux's origins? Armitage was the bastard son of the Imperial Brindle Hux, born 1 year before the destruction of the first Death Star. He grew up friendless, unloved, and abused by his father. At the age of only 6, he was given command of a group of child soldiers during the Battle of Jakku, and he was part of the Imperial remnant that fled into the unknown regions after the Empire's surrender. Brindle Hux was part of the Shadow Council that sought to restore the Empire to power through Grand Admiral Thrawn's return, but their efforts ultimately failed, and instead the Imperial remnant became the First Order. Armitage continued to rise in power, training the new breed of stormtrooper, and he one day got revenge on his father, murdering Brindle with the help of Captain Phasma.
Reported to my division, was evaluated and sent to reconditioning.
What is First Order reconditioning? Captain Phasma claims Finn was scheduled for it before he defected. The Star Wars Resistance episode, The New Trooper, built on that concept a bit. After Kazuda Xiono goes undercover as a stormtrooper and the other troopers notice his odd behavior, he is also scheduled for reconditioning, but other more sinister terms are thrown around that include mental wipe, reprogramming, and brain scrape. Whatever reconditioning actually entailed, it didn't sound pleasant. I imagine it would involve a device similar to the Mind Flayer that we saw used on Dr. Pershing in The Mandalorian Season 3.
I can do this. I can do this.
How did Rey learn to fly? Rey made her home inside a fallen AT-AT walker from the Battle of Jakku. Inside, she kept a salvaged flight console from a downed Y-Wing from the same battle. She was able to use it to run flight simulations as an introduction to piloting. As she says in the movie, she also had some experience flying for real, although she had never left the planet. In the book Before the Awakening, Rey and 2 other scavengers worked to repair an old light freighter back into flying condition. She flew it back to Nema Outpost, but the other 2 scavengers stole it from her as soon as they landed. We can also see that she has an adjustment period with the Millennium Falcon, struggling to take off and knocking into debris in the Graveyard of Giants. I imagine the Force gave her some assistance in that flight as well. What happened to Unkar Plutt? His story continued in the Force Awakens novelization and deleted scenes. He tracked the Millennium Falcon to Takodana and attempted to strong-arm Rey into coming back to Jakku to pay for the damage she caused, but Chewbacca stepped in and ripped the junk boss's arm off, tossing it across the room, which was strictly against Maz Kanata's no fighting rule within the walls of her castle, but she probably made an exception for her boyfriend. Why is Kylo Ren's lightsaber unstable? Red lightsabers are made through a process called bleeding. A dark side user pours their anger and hatred into the kyber crystal, filling it with the dark side, twisting it, and turning it red in color. When Ben Solo bled his crystal, he damaged it, leaving it cracked and unstable. He had to modify his lightsaber design with vents to allow extra energy to escape, or else the weapon would overload. The new lightsaber happened to match ancient Jedi crossguard lightsabers. The crackling, unstable blade is also a symbol of Kylo Ren's own instability and unbalanced nature. According to Lucasfilm art manager Phil Shostak, the blade was also inspired by the original poster for Star Wars, which featured Luke Skywalker's lightsaber releasing similar beams of energy.
Who had it? Duquesne?
How did Han Solo lose the Millennium Falcon? Not long after the Battle of Endor, Han and Chewbacca took part in the liberation of Kashyyyk from Imperial control. With his homeworld freed, Chewie decided to spend some time with his family, leaving Han without his trusty co-pilot. One day at Maz Kanata's castle, he mentioned needing some help and wound up hiring a young man named Gannis Duquesne. While Han was preoccupied, Duquesne stole the ship and used it to make a name for himself. He eventually realized the errors of his ways and planned to return the ship to Solo, but it was stolen from him by the Irving boys before he could. It's unclear how long Han was separated from his ship. Wikipedia estimates it's only been 3 years, but I believe the comic and The Force Awakens suggest the Millennium Falcon had been in Unkar Plutt's possession for quite a while. Okay, how did Han Solo find the Millennium Falcon? On Takodana, Han tells Rey it wasn't mere chance that he found his old ship, but the novelization tells us a little more. After learning the ship had been sitting on Jakku, Han tells Chewie, "Told you we should have double-checked the western reaches. Just lucky we were in the general vicinity when the ship powered up and its beacon snapped on." So Han and Chewie were always monitoring space for the Millennium Falcon's transponder and got a ping when Rey and Finn stole it from Unkar Plutt.
Don't tell me a Rathtar's got loose.
How and why did Han Solo capture the Rathtars? The LEGO Force Awakens game covers at least part of that story. The LEGO games aren't strictly canon, but it's what we've got now, and I see no reason why it can't be a silly version of what actually happened. Han and Chewie were hired by King Prana, the monarch of the Kabarith cluster, who had his own private zoo. He wanted Rathtars, and so Han and Chewie traveled to their homeworld Tuan Keti. Aided by a team of mercenaries led by a man named Varind Jellic, they fought through dangerous plant life as well as agents of a rival of Prana's named Regent Sokolvis, who tried to capture the Rathtars first. The LEGO game ends with the successful collection of one Rathtar. I assume the rest of the mercenaries perished in the capture of the other two.
Han Solo, you're a dead man.
Who was the Guavian Death Gang? They were originally a criminal group from the core worlds that were so ruthless the other major syndicates chased them into the Outer Rim. Their red-armored troops received cybernetic enhancements that included a second mechanical heart that pumped chemicals into their blood that made them hyper-aggressive. They allied themselves with the First Order even after the destruction of the New Republic, fighting against the citizens of the Colossus in Star Wars Resistance. Their armor design was taken from concept art that was originally intended for the Jedi killer of Episode 7, the character that would become Kylo Ren.
Tell that to Kanja Club.
What was Kanja Club? They were a criminal syndicate that began as a group of renegade Hutt slaves from the planet Narkanji. They were led by Tasu Leech, who rose to prominence during the Galactic Civil War. He was a pit fighter and assassin that was hired by the bounty hunter Tonga to protect a young girl who would become the center of a syndicate war on Corellia. He never really bonded with the rest of his crew, although he did enjoy committing acts of violence alongside them. He narrowly survived a battle with the leader of the Knights of Ren before the Force wielders fell under the control of Kylo Ren. When the citizens of Narkanji revolted against the Hutts, Tasu Leech defeated several opponents to prove himself the leader of the newly formed Kanja Club. Are Kylo Ren or Snoke members of the Sith Order? When the movie originally came out, J.J. Abrams was adamant that they were not. They were new darkseid users. So I think my answer to this question is to agree and say that they are not Sith. However, I have to admit this issue got muddled after the release of The Rise of Skywalker, which showed Snoke to be a creation of Palpatine's as a way to manipulate Ben Solo. And giving Kylo Ren a master to defeat and rise above as he does in The Last Jedi is a very Sith rule of two thing to do. So Snoke was being controlled, or at the very least led by a Sith Lord, but I don't think Kylo Ren thought of himself as a Sith or was actively and openly being taught the ways of the Sith.
Master of the Knights of Ren.
How did Kylo Ren become the leader of the Knights of Ren? Ben Solo first met the Knights of Ren when he was a Jedi in training. He and Luke Skywalker encountered them while they searched for Jedi relics, and the Jedi Master handily defeated them. Ben sought them out after he destroyed his uncle's Jedi Academy, seeking a place in the dark side of the Force. At that point, the Knights were led by a man simply named Ren. The young Solo was chased by the survivors of Luke's academy, and after Ren killed one of his childhood friends, Ben struck him down in a rage. Seeing his immense power, the other Knights bowed to the man that would take the name Kylo Ren.
Han Solo!
Who was Maz Kanata? She was a pirate queen that was born nearly 1,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, shortly after the end of the Sith Wars. For the following century or so, she gained notoriety and established her castle on Takodana. She was Force-sensitive, and despite her status as a pirate, she had a good relationship with the Jedi outpost that was also on the planet. During the High Republic era, she fought against a rival pirate group called the Dank Grax, who aligned themselves against the Jedi. Over 100 years later, another anti-Jedi group called the Nihil attacked and destroyed the outpost on Takodana, and Maz again fought alongside her Jedi friends. After the rise of the Galactic Empire, Maz hid her abilities in the Force and hired a mercenary to destroy data files the Empire had collected on her. After the fall of the Jedi, she collected relics of the Order and kept them safe in her castle.
Where's my boyfriend?
Did Maz Kanata and Chewbacca really date? No, how dare you think that? Chewie has been a happily married Wookiee for decades. But seriously, I have seen this question a lot. Maz obviously just has a fondness for Chewie, like we all do, and she chooses to express that in a flirtatious way, even when he's not around. In the book Force Collector, she tells the main character about a very handsome Wookiee, saying, "We're very fond of one another, don't let anyone tell you different." I think the joke is that the attraction is one-sided, but Chewbacca doesn't let that get in the way of their friendship, as seen in Forces of Destiny.
Grandfather.
How did Kylo Ren get Darth Vader's helmet? It was likely retrieved for him by a character seen in The Force Awakens, Bazine Natal. The short story, The Perfect Weapon by Delilah Dawson, takes place 5 years before Episode 7. In it, we learn Bazine's history and see her on a mission to find a former stormtrooper who served in the Battle of Endor. She steals a mysterious package from his belongings at the request of her client, who sounds an awful lot like Kylo Ren in the audiobook. It's not fully confirmed, but I believe the stormtrooper likely stumbled across Vader's funeral pyre after the Battle of Endor and took the helmet as a grim souvenir. He kept it until he died. It was taken by Bazine, who delivered it to Kylo Ren. Who was the Crimson Corsair? He's another classic Star Wars background character with a cool helmet. His real name was Sidon Athano, and he was a pirate in the Outer Rim known for wearing a distinctive Kaleesh mask. General Grievous likely would have worn something similar before becoming a cyborg. The coolest part about his crew is that it contained the last living clone trooper, Kix, who served as the medic in the 501st during the Clone Wars. The Crimson Corsair sought a lost treasure of Count Dooku's that wound up being the clone who was captured by the Sith and held in stasis after learning the truth of Order 66. As a pirate, Sidon definitely made some shady dealings, as seen in Star Wars Resistance, but he ultimately wound up joining the fight against the Sith in the Battle of Exegol.
This fierce machine which you have built.
What planet was Starkiller Base built into? This is one of my favorite Star Wars mysteries that was revealed slowly over time until finally being confirmed in Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Starkiller Base was once the planet Ilum, a sacred world to the Jedi where younglings would collect their first kyber crystals in a ritual called the Gathering. After the rise of the Empire, they learned of the secret planet's location, probably thanks to the fallen Jedi who had become Inquisitors. The Empire began construction on Ilum as early as 1 year after the end of the Clone Wars, and continued on for about 5 decades until it was finally completed. Its kyber-rich interior could be harnessed into terrible power, similar to the way the Death Star's super laser was also powered by kyber crystals. How did Starkiller Base work? I'll tell you what we know from Alan Dean Foster's Force Awakens novelization and reference books, but this is like the epitome of Star Wars being made up and in space. A series of collectors that were scattered around the planet were able to gather the energy of a nearby star. That energy would then be collected in the planet's core, held by a containment field. The weapon's thermal oscillator managed the immense power which otherwise would have destroyed the planet. When it was time to fire the weapon, the containment field was released and the beam was fired with enough force to tear a hole through hyperspace. That meant the target system would be destroyed mere moments later, and the beam and the destruction could be seen across the galaxy, sparking fear in all who witnessed it. Starkiller Base also had some sort of hyperdrive and could move from system to system to consume new stars to harness their power. What system did Starkiller Base destroy? It's quickly stated in the film, but it was the Hosnian system, which included the planet Hosnian Prime. At the time of The Force Awakens, it was the capital of the New Republic. After the fall of the Empire and the rise of the New Republic, it was decided to rotate the location of the Galactic Senate rather than permanently place it on the core world Coruscant once again. Chandrila, Coruscant, and Hosnian Prime all hosted the Senate throughout its life, all of which were still located in the core, but the expansion region world Nicadia was also one of the early rotating headquarters. But the fact that the Galactic Senate still largely favored the core was a sign that many of their changes were symbolic rather than truly effective. J.J. Abrams has mentioned that at one point it was considered to have Starkiller Base destroy Coruscant, but ultimately the planet was saved, and Hosnian Prime was created only to be destroyed in its place. Who is this character the camera focuses on during the destruction of Hosnian Prime? Her name was Corsella. She was part of the Resistance, and most of her scenes were left on the cutting room floor. The book Bloodline shows her working as an aide for Leia when she was still a senator. 6 years before the events of Episode 7, Leia became aware of the growing threat of the First Order and created the Resistance to act while the Senate ignored the problem. Cor joined Leia, and thanks to her experience in government, she became the political face of the Resistance. Leia had been labeled as a warmonger, and many allies turned their back on her once it became public that she was the daughter of Darth Vader. In The Force Awakens deleted scenes, Leia sends Cor to Hosnian Prime to urge the Senate to act as war with the First Order continues to escalate, and that's why she was present for the planet's destruction.
A good question. For another time.
How did Maz Kanata get Anakin's lightsaber? We still don't know the full story, but after being lost in Cloud City, it was recovered by an Ugnaught. I think it would make sense they would sell it on the black market, where it would eventually fall into the hands of the Pirate Queen. Star Wars Visions Volume 2 actually shows that kind of playing out, even though it can't be considered canon. In the Aardman short film, I Am Your Mother, we can see a shop selling several items that were once touched by Luke Skywalker. The lightsaber is present, and you can see Maz Kanata's hand steal it just before a Jawa tries the same thing.
Raider!
Who was TR-8R? That's the nickname the internet gave to the stormtrooper who calls Finn a traitor on Takodana, who then became a meme back when The Force Awakens first came out. His designation was FN2199. He knew Finn personally, training alongside him for most of their lives as part of the same stormtrooper squad. Clearly, he took FN2187's defection personally, which makes sense. His characterization in the book Before the Awakening showed him to be fairly friendly with Finn. He was probably very hurt when someone he trained with since they were children decided to abandon everything they were ever taught. That's something I wish the sequel trilogy explored more, the tragic fact that the First Order stormtroopers were all brainwashed children.
That's one hell of a pilot!
Is Poe Dameron Force sensitive, or is he just one hell of a pilot? The question of his connection to the Force popped up thanks to the Shattered Empire comics, where we learned that Poe's parents came to possess a piece of the Uneti tree that once stood in the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. It was planted near his childhood home, and fans came to wonder if the tree could have affected him growing up. I don't think Poe is Force sensitive in the sense that he could feel a connection to the Force or control it or anything like that, but I personally think that when someone is in tune with themselves and their talents and they're using those talents for good, that is a way of connecting to the Force even if you don't know it. I think Poe was meant to fly. He knows he has power as a pilot, and he is using that power for good. So while I don't think he is Force sensitive, I can see the Force working through him, if that makes sense.
You probably don't recognize me because of the red arm.
How did C-3PO get his red arm? The C-3PO one-shot comic by James Robinson covers that, taking place about a year before The Force Awakens. On a mission to rescue a captured Admiral Akbar, 3PO and a handful of droids crash land on the planet Tal. One of the droids is a First Order prisoner named Omri. They all head for a homing beacon in the distance, and along the way, 3PO's arm is ripped off by a tentacled creature, and most of the droids are destroyed. Only Omri and C-3PO remain, and they're forced to take shelter from acid rain. The two droids bond over a philosophical discussion about their programming and purpose, and despite being supposed enemies, Omri ventures into the acid to activate the homing beacon to save 3PO. Poe Dameron arrives to rescue the protocol droid, and C-3PO takes Omri's arm to honor his sacrifice.
Poe Dameron, you're alive? Buddy!
How did Poe Dameron get off Jakku? This part of the story was told in the novelization for the movie, as well as the Poe Dameron comic series and LEGO Star Wars The Force Awakens. Like he says in the movie, he was thrown from the crash. He wandered the desert until he was picked up by a scavenger who was friendly to the Resistance, or at least not friendly to the First Order. They made their way to Nema Outpost, and along the way, Poe helped fight off some raiders. Rey and Finn had already left in the Millennium Falcon, but the Scrapper was grateful for Poe's help and got him passage back to the Resistance base. From there, he left for Takodana almost immediately. What's the deal with Kylo Ren's ashtray? The short, in-universe answer is that Kylo Ren keeps his helmet on a table that contains the ashes of the enemies he's killed, which is so over the top, but makes sense for an edgelord like Kylo. The longer, behind-the-scenes answer is that moment was originally going to be for the scene when Kylo talks to Darth Vader's helmet. He was going to take his mask off in that scene, and the ash table was in his private quarters, which makes a lot more sense than having it in some random interrogation room. But J.J. Abrams liked the shot and the image, so he moved it to later in the movie.
And you'll drop your weapon?
And I'll drop my weapon.
How does Rey learn to use the Force to mind trick? She clearly knew stories of Luke Skywalker, the Jedi, and the Rebellion, so she probably had some idea of the Force and what it could do, even if she didn't know of its presence within her until her conversation with Maz Kanata. The Last Jedi novelization talks about how her mental opposition to Kylo Ren's mind probe allowed her to understand the Force and her own powers more fully. With the full hindsight of the completed sequel trilogy, I think we could also chalk up her natural abilities to being part of a dyad with Kylo, as well as her Palpatine heritage.
We tracked their reconnaissance ship to the Elenium system.
How did the First Order find the Resistance base? General Hux tells Snoke the First Order tracked the Resistance reconnaissance ship back to the Elenium system, but the Poe Dameron comic by Charles Soule tells that story in more detail. Snap Wexley and his wife, Carrie Coon, made the trip together, attempting a stealth recon run in a bare-bones ship that flew close enough to scan Starkiller Base. But the tiny ship nearly fell apart in the superweapons atmosphere, which may have alerted the First Order to the infiltration, allowing them to track the recon mission back to Dakar, maybe using the same technology seen in The Last Jedi to continue tracking the Resistance fleet through hyperspace.
You can't be so stupid as to think this will be easy.
Did Captain Phasma face any consequences for lowering Starkiller Base's shields? Nope. The Captain Phasma comic book takes place immediately after The Force Awakens and tells the story of how one First Order officer discovered who was responsible for lowering the shields. Phasma learns his identity and hunts him down with the help of a TIE fighter pilot. The Stormtrooper captain eventually kills her target and the woman who helped her to keep the secret safe. A deleted scene from The Last Jedi showed Finn calling her out in front of her own troops, causing her to shoot them all down as well. But since that's not actually in the movie, I would say Phasma got away with her betrayal. Why does Kylo Ren keep punching himself during his duel with Finn and Rey? I like to think it was to give him an edge in the fight. The Darth Bane trilogy of books goes into how Sith or other Darksiders can use their physical pain to fuel their rage and therefore their strength in the dark side of the Force. Bane himself wore living armor that caused him constant pain, which he twisted into power. Kylo Ren had just been shot by Chewie's bowcaster, which we've seen can do massive damage. He's honestly probably just hitting himself to fuel up with adrenaline, but I see no reason why he couldn't also be using that pain to strengthen his connection to the dark side of the Force. How does Rey beat Kylo Ren? I can think of so many reasons for this. First, he had just been shot by Chewie's bowcaster and was bleeding from the wound. Second, he didn't actually want to kill Rey, he wanted to teach her, an offer he makes in the movie. He was holding back during their fight. Third, and most important, he had just killed his own father, an act he hoped would give him strength in the dark side, but instead left him completely unbalanced. The Force Awakens novelization says following through on the act ought to have made him stronger. Instead, he found himself weakened. This is where Snoke himself places the blame on Kylo Ren's loss in The Last Jedi, chastising him for being beaten by a girl who had never held a lightsaber before. Why doesn't Leia hug Chewie after the loss of Han Solo? It was an unfortunate oversight, plain and simple. J.J. Abrams said, "That was probably one of the mistakes I made. Had Chewbacca not been where he was, you probably wouldn't have thought of it, but because he was right there and passed by Leia, it felt almost like a slight, which was definitely not the intention." Abrams went on to say that my thinking at the time was that Chewbacca, despite the pain he was feeling, was focused on trying to save Finn and getting him taken care of. To me, this is all kinda like Chewie getting his medal off-screen in A New Hope. I really wish we saw it happen in the movie, but I'm sure Leia and Chewie had a long hug off-screen the same way Chewie got his medal off-screen. Why does R2-D2 wake up from low power mode right at the end of the movie? Of course, the real reason is simply because that's what the story needed, and it was nice to have a character return after losing Han. But J.J. Abrams said his intent was to have BB-8's little moment with R2 earlier in the film be the catalyst for the Astromech's awakening. BB told R2 he had a piece of the map to Luke Skywalker, and so the older droid started searching his databanks for any information that might help. He finds it in the Imperial archives he accessed on the Death Star way back in A New Hope. The same archives Kylo Ren also tells Rey the First Order would have used to determine Skywalker's location if they either got the map from her or BB-8. R2-D2 found the relevant information, woke up, and together they pieced together the full map to Octo. Why is there a map to Luke Skywalker anyway? There isn't really, not in the sense that Luke left behind clues so he could be found. We learn in The Last Jedi that he wanted to remain hidden. As Han states, it was believed that Luke traveled to the first Jedi Temple, which was a secret to the rest of the galaxy. But Lor San Tekka helped Luke start to piece together its location. The information he gathered was able to be cross-referenced with data from R2-D2 collected from the Death Star, and the first Jedi Temple was found. So it was really a map to Octo, and the Resistance was crossing their fingers and hoping Luke would be there. Now let's move on to The Last Jedi.
A single light fighter.
Where was Black Squadron in Episode 8? We were introduced to pilots like Snap Wexley and Jess Pava in The Force Awakens, and they're nowhere to be seen in The Last Jedi. The Poe Dameron comics by Charles Soule revealed that they were sent on a mission to help recruit allies in the fight against the First Order. It didn't go great, and Poe actually had to head out to rescue them all from First Order sympathizers after the Battle of Crate. Of course, this was all figured out after the release of The Last Jedi, so why not just include them in the movie? I'm guessing here, but I think it's because Rian Johnson knew he was going to be killing off most of the starfighter pilots pretty early in the film. Maybe he wanted to spare all those characters so they could have a chance to come back in Episode 9.
Bombers, keep that tight formation. Fighters, protect the bombers.
Who is Tali Lintra? Like many heroic pilots of Star Wars, Blue Leader has gained a fan following despite having very little screen time. Tali grew up on a farm on the planet Pip-Pip 3, learning how to fly in a classic A-Wing fighter that her family used as a crop duster. She joined the Resistance after seeing the New Republic's lackluster response to the growing threat of the First Order. Her piloting skills impressed Poe Dameron, so she was granted the rank of lieutenant and the call sign Blue Leader. Unfortunately, there aren't many stories about her outside of The Last Jedi, at least not yet.
Captain, Resistance bombers approaching.
Where were the Resistance bombers in the Battle of Starkiller Base? The real answer is that the ships hadn't been created yet, but the book Cobalt Squadron does give us an in-universe answer. Days before the events of The Force Awakens, the Resistance heard of First Order activity in the Atera system. The people there were suffering under First Order rule, and so the bombers of both Cobalt and Crimson Squadrons were sent on a mercy mission. Instead of bombs, they were loaded up with water, food, and other supplies that they dropped to the civilians before retreating. Their mission lasted several days, and while they were gone, the First Order unleashed Starkiller Base on the Hosnian system, and the Resistance was forced to destroy the superweapon without the aid of their bombers. Even if they were at the battle, their very slow speed probably would have made them a liability anyway. Why didn't the Resistance use Y-Wings to attack the First Order Dreadnought? They're bombers too. I think it comes down to the size of the bomber's payload. According to Star Wars Legends sources, one Y-Wing could carry up to 20 proton bombs. One MG-100 Star Fortress carried 1,048 proton bombs, so one Resistance bomber was the equivalent of over 50 Y-Wings. Of course, the trade-off is that the bombers were much slower, and Y-Wings already weren't known for their speed. Regardless, a single Resistance bomber packed enough punch to destroy an entire Dreadnought. Also, the simple fact that we don't see any Y-Wings in the movie suggests to me that the Resistance didn't have any. Their ships were mostly hand-me-downs from the New Republic. Their X-Wings were an older model, the Raddus was scheduled for retirement before the Resistance took it. I guess nobody had volunteered to give up any Y-Wings until a year later when we saw them in the Rise of Skywalker. How can bombs fall in space? I don't understand why this gets asked so much when we first saw it in The Empire Strikes Back in 1980. But also, the Resistance bombers follow the basic rules of physics. It's established that there is a gravity generator in the ship, so when the bombs are released, they are affected by it, and then they fall out of the magnetic field and continue along their given path through space until they hit the First Order Dreadnought. That's how it should work.
Go away!
Why was Luke wearing Jedi robes when he first met Rey? Why was he just hanging out on a cliff dressed as a Jedi if he felt that the Jedi Order needed to end? The Last Jedi Visual Dictionary says Luke only wears those robes to go through one final Jedi rite. The Last Jedi novelization says that Luke has tried to burn down the Jedi library multiple times but couldn't bring himself to go through with it. The book also states that Rey interrupted one of his attempts, which is why he was wearing the robes at the start of the movie. I think Luke's intent was to burn down the tree and also become one with the Force. I think that was the final Jedi rite he planned to undergo, which would have ended the Jedi line as he wanted. But there was probably some nagging feeling that always stopped him because deep down he knew it wasn't the right path. What relics does Luke have in his hut? I'm sure he had several, but two are given more attention. The first is a Jedi Crusader pendant that held part of a Sith lightsaber crystal as a trophy. Jedi Crusaders were first mentioned in Legends in the Old Republic era as a group of renegade Jedi who followed Revan when he was still a Jedi Knight in his campaign against Mandalorian conquerors. The other relic was a star compass Luke recovered from one of Emperor Palpatine's vaults on the planet Pilio, which we can see in Battlefront 2. It's been referred to as the Jedi version of a Sith Wayfinder. The compass is at least partially responsible for Luke's ability to find Ahch-To in the first Jedi Temple. It's also cool to note that the relic was developed for the video game, sketched out by Dave Filoni, quickly created by the prop department, and then sent over to Rian Johnson to be included in the film, all within a week.
You were unbalanced.
What do we know about Snoke's history? He was the result of genetic experiments from Palpatine's DNA, basically like a non-identical clone called a strand cast. He was meant to be a vessel for Darth Sidious's spirit to inhabit, but the Emperor rejected the body and instead decided to use Snoke as a puppet. Maybe quite literally. It's unclear right now if Snoke had any autonomy of his own. Palpatine claims that he was the voice of Snoke to Kylo Ren, but also talks about manipulating Snoke in other sources. At some point, Snoke revealed himself to the Imperial Remnant and eliminated their leaders until he was the best option left to follow, and so they became the First Order. He also appeared to Luke Skywalker and Ben Solo as an ally in the Force for a time, but Skywalker eventually realized the deception, they fought, and Snoke was injured. Again, it's unclear what those injuries were, because Snoke's clones look like they were created to be disfigured. Either way, Snoke's time with the Jedi began to twist Ben Solo's heart, who still saw the mysterious figure as a mentor and sought him out immediately after destroying Luke's training temple. Who are Snoke's purple-robed attendants? They were navigators known especially for their skills charting the unknown regions where the First Order originated in the decades after the fall of the Galactic Empire. During the time of the Clone Wars, they could be seen in the service of several factions that lived in the unknown regions, including the Grisk, brutal invaders and rivals to the Chiss Ascendancy. The members of the Empire that fled into the unknown regions after the Battle of Jakku only survived thanks to hyperspace paths created by the attendants.
I know this place.
What is the Jedi Library Tree? It was a Uneti tree, a very rare kind of tree that was strong in the Force, at least for a tree. If you've seen the Clone Wars series, you've actually seen a Uneti tree before, standing in the courtyard of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. That tree was sadly uprooted after the rise of the Empire, but two pieces of it were preserved in an Imperial vault. After the Battle of Endor, Luke recovered both and gave one of the pieces to Poe Dameron's mother, who planted it near her home on Yavin 4. The staff of Chirrut Imwe in Rogue One was also made out of Uneti wood. The trees supposedly originated on Ahch-To, and Luke Skywalker's study of their saplings helped him find the first Jedi Temple along with the star compass he recovered on Pilio.
The original Jedi texts.
What do we know about the sacred Jedi texts? Not a whole lot, but we do know that Luke collected them during his travels after Return of the Jedi and eventually brought them to Ahch-To. The 2 volumes of the Aeonomica contained handwritten notes and letters about some of the earliest explorations of the Force. The Chronicles of Brusbu wound up containing information on healing kyber crystals, which Rey would use to repair the broken Skywalker lightsaber. The Ramagon contained several conflicting mythological origin stories of the Jedi Order and was discovered by Luke in ruins on Ossus, where he started his own Jedi Academy. And we know one of the other titles was Poetics of a Jedi. What is the significance of Leia's ring? Ready to be sad? It's Han and Leia's wedding ring. In the book The Princess and the Scoundrel, we see the Ewoks create simple but beautiful rings out of vines and gold amber for each of them to wear, but they were fragile and they break during the adventure in that story. So Han designed a more permanent ring. The gold was a reminder of their original rings, and the 2 stones were meant to symbolize the 2 of them. I love that even though Han and Leia separate after their sons fall to the dark side, Leia never removes the ring. There was a distance between them, but they never fell out of love.
They've tracked us through Lightspeed.
How does hyperspace tracking work? We know the Galactic Empire began research on the technology thanks to Jyn Erso's line in Rogue One while she was reading out a list of their secret projects. According to the Last Jedi Visual Dictionary, the Supremacy doesn't track the Resistance fleet the same way a homing beacon would. Instead, it's basically a probability calculator. A huge array of databanks and computers on the Mega-class Star Destroyer was able to calculate a target's trajectory and all possible destinations within a matter of minutes. The ship would then jump to what the computer claimed was the most likely result, so it doesn't sound like a completely foolproof system, but it was a reliable one. How does Leia survive in the vacuum of space? First and foremost, we have to understand that Star Wars has never fully operated under real-world physics. I would consider being sucked into the vacuum of space fatal in Star Wars, but I'm also willing to give it some leeway. Other Star Wars stories, especially in Legends, have shown us Force users creating protective barriers around themselves that could aid in her survival. Even if she didn't specifically know how to use them, we've seen several canon stories like Leia Princess of Alderaan or Bloodline where Leia accesses the Force in a fight-or-flight scenario. And we now know that she did train with Luke for a time. But mostly, I think it comes down to the vacuum of space being just a little bit less lethal in Star Wars. We've seen plenty of other examples of characters taking spacewalks and surviving, or simply wearing helmets in environments that probably should have killed them.
Well, keep up the barrage.
How does the Raddus outpace the Supremacy? While Star Wars often asks us to suspend our sense of disbelief when it comes to real science, the Raddus fleeing the First Order actually does work with real-world physics. Since the Resistance ships are much smaller than the First Order Star Destroyers, they are able to accelerate faster. While they have fuel, they are able to increase the distance between them and their enemies. Of course, once they run out of fuel, their acceleration stops, and the First Order is able to catch up, picking off one ship at a time. But objects with smaller mass can accelerate faster than objects with a larger mass, so the Resistance ships can get out of immediate danger, they just can't fully escape. Did Chewbacca eat that porg? We don't know for sure. There aren't any sources I could find that confirmed whether or not he went through with his dinner, but I assume that he did. He just felt a little guilty about it. He had already cooked 2 porgs. To me, it would have been more disrespectful to not eat them. Wookiees are known for being in tune with nature, even the ones that aren't classically Force sensitive. To them, hunting to survive is a part of the circle of life. So I think Chewie likely ate the 2 porgs he cooked, was grateful for the nourishment they provided, and then probably felt too guilty to eat any more of them. What is the significance of Han's gold dice? They once belonged to Han's father before passing to him, and they became a good luck charm for the Scrum Rat on Corellia. Star Wars Legends established that Han eventually used them to win the Millennium Falcon from Lando. Canon reference books continued that trend, stating they were used in a variant of Sabacc called Corellian Spike. We didn't see that happen in Solo: A Star Wars Story, we only saw the very end of that game, but I think we can assume the dice were used earlier. Basically, they're just a good luck charm, but behind the scenes, they first appeared way back in A New Hope, only visible in one scene. Their legend grew in the old Marvel comics and the trading card game, so the dice gained some notoriety with diehard fans. They were originally going to be included in The Force Awakens, showing Han returning his dice to their rightful place on the Millennium Falcon, but the scene was cut. The Last Jedi made the dice a reminder of Han Solo after his death for Luke, Leia, and Kylo Ren, and then Solo: A Star Wars Story put them front and center once again.
So, what's our plan?
Why didn't Vice Admiral Holdo tell Poe the plan? I can think of some reasons for this, but I do think the entire plot on the Raddus could have been written more clearly to better serve the movie. For example, the First Order was tracking the Resistance through hyperspace, something they all believed to be impossible. It makes complete sense that they might think there was a physical tracker on one of the ships or even a spy within the Resistance. That's reason enough for Holdo to keep her plan quiet, but when the audience knows that's not the case and no other narrative reason is given, I agree that it feels frustrating to watch. That said, I do have to point out that the second Poe learns what the plan is, he is the one to blab about it on speakerphone, giving it away to DJ. So while I understand Holdo's reasoning, I do think giving her a more obviously stated reason when she first took control of the fleet would have benefited that part of the movie. What is the mosaic on the floor of the first Jedi Temple? It's meant to represent the Prime Jedi, considered to be the first Jedi to learn to use the Force around 25,000 years before the events of the Star Wars films. It's currently unknown if this is meant to be a literal depiction of the Prime Jedi. I think the Prime Jedi could wind up being a collection of people instead of just one person, and the mosaic could be metaphorical. We simply don't know enough right now, but James Mangold's planned movie about the Dawn of the Jedi seems likely to explore those ideas.
I took him and began the training temple.
Where was Luke's training temple? That was a mystery for quite a while until the novel Shadow of the Sith by Adam Christopher. We briefly visit Luke's training academy in that story, and the planet is stated to be Ossus. Apparently, that was first established in the script notes for the Book of Boba Fett, where we see Luke constructing the first buildings for his academy, and the novel made it official. Ossus was an important planet to the Jedi in Star Wars Legends, serving as its headquarters long before they built their Jedi temple on Coruscant. In canon, it was also associated with the Jedi of old and was said to be home to a great Jedi library long ago.
He had vanished with a handful of my students.
What happened to Luke's surviving students? Skywalker says when he recovered from Ben Solo's attack, his nephew and a handful of students were missing. That led some fans to believe those students could have become the Knights of Ren, but their story is told in the Rise of Kylo Ren comic by Charles Soule. 3 Padawans were off on a mission when Ben Solo destroyed Luke's temple. Ty, Vo, and Hennix all found Ben in the aftermath and drew their lightsabers on him when he claimed responsibility for what happened. He bested them and fled, but they chased him across the galaxy. Hennix died in an accident on the planet Elphrona. Ty was killed by Ren, the leader of the Knights of Ren shortly after, an act that sent Ben into a rage. He killed Ren and took control of the Knights, and then he killed Vo himself. When did Ben Solo fall to the dark side? That's hard to pinpoint, but we do know the destruction of Luke's temple took place 6 years before the events of The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi. That was the final nail in the coffin. That said, Snoke had already been manipulating Ben for some unknown amount of time, and it's possible young Solo had already dabbled in dealings with the First Order. The book Bloodline, which takes place before the destruction of Luke's academy, hints that Ben Solo knew of an assassination attempt on his mother's life, and he may have secretly warned her about it. So we don't know the full timeline of his fall, but we can say that he became Kylo Ren 6 years before the sequel trilogy.
Lesson 2.
What was Luke's third lesson to Rey? You can find it in a deleted scene for the film that was ultimately cut for pacing reasons. In it, Rey sees ships approaching the Caretaker's village and Luke tells her it's violent raiders, but he urges her not to defend the Caretakers and escalate the fighting because that's what the sacred Jedi texts claim a Jedi would do. Really, he's testing her character to see if she would take action. She does and runs off to save the Caretakers, finding them in the midst of a party instead. The ships were simply other members of the village returning from a fishing trip. Later, Luke tells Rey what the galaxy needs is her willingness to act regardless of the teachings of the Jedi. The lesson here isn't as straightforward as the other two, but I think Luke is saying that the dogma of the Jedi could sometimes get in the way of doing what's right. I would agree, we saw that happen in the prequel trilogy, but that doesn't mean the Jedi need to end. It simply means their teachings can and should be updated. Any institution should be willing to adapt to changing times, cultures, and beliefs.
Don't let the rapper fool you, friend.
Why was DJ in jail in The Last Jedi? That story is told in the one-shot DJ Most Wanted comic that came out around the same time as the movie. Basically, he was running a bunch of scams in the city under the alias Denel Stench. He had stolen some currency from a bunch of shady characters and then installed some sort of virus on it. He then purposefully lost it all in the casinos, and then the infected credits would pass the virus around, which would eventually give him a big payout. But all the people he scammed started looking for Denel Stench. The walls started closing in around DJ, and he basically got himself arrested so he wouldn't get killed, and prepared to leave Canto Bight as quickly as he could. How does Rey know how to swim? Okay, first of all, as Harrison Ford put it to Mark Hamill almost 50 years ago,
it ain't that kind of movie.
The scenes in the Mirror Cave are all about myth and symbolism. Rey's plunge into the water is more about a metaphorical baptism and coming change, reinforced by her hair changing as well. But she grew up surrounded by sand. How does she know how to swim? Who cares? It doesn't matter. But with that out of the way, I do have some in-universe answers. First, I don't think she does know how to swim. Not very well, anyway. She falls in the water, flails about, is able to make it to the surface, and to me, it looks like she ineffectively splashes her way to the shore. Second, Rey wasn't born on Jakku. According to the novel Shadow of the Sith, she was born on the forest planet Hypercarn. It's completely reasonable that as a young child, she could have learned to swim at least well enough to not drown. What does the vision in the Mirror Cave mean? Just like Luke's vision in the Darkside Cave on Dagobah, I think this is fully up to the interpretation of the viewer. I think this Darkside Cave wanted to make Rey feel alone and wanted to drive her closer to Kylo Ren and eventually Snoke, but it did so by telling her the truth. The long line of Reys could represent every version of herself she could become, the infinite possibilities of the future. She goes deeper to try to see where the line ends, what her future could be, and she once again seeks identity through her parents, begging to see them. She sees two figures that become one, and it's revealed to simply be her. As Kylo Ren tells her, she looks for father figures in Han Solo and Luke Skywalker. She keeps looking to other people, maybe wanting them to just tell her what to do and what is right. But the mirror is saying, no, you have to decide who you are for yourself. You never had parents to guide you before, and you don't need them now. From one point of view, I think that's an empowering message, but from Rey's point of view, it compounds the loneliness she has always felt and was feeling intensely on Ahch-To. That's what I get from the scene, but I'd love to hear your own interpretations in the comments. How could the same person who saw good in Darth Vader ignite his lightsaber against his nephew? Yes, it's true that in Return of the Jedi, Luke Skywalker told Obi-Wan Kenobi that he couldn't kill his own father, and he continued to refuse to fight Anakin Skywalker. But those scenes in the Emperor's throne room show Luke bouncing back and forth between violence and peace, until Vader threatens someone Luke loves, Leia. Then Luke loses his mind and just starts wailing on his own father and very nearly does kill him. We can follow that same line of thinking in The Last Jedi. Luke saw a possible future in Ben's mind: pain, destruction, death, and the end of everything Luke loved. We've also seen that visions in the Force can appear to be very real, so in a single second of a shameful act, he ignited his lightsaber, in a moment that is directly mirroring the same shot where Luke almost killed Vader. This is one of Luke's biggest flaws. We see it in The Empire Strikes Back as well, sensing danger for his friends and running off to face it before he's ready. We also see that he repeats another mistake from Dagobah. What's in the Darkside Cave? Only what you take with you. If you're bringing your weapons into the cave, you're basically looking for something to fight. Why did Luke even bring his lightsaber into Ben's hut? He wasn't planning to draw it on his nephew, but bringing a lightsaber along to me says subconsciously Luke's mind was made up. He already thought Ben was dangerous. Why did Ben Solo have a calligraphy set? It's visible in a blink and you'll miss it moment, but the Last Jedi Visual Dictionary makes specific mention of the set, and the reference book 100 Objects by Kristen Baver builds on it. The set once belonged to Obi-Wan Kenobi, was recovered from his hut by Luke, and given to Ben Solo as a gift. The reason it's important is because of the book Bloodline by Claudia Gray. Rian Johnson gave some creative insight to the author, since the book connected to The Last Jedi. That story is about Leia's final days in the New Republic Senate, about 6 years before the sequel trilogy. In it, she is warned of an assassination attempt thanks to a handwritten note, a rare sight in the Star Wars galaxy. Although it is not confirmed, I think it's likely her son knew of the plot and discreetly saved his mother's life.
Someone needs to stay behind and pilot the cruiser.
When did Leia Organa meet Amilyn Holdo? It's clear they have a history together, even if we don't see it in The Last Jedi. They met in the book Leia Princess of Alderaan by Claudia Gray, which takes place when Leia is 16 years old, first entering the Imperial Apprentice Legislature to train to enter the Galactic Senate. Amilyn was another member of the program, known for her rebellious streak. The two young women developed a friendship that continued for years. Before the Battle of Yavin, they were companions on Coruscant, but as war with the Empire loomed closer, Holdo joined Leia in the rebellion, becoming a spy for the Alliance.
Fire on that cruiser!
Why wasn't the Holdo maneuver used more frequently? The Last Jedi novelization by Jason Fry goes into a lot of details about how the Raddus's experimental shields were actually responsible for most of the damage from the Holdo maneuver in The Last Jedi. I also don't think she necessarily knew what would happen when she entered hyperspace. I think she was acting out of desperation to save the rest of the Resistance. As Finn says later in The Rise of Skywalker, it was a 1 in a million shot. It's not a strategy that can be dependably relied upon because there's no guarantee it'll work. I think it's silly to say that and then show it happening later in the exact same movie, but that's a topic for another time. Despite it being established as a near impossible maneuver to replicate, fans have wondered why we haven't seen it happen before. But we have. In the Star Wars Legends comic Dark Empire 2, the resurrected Emperor uses a superweapon called the Galaxy Gun that weaponized hyperspace to a degree, and he said, "Marvelous, it's a wonder we didn't think of it decades ago." I know the Galaxy Gun didn't work exactly like a bunch of holdo maneuvers, but my point is that someone had to be the first to successfully do something like this. Maybe it had been attempted before and failed, but now people can study what Holdo did and crack the case. The fact of the matter is, we know very little about how hyperspace even works. I assume there is a reason people don't go around ramming things at light speed willy-nilly, even if I don't know what that specific reason is.
The mineral planet Crate, an uncharted hideout from the days of the Rebellion.
What was the Rebellion's history on Crate? It was used as a base before the Rebel Alliance was even officially formed. 3 years before the Battle of Yavin, when Leia Organa was 16, she investigated Rebel activity and tracked it back to Crate, where she was surprised to find her father in charge, which sparked her own involvement with the Rebellion. The base there was abandoned shortly after, but was revisited by Leia when the Rebel Alliance needed a new secret base. Despite their victory in the Battle of Yavin, the Rebels had to flee Yavin 4, and Crate was floated as a possible new home. They went so far as to begin digging trenches and establishing defenses, but their location was betrayed by a miner on the planet, and the Empire sent the Rebel Alliance on the run once more. The Resistance would later return to those defenses over 3 decades later.
What happened?
How did Rey get back to the Millennium Falcon? As Hux tells Kylo Ren, she got away in Snoke's personal escape craft that must have been located nearby the throne room. She then waited in space for Chewbacca to pick her up in the Millennium Falcon. But the Last Jedi novelization also tells us that she had a moment where she considered killing an unconscious Kylo Ren. Obviously, she rejects that idea, even though she knows one quick yet dark act had the potential to save countless lives. But she knew the Force wasn't finished with him, and of course he wound up playing a role in the fight against Palpatine a year later. What happened to all the Porgs on the Millennium Falcon? Don't worry, they're all fine, and we know that thanks to the book Pirate's Price, the Star Wars Adventures comics, Galaxy's Edge, and Tales from the Galaxy's Edge. Basically, when the Resistance set up a base on Batuu and the Millennium Falcon was parked in Black Spire Outpost, all the Porg stowaways began to thrive on the new world. 2 of them became companions of the pirate Hondo Ohnaka, who named them Puffy and Snappy. The Porgs on Batuu reproduced and began living in the cliffs of the planet, which were somewhat similar to their natural habitat on Ahch-To. Some were domesticated and sold as pets in the market, and a drink was named after the critters in Oga's Cantina.
Our distress signal's been received at multiple points, but no response.
Why didn't any Resistance allies answer the call to help at the Battle of Crate? The Rise of Skywalker novelization explains that it wasn't simply a matter of losing hope, as Leia fears in The Last Jedi. On Kijimi, Poe confides in Zori Bliss that he's afraid no one even heard their message. One of the First Order's priorities after the destruction of the New Republic Senate was shutting down communications, especially to planets friendly to the Resistance. Poe knows for a fact that the First Order had been jamming their transmissions, but he did also fear that the galaxy had truly given up hope. Why didn't Luke use his green lightsaber in his Force projection? Rian Johnson says it was to get a rise out of Kylo Ren since he felt that the blue lightsaber belonged to him. It was also a signal that something wasn't quite right with Luke's appearance on Crate. But I'm also going to add my own reasoning to this. So much of the Force is about visualization and belief. Yoda says as much in The Empire Strikes Back. Luke is trying to manifest himself as the vision of an absolute Jedi hero, but the green lightsaber is a symbol of one of his most shameful moments, igniting it in his nephew's hut. Even though using the green lightsaber would have made more sense, considering we didn't just see it break in half, I suspect Luke may not have been able to make a convincing projection if he himself didn't fully believe it. We also don't know exactly how this works. He may not have chosen all the specific details of his projection's appearance. It could just be happening based on his own thoughts and feelings. My point is, I think when Luke envisions the most heroic version of himself, it probably doesn't include the green lightsaber that helped create Kylo Ren.
See you around, kid.
Why did Luke's Force projection cause his death? Force projection, also known as doppelganger or simul-futurist, first appeared in Star Wars Legends and was expanded upon by Force users called the Falanasi. They were known for first achieving Force projection, which required the user to pour their life essence into the cosmic Force, which is the aspect of the Force which makes Force ghosts possible. In a sense, creating a Force projection was very similar to the way a Jedi who had become one with the Force would be able to create a physical manifestation of their consciousness. Creating a projection would not result in death for any user, but the further the distance, the more realistic the doppelganger, and the longer it was projected all factored into the difficulty of the technique, and therefore how much of a being's life essence would be given up to the cosmic Force itself. Why does Luke's robotic hand become one with the Force? It was cybernetic, so why does it disappear with the rest of his body? It disappears for the same reason most of Obi-Wan's robes disappear when he becomes one with the Force. That hand was a part of Luke, cybernetic or not. He could and did use the Force with it. Luke had to accept the new hand as part of himself. I see no reason why it would have to be left behind. But ultimately, this all came down to a filmmaking decision. On Twitter, Rian Johnson said, "In the edit room, someone joke suggested that when he fades away, his robot hand should clank down onto the rock, but it might have undercut the moment." What happened to Luke's green lightsaber? According to the novelization of The Last Jedi by Jason Fry, Luke brought the weapon to Ahch-To all those years ago. We don't know where he kept it, but the caretakers of the island cleaned out his hut after he became one with the Force. They packed up his robes, various artifacts, and the book specifies they also collected his weapon, taking them all to a repository where other such items were held from the various Jedi that lived on or visited the first Jedi Temple over the course of tens of thousands of years. So Luke's green lightsaber is still on Ahch-To somewhere, waiting to be discovered. Luke Skywalker. How does Luke's story spread across the galaxy? I'm speculating here, but I think the answer can be found in the Poe Dameron comics by Charles Soule. Leading up to the events of The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi, Poe was approached by an old friend from the New Republic Navy named Suralinda Javos. She had left the military to become a journalist and attempted to learn the location of the Resistance base. But the closer she got to the Resistance, the more she began to believe in their cause, and she eventually joined Black Squadron. She was with the rest of the pilots during the events of The Last Jedi, failing to gather allies for the Resistance. After learning about the Battle of Crait, I believe she could have used her contacts as a journalist to help spread the legend of Luke Skywalker, which is something the book Resistance Reborn hints at as a possibility.
Happy beats here, buddy, come on.
Who says, "I've got a bad feeling about this" in The Last Jedi? It's a line that's appeared in every Star Wars movie in some form or fashion, and yes, I include Han Solo saying he has a good feeling about this in Solo: A Star Wars Story. But where is it in The Last Jedi? It's one of the very first lines in the movie. It just wasn't delivered in BASIC. It was delivered in binary by BB-8, and I love that. You can still understand the line given the context of the scene, but it isn't an overt inclusion forced into the script because it's supposed to be there. Now let's move on to the Rise of Skywalker. What was Palpatine's mysterious broadcast? There was an event in Fortnite of all places where you could actually hear the Emperor's message. Over the HoloNet he said, "At last the work of generations is complete. The great error is corrected. The day of victory is at hand. The day of revenge. The day of the Sith." That's a strange place to put a very important message, but it was also included in the Rise of Skywalker novelization written by Ray Carson. Why does Mustafar look different at the start of the film? Since when did it have trees? In the Vader Immortal VR game, we learn that thousands of years before the events of the Skywalker Saga, the planet was covered in plant life. The leader of Mustafar was a Force user named Lady Corvax. When her husband was killed in battle, she became obsessed with finding a way to bring him back to life. That led her to steal a sacred Mustafarian relic called the Bright Star. She installed it into a machine she created, which she believed would resurrect her husband. Instead, the misuse of the relic transformed Mustafar into the lava-covered hellscape we're used to seeing. Vader Immortal is about Darth Vader attempting to recover the Bright Star to resurrect Padme, but he is stopped by a smuggler and what remains of Lord Corvax's spirit. They destroy the Bright Star, and the energy that's released begins to heal the planet. 3 decades later, it would appear that the healing process has begun. The iron trees that we see on Mustafar are growing in a place called Corvax Fen. Who is Kylo Ren fighting on Mustafar? They were Sith cultists called the Elasmic of Winsit. They settled on Mustafar sometime after Darth Vader's death and began to protect the lands near the ruins of the Sith Lord's castle. They planted the iron trees now seen on the planet, hoping to jumpstart Mustafar's regrowth. The Elasmic were loyal to the Sith over Supreme Leader Kylo Ren and hoped to stop him from reaching Darth Vader's Wayfinder and therefore the hidden world Exegol. What was the Eye of Webbish Bog? Deleted scenes from The Rise of Skywalker would have shown Kylo Ren encountering a creepy, spider-like creature attached to the head of a giant on Mustafar. Its connection to the Force allowed it to foresee the future and act as a kind of oracle. The Darth Vader comics show us that it originally gave the Sith Wayfinder to Vader shortly after the events of The Empire Strikes Back. Eventually, the Sith Lord returned his Wayfinder to Mustafar and tasked the Eye with its protection. The Rise of Skywalker novelization includes the deleted scene between Kylo and the Eye. In it, the Eye of Webbish Bog warns Kylo that by continuing down this path, he will eventually confront his true self, and then offers up the location of the Wayfinder within the stone altar we see in the film.
What could you give me?
When was the Sith Eternal Fleet built? We don't know exactly when the fleet began construction, but it must have been well before the events of The Empire Strikes Back. Shortly after the Battle of Hoth, Darth Vader made his way to Exegol for the first time, where he discovered an already significant fleet of Star Destroyers. Since the Zeiston-class Star Destroyers were based on the Imperial One-class design, I would guess Palpatine ordered the construction to begin while that ship was still being produced, prior to the year 9 BBY. But the planet-killing super lasers couldn't have been added until sometime after the Battle of Yavin, once the technology had been figured out by Galen Erso. Exegol was home to a massive red kyber crystal that was used to power the super lasers. I'm guessing, but the fleet may have been built over the course of 4 decades, alongside the development of the Death Stars and Starkiller Base.
Claude, I hope you fixed that surge.
What's the deal with Claude? Creature designer Neil Scanlon described scenes that were filmed but not used in the final cut of The Rise of Skywalker that would have given us more context, stating Claude's backstory as it was told to us was that he was hanging around at a galactic bus stop when the Millennium Falcon flew by, and Claude got on board because Finn mistakes him for someone else. So Claude never really knew why he was there, and that joke was actually filmed. I imagine he was meant to have like a little mini arc as someone who accidentally joined the Resistance and at first wants nothing to do with them, but then winds up believing in their cause. But that was all dropped, so instead he's just some guy we see hanging around in a couple of scenes. We probably won't get his full story until the year 2059 when The Rise of Skywalker from a certain point of view comes out.
What are you doing? Lightspeed skipping!
What is lightspeed skipping? We see the first time Poe Dameron lightspeed skips in the book Freefall. As part of the Spice Runners of Kijimi, Poe's team's ship is tracked by some rivals who are hot on their tail. To escape, they skip through hyperspace to buy enough time to find and disable the homing beacon that had been planted on their ship. The technique was described as jumping along a series of preset coordinates that would appear random, but were actually dangerous locations known to Poe's crew. Places with lots of obstructions that would slow down or destroy their enemies. Even though they weren't random jumps, lightspeed skipping was a move of desperation that would put a dangerous amount of strain on any ship that tried it.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
How did Palpatine return? The answer to that question can be found in the Rise of Skywalker novelization and the Bad Batch animated series. The Emperor basically survived the same way he did in Star Wars Legends. As he fell down the second Death Star's reactor shaft, he transferred his consciousness to a prepared clone body. Unfortunately for him, the cloned vessel wasn't strong enough to contain his spirit, and it began to quickly decay. The Empire began to unlock the secrets to creating clones with strong metachlorian counts immediately after the end of the Clone Wars in a secret installation called Mount Tantus. Project Necromancer involved the blood of a young clone named Omega who was held in their facility, but her brothers, a group of enhanced clones called the Bad Batch, rescued her and inadvertently ruined Palpatine's plans. The Empire had to start from scratch without Omega's blood, and their research wasn't completed in time for the Emperor's near-death at the Battle of Endor.
Cloning. Secrets only the Sith knew.
Who is Beaumont Kin? He was a historian that joined the Resistance after the destruction of Hosnian Prime. He was very interested in the ancient Sith and visited several worlds important to their order like Malachor and Moraband. He earned a doctorate from the Lurkt Historical Institute on Hosnian Prime and was given funding to archaeological expeditions on the planet Yoturba. He happened to discover a Sith holocron there while he was being visited by Luke Skywalker and Lor San Tekka. Over a decade later, the First Order attacked. The destruction of the New Republic Senate prompted him to join the Resistance, and he survived through the Battle of Exegol. When the fighting was over, he wrote a book about the rise and fall of the Galactic Empire in the hopes that future generations could prevent the return of another Imperial regime. Why did Kylo Ren reforge his helmet? In-universe, I think it all comes down to his mission to find Rey. He had called the Knights of Ren together, and his helmet was a symbol of leadership to them. But since his path was now headed directly for Rey, a woman he absolutely had feelings for, the mask would be able to hide his face and true feelings from her. Out of universe, I think the return of the mask was an easy way to get around a script that, by many accounts, was being rewritten frequently. Kylo delivers several key lines while wearing the mask, and if any of those plot points were to change, they could be more easily re-recorded as a voiceover instead of a full reshoot.
Knights of Ren. Cool.
Who were the Knights of Ren? They were darkside users originally from the unknown regions who called the Force the Shadow. By the time of the Galactic Civil War, they were led by a man simply known as Ren, but the Knights existed long before he was born. It would seem that they used to have a reputation as a more powerful group, but by the time we meet them, their connection to the Force was considered weak when compared to a Jedi or Sith. Ben Solo briefly met them when he was still training with Luke Skywalker, and sought them out after he destroyed his uncle's Jedi Academy. He was told that joining the Knights of Ren required what they referred to as a good death, the sacrifice of a family member or a kill to prove one's strength. Ben Solo wound up killing Ren in front of the other Knights, making him their new leader.
They conjured legions of Star Destroyers.
Who was Allegiant General Pryde? His backstory has been told in several stories by now, including the Darth Vader comics, Return of the Jedi from a Certain Point of View, and Shadow of the Sith. As part of the Empire, he was captured by a squad of cybernetically enhanced rebels, but was freed shortly after by Darth Vader. Pryde witnessed the Sith Lord's power and became obsessed with his strength, helping him fight against a splinter group of the Empire called the Schism Imperial. He was present for the battles of Endor and Jakku, and fled into the unknown regions after the New Republic's victory. 16 years later, he worked alongside the Corporate Sector Authority as a colonel in the Imperial Remnant. He learned of the Sith Eternal at this time when he helped Ochi of Bestoon hunt down a young Rey and her parents. He encountered the First Order and joined their ranks in the following years, but his true loyalty remained to the Sith Eternal.
Wookiees stand out in the crowd.
What is Lando doing on Pasaana? The answer can be found in the novel Shadow of the Sith by Adam Christopher. We learn that Lando's young daughter was kidnapped by the First Order when she was only 2 years old, which was a dropped subplot from Episode 9. Years later, Lando gets a lead on the people that took her in the form of Ochi of Bestoon. He recruits Luke to chase him across the galaxy, but as he says in the movie, the trail went cold on Pasaana. Heartbroken and discouraged, Lando decided to stay on the planet and continue looking for clues. There he remained for 14 years until Rey, Finn, and Poe arrived.
They fly now! They fly now!
Why are Finn and Poe so surprised to see flying stormtroopers? Certainly a former stormtrooper would have known that they could fly, and we know Poe Dameron has encountered them before in the comics. First, I want to admit that I do think this moment was written for most of the Star Wars audience who don't read the comics or watch the animated series. For most people watching the movie, they might be having the same reaction seeing a stormtrooper fly for the first time on the big screen. But for all of us nerds, I don't see why we can't just chalk it up to Finn and Poe's exasperation. They're being chased by stormtroopers and all of a sudden they launch up into the air and they're like, ugh, not only do these stormtroopers have tread speeders, but they also have jump troopers? People made way too big of a deal out of that small moment, in my opinion.
Rey! Rey, I never told you where!
What was Finn going to say to Rey? He was going to tell her that he was able to feel the Force. While the movie doesn't answer this directly, Finn's growing strength can be seen during the Battle of Exegol when he is able to lead the Resistance attack to the Star Destroyer Steadfast, and when he feels Rey's temporary death. 2 LEGO shorts have continued his story a bit, showing him training under Rey and encountering the Force Ghost of Obi-Wan, who straight up calls Finn a Jedi. This is a plotline I really hope is continued in the new Jedi Order movie, jumping 15 years into the future to show Finn as a full Jedi Knight or Master.
Horrible things have happened.
Does Rey know psychometry? I think the simple answer is yes, and it's been confirmed in reference books. Psychometry, or the ability to feel an object's history through the Force, was said to be rare, but Star Wars has been using it as a storytelling device more frequently. Ahsoka Tano and Vernestra Rwoh were both shown using it to investigate crime scenes. It might be more accurate to say that it's rare for a Jedi to be naturally gifted with psychometry. Quinlan Vos or Cal Kestis seem like they grew up understanding the ability, but it makes sense to me that any Jedi would be able to learn it, especially someone long-lived like Vernestra. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Yoda could use psychometry. But in Rey's case, I think experiencing the memories of the dagger is more personal. It's the blade that killed her parents. It unlocks memories that are specific to her, or when she touches the Skywalker lightsaber in The Force Awakens, I think the Force is trying to show her something. So while I do think Rey understands and can use psychometry, the examples we see in the movies seem like she's getting a little boost from the cosmic force.
Ochi of Bestoon.
Who was Ochi of Bestoon? He was an assassin and Jedi hunter that was active at least by the time of the Clone Wars. At some point, he attempted to kill Jedi Master Depa Billaba, but he was thwarted by Mace Windu. Over 2 decades later, he was hired by Emperor Palpatine to hunt down and kill a wounded Darth Vader. Obviously, the Sith apprentice survived the encounter and made Ochi subservient to him. After retrieving a Wayfinder, Vader forced Ochi to join him on a mission to Exegol, where they found the Emperor guarding a massive red Kyber crystal. Palpatine hurt the crystal through the Force, and it gave off a powerful light that burned out Ochi's eyes, blinding him. The assassin constantly shifted his loyalties, working for Vader, Lady Kira of Crimson Dawn, and even the former handmaidens of Padme Amidala, but he always returned to serve the Sith. Years after the supposed death of Palpatine, a Sith cultist revealed that the Emperor lived and hired Ochi to find his granddaughter Rey and bring her to Exegol. As we see in the movie, the assassin would fail and die on this final mission.
You were a spice runner?
You were a stormtrooper?
Were you a spice runner?
When was Poe Dameron a spice runner? Zori Bliss makes it sound like Poe was part of her crew right before he joined the Resistance, but the book Freefall by Alex Segura clears up the timeline. When Poe was 16 years old, he ran away from home and fell in with the Spice Runners of Kijimi for about a year. He developed a relationship with Zori, but eventually realized that he couldn't go on living life as a criminal. He betrayed the Spice Runners and even Zori, who wanted to run away with him. That all took place about 17 years before the events of the Rise of Skywalker. 8 years later, when Poe was about 25, he joined the New Republic Navy, and 4 years after that, he joined the Resistance. The Rise of Skywalker Visual Dictionary says Poe spent 5 years as a Spice Runner, but I would go with the novel's timeline of 1 year over the reference book. Is that Dengar in the bar on Kijimi? The Rise of Skywalker Visual Dictionary names that character Hrothgar Deng and states that he was an old and experienced Corellian bounty hunter operating under an alias. He subjected himself to cybernetic replacements in a poorly planned bid to live and work forever. Deng's armor and history as a Corellian bounty hunter link him to Dengar, one of the bounty hunters from The Empire Strikes Back. The Star Wars book states that Dengar became unrecognizable after undergoing extreme surgeries. Another reference book said there was an in-universe rumor that linked the two characters, and Star Wars Adventures issue 14 had a character use Dengar and Hrothgar's names interchangeably. I think it's very likely that Dengar and Hrothgar Deng are the same person.
Don't mind us.
Who was John Williams' cameo character in The Rise of Skywalker? Oma Trace was the bartender working in the Spice Runner's den on Kijimi. According to Williams, he at first turned down the chance to appear, just like George Lucas did in Revenge of the Sith. But once again, a family member convinced him to have some fun. This time it was John's wife, Samantha. On the shelves behind Oma Trace are 51 props that were created to represent the many films he has scored during his career, including barrels from Jaws, a whip from Indiana Jones, an iron from Home Alone, and so on. The character's name, Oma Trace, is an anagram of the word maestro.
You'll be safe here. I promise.
Who were Rey's parents? Their story was told in the novel Shadow of the Sith by Adam Christopher. Her father, Dathan, was created on Exegol about 12 years before the Battle of Yavin. He was a failed clone of the Emperor, a strand cast meant to contain Palpatine's spirit in the event of his death. But Dathan had no connection to the Force and was considered to be an abomination. When he was about 16, he escaped, or was allowed to escape Exegol, and he set off to create a life of his own. He traveled for 11 years until he met a woman named Miramir on the planet Hypercarn. They fell in love, got married, and had a daughter they named Rey. Hoping to hide from the Sith, they moved to Jakku, where they worked as junk traders for 5 years until Ochi of Bestoon picked up their trail. They temporarily hid Rey with Unkar Plutt, hoping to lure Ochi to another desert world, Pisana, before returning for their daughter. But they were caught and killed, and Ochi perished on Pisana, so Rey was left on Jakku to survive on her own.
What Palpatine doesn't know is we're a dyad in the Force.
What is a dyad in the Force? It was a bond in the Force between two beings that was so strong they were basically one. The two halves of a dyad were able to communicate mentally and physically across great distances. They could even pass objects between one another. The ability to use the Force to heal came naturally to them, and as illustrated by Ben Solo, one half of a dyad could give up their life energy to resurrect the other. The power of their bond could also heal others. Dyads were so rare that they were considered mysterious even to those most knowledgeable interchangeable in the Force. The Sith's Rule of Two was supposedly an attempt to manufacture a dyad. The truth is, we don't know much about dyads right now.
The Wayfinder's there.
How did Ochi's knife point the way to the Emperor's vault? The answer is in the novel Shadow of the Sith. Ochi of Bestoon was given the dagger by a Sith cultist who was instructed to find Rey and bring her to Exegol. While Ochi had been to Exegol before, as seen in the Darth Vader comics, he didn't know how to get there on his own. He asked for a wayfinder, and the cultist told him the blade would point the way when the time was right. Over the course of the story, Ochi realized that the dagger would absorb the blood of anyone he killed with it, glowing red and revealing hidden Sith writing, kind of like the One Ring when it was exposed to fire, except this time the writing didn't fade away. So the blade was designed to point the way to Exegol, and the clues would only be revealed through blood and death. Some of the Star Wars comics show that Ochi had a nearly identical dagger years prior during the Galactic Civil War. I guess we should assume that the two daggers are modeled after one another, but are different. Or maybe Ochi lost that dagger, the Sith enchanted it, and then returned it.
You were First Order?
Not by choice.
How were stormtroopers conscripted into the First Order? They were kidnapped and brainwashed as very young children as part of an initiative called Project Harvester. It was created by Brendel Hux, the father of Armitage, as a combination of clone and stormtrooper philosophies, indoctrinating their soldiers almost from birth. Finn, Janna, Lando's daughter Kadara, and countless other children were taken from their families. The children of rebel heroes were targeted, discouraging their parents from fighting the First Order when theoretically any stormtrooper could be their own child.
Leia knows what must be done, Atu.
What exactly did Leia do to reach Kylo Ren? The Rise of Skywalker novelization gives us some more details. Luke spoke to her through the Force and told her what was going on, encouraging her to tell her son that she would always love him, even if he never returned to the light side. She basically did a similar thing as Luke, projecting himself on Crate, sending her love across the galaxy to her son. The book tells us that she was forever weakened by her near-death experience in The Last Jedi, and so the act took all the strength she had left.
You're just a memory.
Your memory.
Was Han Solo a Force ghost? No. As Ben Solo states in the movie itself, he was only experiencing a memory. The entire conversation was in his head, replaying his final moments with his father, except this time he makes the right choice and leaves Kylo Ren behind forever. So in the literal, in-universe sense, Han Solo was not a Force ghost. He did not become one with the Force, he wasn't Force sensitive, it doesn't make sense for him to be a Force ghost. But symbolically, I think what it means to become a Force ghost is that you live on through your relationships and the legacy you leave behind. So even though Ben Solo was not having a conversation with the specter of his father, he was still affected by his father's final words and actions. So even if Han Solo didn't have the power to become a Force ghost, his memory still accomplished the same thing a ghost could have.
Kijimi is in range.
Fire.
Where did Final Order soldiers come from? They were born and raised entirely on Exegol. Even during the reign of the Empire, Palpatine had his most loyal servants hidden away on the Sith world, working to create the Final Order fleet as well as the technology to help him live forever. Sith troopers and the officers who commanded the fleet of Star Destroyers were all the offspring of the Sith Eternal, raised to be completely loyal to their Sith ruler, Darth Sidious.
Because you're a Palpatine.
How did Luke and Leia know Rey was a Palpatine? We don't know the answer to this question yet, but what makes the most sense to me is that Luke found out after he became one with the Force. Joining the Cosmic Force means Luke existed outside of space and time and would be able to conceivably learn anything and everything he would ever want. It would have then been simple enough to communicate with Leia and tell her all about Rey's lineage, but I doubt either of the Skywalker twins cared at all. It's also possible that Luke may have been able to put some pieces together thanks to the events of the novel Shadow of the Sith. In it, Luke and Lando search for clues to Exegol by attempting to help Rey's parents. They have no idea who those people truly are, and they don't actually meet them or Rey, but it could have been a starting point for Luke to start having some suspicions, and then have them confirmed once he became one with the Force.
It was the last night of her training.
When did Leia train to be a Jedi? The best piece of data we have comes from the Rise of Skywalker Visual Dictionary, which says Leia trained with Luke after getting married to Han and before the birth of Ben Solo. Ben was born 1 year after the Battle of Endor, so she only trained with Luke for a matter of months. But Leia also seemed to be busy starting the New Republic and fighting what remained of the Empire. That was a busy time for her even without Jedi training. On one hand, Star Wars does tend to cram several events into small amounts of time, but on the other hand, I won't be surprised if some future story changes changes the timeline of the visual dictionary, perhaps giving her a little more time with Luke, maybe after the birth of her son. How does Ben Solo reach Exegol? Didn't Rey steal his TIE Whisper? We can see that he apparently landed a TIE fighter on the planet next to Luke's old X-Wing, which he took out of the ruins of the Death Star. But those ships don't have hyperdrive, so what's going on? The novelization for The Rise of Skywalker fixed this issue by stating that Ben didn't take a standard TIE fighter from an old ruined hangar, but instead found a TIE Scout. That ship was first created for Timothy Zahn's novel Heir to the Empire way back in 1991, and it was pretty much just a TIE fighter with a hyperdrive. Why do the Knights of Ren turn on Ben Solo? It's because the Knights of Ren were never truly loyal to Kylo. They served him as long as he was serving their true master, Palpatine. About 25 years before Kylo Ren took control of the Knights, they were part of a campaign to fight against the Sith. They were recruited by Kira and Crimson Dawn to defeat Darth Vader and Darth Sidious. The Knights joined the fight, fearing that the Sith would eventually see them as dark-side rivals to be destroyed. But their leader at the time, Ren, decided there was no defeating the Emperor and betrayed Kira, hoping to become allies of the Sith instead. Palpatine killed some of the Knights for their actions, but allowed the survivors to serve him from that point forward. So the Knights of Ren were always working for Palpatine first and foremost. Even their loyalty to Kylo Ren was at the wishes of the resurrected Emperor.
You will be Empress.
Did Palpatine want Rey to rule, or did he want her dead? The movie leaves this fairly ambiguous, but here is my interpretation. Palpatine was never gonna let Rey rule the Sith. The reason Rey's father was even created was because Palpatine needed a suitable vessel for his spirit to inhabit. His faulty clone body was decaying, and he needed someone strong enough to contain his power. Rey's father wasn't strong in the Force at all, but she was. I personally believe Palpatine's spirit would have at least attempted to possess Rey's body if she had struck him down. Everything he was telling her up until that point was probably just manipulation. Again, I think this is up for some debate, but for Palpatine to step aside and to let anyone else rule in his place seems wildly out of character to me. What squadrons and ships came to the Battle of Exegol? The Rise of Skywalker novelization mentions a handful of familiar names. Phantom Squadron is the first to chime in, a group of washout pilots that was first created by Wedge Antilles shortly before the Battle of Jakku. Alphabet Squadron was there, or at least Alphabet 2. That squadron was an intelligence unit that was also created before the Battle of Jakku, made up of an X-Wing, a Y-Wing, an A-Wing, a B-Wing, and a U-Wing. Zay Versio from Inferno Squad calls into the fight. She was the daughter of Iden Versio, a former Imperial who defected to the New Republic, you guessed it, shortly before the Battle of Jakku. Kazuda Xiono from Star Wars Resistance announces his presence, and some of the ships from that series can be seen in the movie itself. The book The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire also states that Doza joined the fight, suggesting that the Colossus might have been there. The Ghost is clearly seen in the movie, although we don't know who was piloting it. There are some Mandalorian starfighters in the fray, and countless other familiar ships, but I think these are all the individual groups and characters we know were at Exegol.
Nice flying, Lando!
Where was Wedge during the rest of the sequel trilogy? He was retired and living on the planet Akiva with Nora Wexley, the mother of Snap Wexley. They developed a relationship at the end of the Galactic Civil War and got married, making Wedge Snap's stepfather. Both war veterans, they chose to stay retired and live out the rest of their days in peace despite the creeping threat of the First Order. After the destruction of Hosnian Prime and the Battle of Crate, they got a visit from Snap, who convinced them to rejoin the fight after the loss of the New Republic and Resistance leadership. They quickly took part in a mission to Corellia to rescue Resistance members being targeted by the First Order. We don't know of any other missions Wedge took part in until the Battle of Exegol, but he likely served with them for the year in between episodes 8 and 9. Wedge heartbreakingly arrived with Lando and the Millennium Falcon mere moments after the death of his stepson. I should also point out that the real reason we didn't see Wedge until The Rise of Skywalker is because actor Dennis Lawson turned down the chance to appear in The Force Awakens, or was unable to appear due to a scheduling conflict. Lawson has given conflicting reasons in interviews.
Take a guess, Spice Runner.
How did Zori Bliss and Babu Frick get off Kijimi? More of their story was told in the Rise of Skywalker novelization. The First Order tore Kijimi apart searching for Resistance allies, specifically the Spice Runners. The gang split up, and Zori took a young girl named Aluda to where her Y-Wing was docked to escape. But it was crawling with First Order patrols, and Aluda decided to distract them so Zori could reach her ship. As a Zeiston-class Star Destroyer entered Kijimi's orbit and prepared to destroy the planet, Zori took her Y-Wing to pick up Babu Frick, and they fled the doomed planet together.
Look what you have made.
How does the Emperor get new clothes? The dark side is a pathway to fashion sense many would consider to be unnatural? This is definitely one of those things in Star Wars that happens from time to time where I think J.J. Abrams simply wanted Palpatine to look more regal after rejuvenating himself, and how that happens is ultimately unimportant. But I will point out that there are 2 minutes of screen time showing the Citizen Fleet's arrival to Exegol while Rey and Ben are incapacitated, so maybe a bunch of creepy Sith cultists ran out and helped the Emperor do a quick change so he could look his best as he ascended the throne. That is a completely silly thing to imagine, but it's the best explanation I've got.
In the heart of a Jedi lies her strength.
How does Rey communicate with the Jedi before? Only a handful of Jedi have undergone the training required to maintain their consciousness after death, so how are all these Jedi talking to Rey now? I've got a few ideas. Freddie Prinze Jr., who voiced Kanan in Star Wars Rebels and The Rise of Skywalker, said that J.J. Abrams explained that Rey was calling out to the Force, and then the Force replied with what she needed to hear. Basically, it allowed all those Jedi who had passed away a one-time pass to speak to Rey. I can buy that. I also think it's possible that some of those Jedi could have learned to maintain their consciousness after dying. Anakin didn't go through the training, and yet Obi-Wan was able to help him become a Force ghost as he died. Perhaps Qui-Gon did something similar for other Jedi when they died. Qui-Gon himself is proof that you can continue learning as a Jedi after death. He went from being able to manifest only as a voice and lights in the Clone Wars to being able to fully visibly manifest in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. This is all speculation right now. I expect we'll learn more about this in future Star Wars stories. Is Ahsoka dead by the time of The Rise of Skywalker? All of the other Jedi who spoke to Rey had become one with the Force, so does that mean Ahsoka is also gone? Dave Filoni has refused to answer the question directly, but stated Ahsoka's message could have been similar to Luke reaching out to Leia in The Empire Strikes Back. She isn't necessarily dead. She would be old, but still within the lifespan of a Togruta. It's also possible the Ahsoka series is setting her up for a more mythical conclusion. Maybe she becomes a new being in the realm of Mortis. She does have some of the life energy of the sister within her, so maybe she isn't dead, but also isn't part of the physical realm anymore. How can we be sure Palpatine is dead for real this time? In my opinion, we can't. Which is part of the problem with bringing him back the first time around. Star Wars has a bad habit of definitively killing characters only to have them return somehow. So I'm not going to sit here and say there's no way Palpatine could ever return again. However, as far as we know, Exegol was Palpatine's backup plan, where all of his cloning facilities were located after the fall of Mount Tantus and the Bad Batch. When he dies in The Rise of Skywalker, the energy he releases destroys that facility, all the Sith cultists, and the Sith throne itself. Symbolically, I think we should view this as the death of the Sith Order. But hey, the Sith came back after multiple defeats in Star Wars Legends too, so never say never, I guess. Can Ben Solo become a Force ghost? The fact that he fades away and becomes one with the Force after he dies suggests that yes, he should be able to. The Rise of Skywalker novelization gives him a line to Rey after he dies, "I will always be with you," to which she responds, "No one's ever really gone." While we don't see Ben at the end of the movie standing alongside his mother and uncle, LEGO Star Wars Summer Vacation does give us our first on-screen look at his Force ghost. I wouldn't consider those LEGO specials to be strictly canon, but in this case, I believe Summer Vacation is correct.
This is for you.
Did Chewie finally get a medal? No. I mean, yes, Maz Kanata gives him a medal, and it does kinda seem like she's finally giving him one after all this time. I covered this way back in my FAQ video for A New Hope, but Chewie was given a medal after the Battle of Yavin, we just didn't see it happen on screen. And he gave his medal away to a young girl in the Chewbacca comic. So in The Rise of Skywalker, Maz is simply giving Chewie Han's medal as a keepsake, believing Han would have wanted him to have it.
Well, let's find out.
Is Janna Lando's daughter? No, I don't believe she is. She simply reminds Lando of his daughter Kadara. She was kidnapped by the First Order when she was 2 years old, a loss that always haunted him and drove him into isolation. When he sees a young woman who was kidnapped by the First Order, who wishes she knew where she came from, he is given a new purpose, to help her find out. And maybe he would continue helping other former stormtroopers who were almost all kidnapped and brainwashed children. Who owns the Millennium Falcon at the end of The Rise of Skywalker? We don't know right now, but I'm going to assume it's Chewbacca. He spent as much time with the ship as Han did, but I also don't think he has as much attachment to the ship as Solo. I could see Chewie keeping the ship out of sentiment for his friends and the memories there, but I also think he'd be more than willing to loan it out if Rey wanted to take it to Tatooine for a quick trip. I mean, he let Hondo Ohnaka of all people use it on Batuu, so why not his actual friends that he trusts? Also, I think it's important to note that Hondo makes a deal with Chewbacca to use the Falcon and no one else. I think whatever happens to the ship from this point on is up to the Wookiee first and foremost. Does Rey's lightsaber change colors? If you watch the activation of Rey's yellow lightsaber, you see a flash of blue and green before the blade ignites. That is interesting, but I haven't seen any indication that the weapon is any color other than yellow. I don't believe her lightsaber is like one of those multicolored pens, it just makes the blade's ignition look cool. But that brings us to the end of the most frequently asked questions I've seen about the entire Skywalker saga. If you haven't already, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, follow us on our socials, and consider checking out our Patreon page for even more Star Wars talk. As always, thanks for watching, and may the Force be with you.